Good morning, chat. I'm just frantically playing around with all of my settings because I definitely didn't break something. I broke everything apparently, jeez. Right, I wonder if I can now actually see your chat messages. That's the question. It's like really broke OBS and everything apparently. Glad you're all here and doing well. Okay, that's fixed. I can see your messages. I can control the music. I can control my source movements. So I should be able to do this. Yes. And that still doesn't work. You're a bitch. Ah, less of a bitch. Okay. I'll just make sure this is working. It appears to be working. This is good news. Hello. What do you mean low Chronos? What's low Chronos? Ah, high low. Hello. That makes more sense. The brain. Oh. It's been a day already and I've been awake for an hour. Right, we're launching Dune. You can use exclamation point song to test something new out if you'd like. Question is, will it trigger properly? Or do I have to do it? Okay, that didn't work either.
Dream of it.
Through the days and through the night. Did I not add this as a... Now we try again. Oh, I saw something work for a second there. Okay, so it disappears. But it started. How was the heat? It was okay. Yep. Oh, that's... I'm an idiot. Okay, now could somebody try using exclamation point song? Perfect. That is what we like. How long did it stay up for? Not long enough, so we can change that. Final try. Someone else try. Whoever says it first wins. There you go, Korchi, you win. That should stay at the 15 seconds. Can you read it? Can you see it? Does it all seem to work? You can see the song all the way up here. You should also be able to use exclamation point playlist. Make it a little bit bigger as well when it is there. And that should take you to the full stream playlist, and I can expand these over time. So I did do things. I did get things done yesterday. Very promising. We like that. Gold. Definitely not making it up as I go along. Never. There we go. Perfect. What we like. I've also got this. He's just fast asleep. I'm fine with you ignoring me for him. That's perfectly fair. That's the point of the stream. Thanks, Jake. So yesterday I was collecting duralumin stuff. Because today we're embarking on something I'm calling Project Repository. Today, we focus on creating a large warehouse full of everything possible that lives right next to the Landsrad Quartermaster turn-in. Do you know why? So that we can 100% snipe Landsrad turn-ins. As you can see, the work so far has been going quite well. We definitely haven't been sniping any turn-ins this week. Love, devastation brought by me, that's what you get for. Why would you want to be Betrayed's nuts? Honestly, awful. Luckily, I have no intentions on shipping him, Mindus. So we're all good. He's staying right here. Look at him. He knows that I'm talking about him. I can see his ears moving. Oh, bother. I'm a pro streamer. Oh, thank you, Matt. Which guild are you in, Mikadev? Have interest. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome on in, everybody. House Chicken, nice. What a good name. Who built what, this structure that I just passed? Don't worry about it. Ow. Damn nah. What's up, Demna? What? Oh, just saying hi. Okay, I thought I was being told off for something again. What was the last song? Ooh, lots of messages. Hang on. Midnight in the morning with you. Good morning, Balthazar. How's it going? Welcome on in. Where am I going? What am I doing? Let's go and get more bodies. It's been a morning so far. I'm just being nice to other streamers, don't worry. I'll be honest with you, I was late because I was doing some IRL bullshit, so it's not been a great morning so far, but today is going to be much better as we go on. Okay. Double Cowboy started June today, it's been quite entertaining. I can imagine there's been lots of screaming. Okay, game. Bounce me back up. My drive was, I had a great drive yesterday. My girlfriend and I went out. Come on, I want to summon the worm. Okay, well apparently not. Yeah, maybe I did. He was an angry boy. Is there two of them? I angered the worms. That one is waiting for me. Yeah. Look at this bitch. Go on, get. Oh, you're a good boy, aren't you? Yeah, you are. You gonna head off out? I will be right back. I'm gonna feed him. There we go. The Great Emperor Bailey II has been fed. Again. Paranoid and I'm paralyzed. That's helpful. Did it just... Okay, it did just consume the one that was underneath it. Fine. That was an awful harvest. Hello and good morning to you all. Big bitch. Oh, I didn't put that in the machine, so... Indeed captions, how well are they working? They look like they're working better than yesterday's ones. The other good news is that by Monday morning, when many of you go back to work, we will also have a YouTube stream. Because I did all the work yesterday to request access for YouTube. So, very sick. Osmos, that is good news. Yes, you bringing your cat into work seems like you're right as an employee, I think. You big bitch. Go on, get. And then you'll pop out here. He's just circling around like a big wormy bitch. Okay, he dived under that island. He'll come over here. Little Muad'Dib, you must flee from this place. I draw the great predator. The worms are a constant environmental threat, right? You avoid the worms by learning their patterns and by learning their, as with any threat in a game. And I'll be honest with you, that's a good thing because they should be predictable. They are creatures that have a hunting pattern. If you learn that pattern, you should be able to take advantage of it. The question is, ultimately, whether or not you are respecting the worm or not. If you don't respect the worm will eat you. The worms that snatch from underneath, they come and nom you. You have to keep an eye on the worm sign. If two worms collided below the sand, worms are highly territorial, so they shouldn't do that. When they breach, you hear that clicking noise that the worms make. That is an aggressive territorial like display that's designed to ward off other worms. There's no other sign with them like the crawl or the breach. Yeah, if you've got the red wiggly line on your screen, that's a symbol that you should be leaving. That's basically how that works. Good morning, Pan Miyagi. Hope it's doing well. You're doing good today. Merple, that's actually 100% true, correct. Good job. Strong again, we dance like bullets in the wind, over and over again. Graphics are on a 4090, although we may be upgrading at some point. Not that the upgrade is particularly needed, but it means I can give my PC to someone else. So someone made an outside helipad with two shield layers close to each other that you have your Thopter and is sheltered. Interesting. We'll do this. Just running around. Good morning, Blamo Sound. Hope it's going well. Oh, that reminds me I need to eat something. One sec. Good morning, Felix. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying. This garden of thoughts is all that we've got left. Look what I found. Wash it like a bug. Oh, they left me something. Is this a Felix? It is a Felix. Oh, cool. Thanks, buddy. Morning, Six Toe. Can't believe Felix brought me ketchup, exactly. Oh wait, I can't read my hair. Whoop. This garden. This garden of thoughts. Comes with me. We're taking things for Operation Repository. That's what we're doing here. Okay, that needs to be farmed because we're low on this. Told me one day there would be a dog closing in your face. because it doesn't really just another day. A few years, we tried so many tears, all the same. People come and go. I can't sing for shit, so enjoy. Sweet name. The problem is that I can't help singing along. It's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. I just can't. It just happens. Jeez, why have we got so many advanced Servox? Oh god. Just like more years. We're getting one guide by chat. Underseeker works by moving quickly. It shouldn't work through a shield. It'll happen, Balthazar, don't worry. One day. Because Mouse is so good a singer that she gets DMCA'd. What it is. Because she's singing it so accurately. Although Mouse's singing is awesome, for those of you who haven't seen it. We were lucky enough to, for the Streamer Awards last year, they did a thing. Oh, why is that not on? Yeah, the Streamer Awards, she did like a live show almost that people would have seen across Twitch. There we go. But yeah, it was really, really good. The start of another. Today should be a reasonably long stream, but it won't be 12 hours, I don't think, because I believe I'm going for a road trip this evening. You should find out. We'll have a concert in September, October. That's gonna be awesome. I love Mouse. She's awesome people. Oh, cool! More regex. I love regex for Discord. Twitch hasn't given me a notification that I'm live. Nice. We gotta let it go. Yours build is starting to look awfully similar to mine. I'm not using this. You stay, everything looks the same. Praying as we meditate, it's always changing. I'm doing about 20 on ice, 75, 75, 75. I'm not sure this one's proving to be worth it. Power drain isn't really a problem. Feel it's good on you, bud. I normally do my corpses by taking an ornithopter to the Hugger Basin South. That sounds like a lot of fun, Seraph. Setting up the enrichment for snow leopards. That sounds pretty fucking neat. Time to find out whether the captions can translate things like pretty fucking neat. Go see if that works. It's doing pretty well. I'm very impressed with it. It's much better than the last one we were using. Great, well I'm glad that's worked. Because the installations to install that sucked. Those I can on that vacation. Is there a reason why big streamers don't use schedule thing in Twitch? To be honest with you, I think it's because most big streamers either had a schedule before that tool became a thing, vibe streaming, aka, you know, they're just kind of rocking up when they feel like it, or they just can't be asked. Personally, I don't set up a schedule because I don't know what it is yet. I mean, I know that I'm going to do Thursdays and Fridays, that's guaranteed. The other thing is, when I tried setting my schedule yesterday and putting in Thursdays and Fridays, it just errored out every time. Oh, I forgot about that. That's not even close. What? How? There you go, updated my title. You're correct. The channel news, lukewarm, is that I made partner on Thursday. So, no one's getting rid of me now. I'm stuck here on the platform. I'm pinned here, brother. How come every time I wait and I choke? Everybody cares till they suddenly don't. But maybe there's still hope. A little bit of high class. Definitely not that I hadn't updated the title. Yeah, Pets and Plants is the right place for snow leopards. They are just big babies. I had the luck to see some clouded leopards interacting very closely with their keeper last time I went to a zoo, which is very nice. Watched for about half an hour. I mean, you know, Blamo, I'm always gonna put 110% in. So when it comes to partner, it was something I was interested in doing. But ultimately, I know that when you apply for partner, which want to make sure that they're getting something back out of it too. It isn't just one-sided. Partner is about making sure that you're giving back. So they'll do things like check out communities. They'll look at the content. I'm just grateful that obviously Twitch came here, saw that you guys were all chill. We're like, yeah, this person would make a good partner. So ultimately, it comes down to, you know, you guys helping.
I see someone. Target found.
No, in order to speedrun, I need to get cancelled first. Then we will speedrun. So just wait until I get cancelled, which will be like next week, and then we'll be good. Yeah. Yeah, but maybe there's still hope. Yeah. Yeah, but maybe there's still hope. Yeah. How come every time I'm buying, I'm broke? And yeah, whoever was saying this is your favorite band now, yeah, Story Told is great. Yeah, the full Twitch lifecycle, indeed. Yeah. I'll just go play something like, you know, very normal and like every day, like, I know, League of Legends or WoW Hardcore. You bitch. I'll let you live, because that way your body will be fresh when I come and harvest it in a second. Have you healed? Thank you. Wife's birthday daughter has equine therapy. Oh, sounds like a busy day indeed, Giant Spain. I'm glad you can be here and hang out a little bit. I appreciate you. Never know. 'Cause I'm a dead man walking on a tightrope up into my hometown. It's not really a good time. Friends don't let friends play League. Exactly. It's like EVE Online. Don't do it to yourself, don't do it to others. I'm trying to deposit your friend inside my vehicle.
Enemy found.
Very rude of you. Next. Thank you. This is too funny. Okay, I only need one more of you. You'll do. I'll come back here. An error 3000 is yet another Twitch connection error. I wonder how many people we lost. Quite a few. Nice. That's what we like, isn't it? If you got an error, just restart your Twitch. Seems my bridges are up in flames, and I cannot find a way to cross this river of memories. Wasting time just standing here. We had a fire that could set a blaze, burning up all the doubts and shame. When the cold winds came, I close my eyes, all I see are the memories like some distant dream. I take the loss with a grain of salt, but I'm not fooling anybody, am I this time? Yeah, Giant Spain, that's exactly what it is. Basically, Twitch, in technical terms, Twitch does a fucky wucky and drops connection to the browser. Winky's old base is dead, so shame. We fell victim, but when I close my eyes, all I see are the memories like some distant dream. Take the loss with a grain of salt, but we're not fooling anybody, am I this time? Lives. Why are these in here? Why? Why did no one replace the bodies? Also, why? Bet this isn't gonna be full of water either. Oh, okay, at least there's that. The problem with if the Twitch has dropped the connection to combat bots, that's actually really harmful to creators. So I don't think that is the case, because often you'll see many genuine people drop connection and your stream viewer count will drop by like 30-40%. Because people are here watching and lurking, they don't necessarily realize when the stream has gone down, or they think the stream is over and they just turn it off. So I would be very surprised if that was an anti-bot mechanic. Because if it was, and the streamers found out, they'd probably flay Twitch alive. Error 2000 and 3000s are one of the biggest issues that we have on the platform. With like kind of with keeping consistent viewer count. So for example, in the wave of Error 3000s we just got, we dropped from 360 viewers down to 190. So nearly half. In the first hour of your stream, as a streamer, that can make a massive difference, because you rely on those viewer counts to put you higher up in the category, and if you are looking to grow, then you want to be higher up the category. That's how that broadly works. Yep, exactly. After telling people to restart, we've gone up to 250 again, or so. So I'd be very surprised. Exactly, you had to click to rejoin if you were lurking, you'd lose me. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly why I think this would be a problem if it was working the way that was just suggested. Because people would be pissed at Twitch. I'd be pissed at Twitch. Yeah, because if you lose 50% of your viewership drop, that's huge. Especially if you're a smaller streamer and you're relying on being higher up a category to grow. You could come in now. Kind of fun. Hello, Trevor. Welcome in from Illinois. They're like 4... Well, Illinois is like in the middle, isn't it? Are you central? It's either 3 AM or 4 AM or something for you. Like, wow. I'm a first class Scorpio. You're not telling me nothing I don't already know, yeah. Still looking for some passion, so you make a smile terrifying, cause yeah, nobody hurts. But you can hear, you could come in now, kind of funny, kind of sad about it now. 3:36 a.m. Bro. So this morning, one of the reasons I was late to stream was Bailey decided it was time to be fed at 5:45. And I was like, well, that's still quite early. I could probably go back to sleep for another hour and a half. Which I did. And it wasn't only an hour and a half. That's a lie. Wales isn't real, Senhuff. Anyone who's convinced you that Wales is there is part of working for the deep state. You did it again, Felix. You got your buggy stuck. I'm on my way, Felix. The worst bit is this time you're on stream, so everyone gets to see you being silly. Don't you hear? You could come in now. Don't you find me kind of sad about it now. Rescue mission is a go. Yeah, Felix, I think putting up some walls is probably a good idea. You need to get access to Kyne's research and presume I need to find Derek Contestants. Okay, Demnar, what's the last quest chain name that you've done? Like this. Is it this one, the search for Kynes? Ah. Oh, 29. You've got to do this one. You need science unlocked. Oh, okay. The cage. That one is testing station number... testing station 76. I thought so. What you want, Demnar? He's in there, he's inside a cage. Look for the glowy floaty things which are outside the cage. He's inside the cage. I did enjoy my day off, was it? Thank you. If I could choose this, you in the dark, you won't even notice me depart. Second-hand bag. Operation Rescue Felix 2 is go. Don't wait for me, don't wait for me, don't wait up. Never happy ending. So if anyone wants to see anything specific inside Dune today, feel free to ask. There are many other things that are needing to be done, so I'll just be kind of nipping around doing stuff. I'm not risking a lot of the deep desert today. Early on, I think that I want to make sure I can get stuff done in the Haga Rift and other areas first for our kind of projects that we're running. Mostly because I had the deep desert bug where I lost that scout ornithopter and I don't want to risk it. So in order to help Felix, we take out this, the big bitch. The thing about Thunderbird Thopterskins is you're going to need to get the rights to use those images from the show, which might be an expensive kind of acquisition to get that right to. So you'd have to be You normally see those kind of collaborations where two brands are coming out and delivering something new. Thunderbirds, as far as I know, aren't doing anything new with their franchise, and therefore it'd be unlikely to advertise in the same way without there being some kind of incentive for them. Typically you see this for two kind of active new games, or you see it for kind of mobile games that will encourage purchases of the game and also within the mobile game themselves, that kind of thing. I agree it would slap pretty hard. The problem with that builder, guys, I think that you will find that actually you would lose a lot of the players wanting to play full stop, because when they hear that they can only get the best endgame gear by going to a PvP area with no safety and no limitations, they will refuse to do it. And you also have the issue that people will just sit at the deep desert entrance and just gank people. That's exactly what I would do. This is Felix. Felix is stuck and their base makes it really difficult to pick someone up properly. Okay, apparently decided to grab and release in one go. And now we take Felix and put Felix in a worm's mouth, right? Yeah, we go find a nice worm. Delicious worm? Delicious worm food for Felix with the handbag. How did he get there? Felix, so you see this worm statue, there's a little chest-high wall around it, if that. And Felix decided that when doing uppies, that they were going to drive off of that. I imagine because the ramp is here, if you go up the ramp too quickly, you just drive off the end. You don't need the best gear if you want PvE, but if you're going to tell players when they get the game that they cannot get the best gear for PvE without going to deep desert and engaging in PvP, people will not buy the game. You will lose a slew of people who do not want to play deep desert ganking shenanigans. The copter problems are already bad enough. The fact that people can run around and there is no counterplay to Thopters with assault other than having your own Mark 6 Thopter with a thruster, what's the point? People already don't like it. The most complained about feature in the game right now. So if you get rid of any safety in the deep desert, you're just making the problem worse. They can, but they must risk it. Okay. Have you played Eve, Builder Guard? Do you know how bottleneck camps work? We call them gate camps because the gate is the bottleneck in Eve. But because the deep desert only has so many entries, you will just find that people sit there and gank people as they come in. Like the Zer guilds have been doing, but much more easily because they've only got to basically keep an eye on limited checkpoints. Exactly unfun. It's been tested extensively. So like... It's not a simple answer of just getting rid of the deep desert safe zone. It's not going to work. You need to do more to the game to encourage player engagement with it. It might be a better system for the people who like the current deep desert, but you will drive players away from the game. You need to find something that's fun and yet will still draw people into the game. And that's harder. That's much harder work. The devs have got kind of a difficult thing to work out here.
Sector weather alert. A large
Balls.
sandstorm is approaching.
I mean, yeah, if you're saying Goon here, God Save the Matani, as you are accepting that you are a goon, then that's very different to what goon here could also mean to the Americans. I'll be real with you, Matani was a very good leader of Goon Swarm as a figurehead, but I'll be real with you, he did some shitty things, especially early on in Eve when the culture in Eve was shitty, and I think eventually that stuff came back to bite him. How that works. That said, spent a few times in calls with him on various accounts on various issues. He was a smart dude. Donnie was a military figurehead leader of the Goon Swarm, basically alliance group in EVE Online. Matani was an excellent figurehead for people to rail against, but didn't do all of the work in Goon Swarm. It was basically figurehead work, allowing other people to do most of the work in the background, you know? Without a good network of FCs, HR managers, all kinds of stuff, Matani wouldn't have had anywhere near as much power and influence as he would have done. It shows you the real strength of an organization in a social sandbox game like EVE Online, that everyone can work together, and under the figurehead of Matani, Macoons did really, really well. He did a very good job as being the ultimate decision maker. That doesn't mean the people below him weren't good at doing what they were doing. That's what made Goon so effective. You had excellent FCs, excellent economists, excellent HR people managing it. That said, cult of personality always wins over. Especially with Matani's IRL background. There's always going to be a lot of ego involved. He was not the most popular figurehead, some people. Very next day, oh. Everything that you do, down to the way you rock those Gold Coast fins. I wanna hold your hand. Good night, General. Take it easy. Catch you all soon. Face, yep, Space Violence FC, no matter what side you're on, Eve's amazing. Eve had a great amount of depth to it, but Eve was not made great by the fact that Eve was amazing. Eve was made great by the fact that the players were amazing and put a huge amount of work and hours into it. By itself, Eve, actually, pretty shit game. There's not that much to do in it. If it wasn't for the content created by other players, would Eve be anywhere near as popular and as good as it was? There are a couple of things I want to do today. So first of all, we are building up. This is the start of something we are calling Project Repository. We want to make sure that we've got a huge amount of storage of every single item, so that hypothetically, the Landsrad Quartermaster, who is right there, can benefit from some of our stuff. Of a kind, but she got through the grapevine. Yeah, she's everything I'm not. Oh, oh. Corpse collecting for the Trials of Ackle. When you get to the end of the Trials of Ackle, you will unlock the ability to make something called the Fremen Death Still. The final, so the 7th Trial of Ackle is like deep down inside the rift, I think like here-ish. After that, you'll get sent, I think it's about here, where there's a little hole in the wall where you go through and you'll actually do the final Fremen trial. And you'll discover a few little bits of cool story. You'll meet a new friend, and you'll unlock death stills. There's a call from giving me a hate drug. She's a hit song ending on a weak note. I go high, he goes low. It's a long roller coaster ride. It's a cat come to see you on the Saturday. He's a cute kitty cat. Look, his butt's on camera. Hi, Bailey. You come to see everyone because you heard me singing. Who's a lovely baby? You're a lovely baby, aren't you? You are. Yeah. Yeah, I want to moves. Who's a lovely kitten, huh? You are. The loveliest kitten. You come to say hi to chat. I go high, I go slow. Who's a cute little kitty cat? You are. Who's a lovely baby? Here we go, that way I can lean down better. You let her go, suddenly I was the bad guy. There is a bit of a pattern that if he hears me singing, he will come and visit because he normally notices that I'm in a good mood or I'm enjoying myself, and therefore he's more likely to get longer pets. Have I watched Murderbot? It doesn't sound familiar, but I'm terrible with the names of shows and films and stuff, so... Look at this wiggly little butt. What's a sweet baby? Yeah, it's you. You're a sweet baby. Ah. I'm a little sleepy. He would just do this all day. Like if he could, he would 100% get pets like this just all day long. Oh, did I stop? Oh, how dare I? Did you see that, guys? So funny. What's this be? That's... yeah, what's that be? Who's a lovely bubba? Can you give me a twin? Oh. Wow. Oh yeah, in this channel we pet cats. Yeah, 100%. That's what we do here. If you're not okay with that, then leave. Does he waste no time? What's it like in his shoe? He doesn't hesitate, he exhibits no restraint. He takes and he takes and he takes, and he keeps winning anyway. Changes the game. There's the stakes in it. I'm willing to wait for it. Between the sinners and the saints, it takes and it takes and it takes. We rise and we fall. See, I love dogs, don't get me wrong, but past 3 houses I've been in across the past 10 years, every single time a cat has moved in with me. What? I don't know what you're talking about, Sixto. There's nothing possibly to see that could possibly resemble what you just described. Sleeping. Vision. Yeah, map. What are we mapping for? You want more love? Yeah. Okay. More love for the Bailey. Ow. See, look, complaints to management. All of this, more floof can go into the floof corner, so when I hoover tomorrow, there's less floof on the floor. I put this here so that chat can see you with your spider. You love your spider, don't you? Oh yeah, you do. You stretch in. Gallows Biologist, thank you for the 5 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, and I'm glad that you like seeing B on cam. He's very cute. You want your spider again? Oh, big yawn. My arms lean back, I reach you. The other thing we're going to do today is be focusing on leveling up, because if we can get to a higher level, like 200, we can then massively improve what we can do, benefiting both us and my allies. Come on, properly land. Hello, Gerbil of War. Nope.
Attack!
Ugh. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Back. There we go. Up. And then stab them in the butt. Where did the drops... Oh, underneath. Okay.
They're here!
They're here? Who's here? What are we talking about? There's no one here. You're imagining things. Yeah, waiting step is good for these guys, but so is being able to do this. As long as you're quick, it doesn't really make a difference. Exactly, Dave. That's the important thing to remember. Everyone is different tastes, different experiences, and different interests. Like, this is what we need to remember as a group, that, like, when people are suggesting sweeping changes, things like games, people are going to experience those suggestions very differently based on their background, their own experiences. A treasure trove? No, you're kidding. Jerry, thank you for the 1 month Prime. Appreciate you. I know that people are mostly doing treasure trains for B, including Twitch. Okay, now we're entering Sith Lord mode.
Who's that? Someone's here. Shields up.
Okay, you guys can follow me this way, okay? That's what you're gonna do. You're gonna follow me to my ship, so that when I kill you, I've got less far to run. Grok, how should I feel? Tell me what to think. Exactly. What's so dangerous about the rise of AI impact on critical thinking, I think? But it's not in my head. Shut up. Oh yeah. B is the newest Twitch partner. That's what it is. Oh, beautiful. Wait, how is this body still here? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Hey-o. That's the main thing about the stream though. Like, we're going back to the point where we're saying about everyone has different experiences and different tastes and stuff. Like, that's why I believe that everyone who rocks up here does deserve a second chance, and we will review their accounts. Thank you, Senson. I appreciate you. So, like, if a mod ever sees... Oh, that reminds me. To my channel. We're gonna do... Doing that. Oh, wait, wrong one. Congratulations, Demna. You've been recruited. And then I also need to make sure I make a friend of mine who I've been told is lurking here frequently. A VIP. Twitch.tv. Make sure I get the username correct. Making the wrong account. There we go. Deafened by IRL stream. There we go. Done. There we go. I did indeed get partner on my first try. Now, I will be honest, I have what I would call an unfair advantage with Twitch. Obviously, I work with Thor quite closely, and therefore I work quite closely with the partner managers. The important thing to remember there is therefore that I've engaged with them on issues like moderation topic issues or terms of service breaches, or to discuss how we can improve moderation across the platform. So I've got a track record that's been proven of working very well with Twitch. And I'm very lucky to have that kind of contact with them and be able to have that kind of forward planning. So they've got a track record of me engaging with them beyond the 12 days that I've been streaming, because I've obviously been working with them for, I mean, nearly 2 years. So it just, I'm very aware that Twitch will, before they approve you as a partner, they will do things like they'll come check your channel out, because they want to make sure that you're adding something to the platform as well. That, you know, that I'm not out here preaching the words of the great squid cult, and kind of proposing worship and sacrifice of eldritch beings. So, you know, they will have come to check the community out, and they will have seen you guys here hanging out, being chill, being awesome, being supportive and encouraging of each other. And it's that work as well that means that we can do this. Like it is. I am as grateful to you guys as I am recognizing my own involvement here. That without you guys being an awesome community, you know, coming here to watch and hang out, without you guys, you know, being here in chat, helping people out when they've got questions and being reasonable, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here. So it's you guys' win as well as mine. That's why I want to share it with you guys. We'll save the Eldritch cult worship for, you know, a little bit down the line. Nothing can hold a candle. Oh wait, that's the entrance. Hey look, I want to make sure, like, I know that chats are famously not reliable or reasonable, but I think that's what I want from here, you know? If people aren't going to be reasonable and kind and willing to listen in chat, willing to be treating each other like actual humans, then unfortunately it's not fit for the community. It's how that's going to work. Shoop, yes it is. If you're on the pirate servers, I can give you access to our deep desert base, so you can refine for a bit more efficiently than that, but you actually need more to be efficient, so we can probably find a way, if you want, that I can get you some melange for a discount, so you don't have to do quite the same level of grind. Because like, you could meet me in the deep desert, for example, and I can make sure that I get you, you know, some melange, and you can give me the equivalent value of spice, even though we can't do a full large spice refinery run from it. So I can help you out if you're on the pirate servers. I mean, at the end of the day, the reason this community exists is because of you guys and the work you put in, all right? And, you know, if you really genuinely ask me to review someone's behavior, or that a certain type of behavior isn't okay and it upsets you, I will listen to that. That's my job to do as part of running a community. And I will take that very, very seriously. I do the same thing for Thor's community, and I take what I do there very, very seriously. Because that's where, you know, all the support comes from. It's... I'm not gonna... Come on, have you... Yeah, there you go. Reinforcements, that's what we want. Reinforcements. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You too. No one else? I let you summon reinforcements and you only brought me 2 dudes. Boring. Silly Kelso, I 100% feel that. I know a number of people who don't have access to a safe place in real life. For any number of reasons, to be honest. There's all kinds of reasons for that. And that's kind of my goal here, is to have a place where people can feel listened to, and, you know, that they're not a burden to others. They're not feeling like they're, you know, in the way or a problem. People can just kind of exist. The goal. Cheap. No, don't get me wrong. When you're playing solo, I know I understand the focus on that, but there is also a level of you'll need to trade with other players, and that's what I'm proposing. I'm proposing a trade, not me just giving you stuff for free. Because, as an example, the large spice refinery takes 10,000 spice sand to create 200 spice melange, so it's twice as efficient as what you would be running when you're purifying. Damn. When you're purifying, the system that we've got in place is twice as efficient. And therefore, that's why I'm offering it to you. What I would probably do is find a way that we can make a trade. So like I did yesterday for Tiny Tim, I think he gave us... I think basically I charged him 75% cost, so he still managed to make 25% basically profit off of it than he would otherwise. Some shoutouts. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 1 month tier 1 sub to Taffine. Sensor, thank you for 5 community subs. Red Eagle, thank you for the 5 community subs. And Luna and Imperium Seraphim, thank you very much for the 100 bits each. Thanks to all of you. We're now on a treasure train, which is awesome. It's the second we've ever had on the platform. For those of you who don't know how treasure trains work, they basically allow it so that the subs that you are giving have a 35% discount if you're giving more than 5 up. Yes, we are planning on keeping the private servers up indefinitely. There is no plan to take those down or change them. We may condense them in certain ways. I believe that we can unify the servers in a way that, like, for example, if Henry Morgan became really empty and dead and quiet, I believe we could combine, say, Charles Vane and Henry Morgan, for example. Not that I'm planning on doing that with any of them, but if I'm giving an example of names, they're just two that sprung to mind. I believe that we can do a merge with the way that the game is currently written. I just don't want to confirm that as a guaranteed thing, or even as something that I'm planning on doing until it's actually a thing. Like, I have no concerns over server populations right now. We removed one server from the server browser so that another group of streamers could use it more quietly without any kind of issues. But it's still not closed. Anyone who did have an account on that can still play. I've not let those, so we don't get new people flooding it. That's probably why. So yeah, I'll keep communicating with you guys. Oh, 1 second. Right, there we go. Apologies for that, chat. What happened there was the front doorbell went, and then, because I was standing by the front door and Bailey could see outside, He decided that because it's sunny, he wanted to have a belly rub in the sun. Thank you very much for the completed treasure train. You guys absolutely rock. People, you know, it means a huge amount. I appreciate all of you. You guys rock. Yeah, but Bailey wanted a belly rub in the sun, so that's why there was a little bit of a delay there from answering the front door. Bailey loves a belly rub in the sun. We call it path rubes. Because he'll specifically go out and lie on the path. I think he likes the material that the path is made from, like the slabs, because they're clean, because they're washed clean by the wind, me brushing it, and kind of keeping it clean and tidy. And then it's also rough enough. I think when he puts his head upside down and likes to, you know, kind of rubs against it, he's enjoys it. Bless you, Thrallin. Thank you very much for the 500 bits. I'm doing really well, thank you. Yeah, everything's going well for me. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying the stream. I'm doing very well. How in the quackening are you doing?
Eyes on enemy. Get them. Need to reload.
Oh, you want to reload? Okay. Rebody. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, it's a party here. Here we go. Let me add a friend. And here's some I prepared earlier. Storage full? That's mean.
Reveal yourself. Eyes on hostile.
Okay. That's a stack. Oh, you're rude. Another one for the pile. And you stand here and then you do... That is a couple of bodies indeed, yes. I don't know why I wasn't doing this. Yeah, the people who say that, like, oh, this game, you know, this game looks like it's from 2009, or this game looks like old school WoW. Like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't look like old school WoW, old school RuneScape. It's just people, be. Oh, there's somebody in the slot I would have gone for. What can we dream? What can we dream our lives? Demons, so we can come back to life. Where are the death stills? Demna. Yeah, exactly. This is why I did this. See, Bailey has tricked the spare human into having an outside cuddle while she eats breakfast. Back to life, what can we dream? What can we dream our life? I don't know, I think it's that people want to hate a game for an objective reason rather than a subjective reason. I think that's actually what it all comes down to. It's part of that psychology of not wanting to be alone in your criticism of something. It's why you find the internet has become much more negative over recent years, is because it's easier to jump on a bandwagon of negativity than it is to try and be the standalone person who's positive about it, you know? So my view on that broadly is that actually just say that you like the things that you like, and if people disagree with you, that's their fucking problem. I don't know what you mean, Real Commands Carnage. I have absolutely no recognition of what Kerrang is and where I got most of my pop punk music from when I was younger. You're full of lies, and if you try and claim otherwise, then I'll say that you're AI. What now, huh? You can't prove it. Okay, I pressed I and it opened my shield. Not how it's meant to work, but fine. AI me would be great. If I had AI me's, that would be awesome. Hypothetically, of course, you know, I'm not gonna admit to anything. Come on, you big fat piece of... That counts. Like a glove. Like a big, poorly fitting glove. Oh, you are a big bitch. You are equally a bitch. Why is my shield now off? Stinky butts. Yeah, so we were talking about people who like a band until the band becomes too popular. There's a couple of reasons for that which are and aren't okay. So, for example, I'll give you Imagine Dragons as this when it came out. Also, great Ligma, Imagine Dragon D's nuts. Fantastic Ligma for a name. Good job. But when Imagine Dragons starts becoming a thing on the internet, it was popular on the internet for about 2 or 3 months before it hit mainstream like radio stations and stuff in the UK. So, obviously, being quite heavily involved on the internet at that point, and, you know, I'd heard about it before, and I was really enjoying some of their albums, but as soon as it was on the radio, all the time, like all day, every day, just get sick of the songs real fast. So like sometimes, yeah, you can't like them anymore because they become overplayed. That's okay, but if you don't like them because other people like them, That's just been ridiculous. Like, come on. I think I was in secondary school when that happened. Oh yeah, radioactive. Yeah, that was the worst. Oh, you bitch. Okay. You know what we're gonna do? Push this, 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 this. Not the right button I wanted to press, but hey, we are where we are. That gives me much more room to lift things because that litre john is 15 litres of volume. I like the Pentatonics versions of lots of songs better than the originals because they're just different and do something different and something really cool when they do it completely with the power of their own like voices and bodies. Neat. Love that. Great. A new CPU is being delivered today. Congrats. Exciting. What was it? Yeah, exactly. I fully agree. There's a whole section of time when I was working in bars and in pubs where like I cannot hear specific songs anymore. Particularly around Christmas time, you will find that the people who hate Christmas songs, like 90% of them, worked in retail at one point, and they just got... I just can't listen to any Michael Bublé, like ever. It's completely impossible. No. All I want for Christmas is for you to shut the fuck up. It's all I can think about whenever I hear that song. Stop it. Hate it. Bro, I'm broken. I've been ruined. The Christmas music is... The hate now flows through me. I definitely saw a head around... Unless I thought that was a head. Oh no, I did see. Yoo-hoo! Big summer shootout! Is calling for you to change it all. Suck. You didn't get jaded. I don't know how. Just Christmas music on repeat. The entire. The only reason I like Feliz Navidad is because Felix Ravenhurst, one of the Thor's moderators, who might even be still lurking in chat, at one point changed their name. I think it was Christmas 2024, or 2023 or 2024. Changed their Discord name to Felix Navidad, and now that's all I think about. Whenever I think about those words or a Christmas song, Felix Navidad. Fine, you changed the song for me. Good job. I've said in Thor's chat, I'm not comfortable doing a spice run where I'm flying the carrier because I had the deep desert bug yesterday, or the day before yesterday, where I'm not comfortable flying that carrier across deep desert boundaries. little bit of pain. Let me find the clip from when I crashed. They had fixed the bug. That's why I'm not comfortable taking the carrier out. Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't take the carrier or harvester out. Exactly. So I'm not comfortable even going to deep desert. Did a recent update break it? So it was. Hey, freak, welcome on in. Appreciate you. I'm gonna jump on a call with Thor after I've killed this dude. So if you guys can't hear Thor, let me know. Bonjour.
Where is... Hello.
Bon Thor, I guess.
One moment. I gotta fix this so they can... There we go.
I see. I had that this morning. I logged in and just everything inside OBS was broken where it connected to my stream deck and to my stream. I was like, oh, cool, neat. Gonna fix all that before I go live.
Remember when I told you that streaming has lots of weird oddities?
Yes.
Congratulations. You're here now.
I was like, oh, none of my buttons are working. This is fine. I definitely didn't already press the start stream button. Now I had to fix it all in the few minutes of my intros. Oh, good fun. But yeah, I would do another carrier runs and carrier sets of runs, but I'm just not comfortable personally flying the carrier if there's the risk that it could be lost like that. It's
just not worth it.
It will also be a really poor showing for the game on stream, so like... Yeah.
Am I supposed to be talking to this doctor?
How about now, chat? I've changed the music slightly. You doing the Mentat questline?
No, already done. I'm looking for the trooper.
You need the Spook Doctor. Yeah, you gotta get the,
Yeah, I'm talking to the doctor. Trooper advanced. And I finished regaining control.
You likely need to go back and speak to Kara again then.
Already did.
Oh, oh, then you might need to go back again, speak to Kara. Yeah, the game isn't very good at sometimes, like when you've spoken to end one quest to start you automatically on the next one. There seems to be a lot of people like for example, the planetologist one.
Kara?
He is in Arakeen on the balcony surrounding the central atrium.
Of course she is.
Yes. The number of quests that make you go from Harko Village to Arakeen to Harko Village is very funny as well.
Honestly, I just don't like the fact where it's like, go to this location. Now that you finish the story, more quests will reveal themselves.
Yes.
Like,
And in order to actually reveal them, you often have to speak to the same person you've just spoken to.
and choose options that are grayed out because you already chose them, and
Yes.
now somewhere down that list there will be a new option,
Yeah.
which is not something anyone would ever
I
do.
think the worst one of that for me has to be Plantologist, though, because you start those quests in different locations and it never tells you how to progress it. You just have to kind of find him or ask somebody who's already done the quests and knows where they're going.
And it's worse than that because you could have already done one of those facilities. And you're like, why would I ever go back?
Yeah.
Yep.
Other than farming, what is the need for going back? Yeah. So I get people coming into chat all the time, being like, hey, what's the next step in my Plantologist chain?
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, well, which one did you look? Because even to find out where they need to look next, you need to know the last place that they went. So you need to know what they've done in that quest chain, and then you have to then you have to look up exactly which one it is, because even the quest log that you've completed doesn't show you exactly where you need to go. And that's, I think, an issue for it.
This is the thing that scares me the most about this game having a distributed server infrastructure, right?
Yep.
Is what happens if you're playing in a world that players just stop playing on?
Yep.
Because it's not a global server system, but you have invested so much time into a character to level them up and get them all geared up and get this stuff going. Like,
Exactly.
I wouldn't want to start over.
Yeah.
I don't want to start over. Ever.
Yep.
Right.
So I was having
like,
this, I had this conversation with my chat about this, because like they were like, okay, well, what happens if, for example, one of our servers gets too quiet and we haven't got enough people playing on it? Now, we are lucky enough that I believe that by the way that the server infrastructure works, we could merge worlds that we have. So we could merge, for example, Charles Vane and Henry Morgan. If we found that both of them were really quiet. But if you only own one server and you don't even have access to controlling the world, then you can't do that. So these individual private servers out there who might be a group of friends who are running, they've run their own server for a month, but now they're like, you know what, we're not going to play this game long term, we'll come back and there's an update. Well, if they come back and that server is, they've taken their own server down, what happens? Or it's those kind of intricacies that I want to check.
How do you even merge anyway? Because what if two people have a house in the same spot?
You would basically have to do a bit like when we did when you've done like new world merges, where you basically merge into either a fresh area or one takes precedence over the other.
Somebody could lose everything they own.
Yes, they could lose their entire house and base. Yeah, that's the problem with it. That's why I think there's an issue. It doesn't feel good right now, and I think that's... But the thing is, if you have, client-sided characters, or you have any way that someone can store their character data, that could then be edited, and then people can end up cheating. So how do we manage the balance of that?
Yeah. I managed to get the next step of the quest. Now I have to go back
Yes.
to Harko.
Yeah.
I think really what it comes down to is I wish the infrastructure was like World of Warcraft, where it's like one big giga server,
That would be quite cool. Yeah, but I think that's my understanding of server networking, and obviously I'm not an expert here. Okay, chat, hang on, sorry, so Charles Vane has apparently just gone down. Let me go check it.
Nice. Is it similar to Conan Exiles? It's exactly the same as Conan Exiles, the way that they've set this up.
Sorry, my understanding, if they want to have like a kind of a large giga server, do you not have to build the infrastructure from the ground up to work with that?
I mean, you could, or you could rent it. Either way is fine.
Yeah, but I mean that you'd still have to build the
rent
game around it. So doing it retroactively is very, very difficult.
That's the same as doing what they did here by making it a distributable system. Same
Okay.
shit. Yeah. Because you've set it up so that it can be distributed, or you can develop it in the other direction, which is set it up on, servers that you've built yourself. Either way, it's still server client. Yeah.
Charles Vane.
I think the biggest thing to me is like if they made servers themselves and did this whole thing, I think it would be easier for them to maintain and easier for them to find and fix issues. Because one of the things that we found through them you know, finding issues with this is it is very difficult for them to do it on private servers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they don't have the same level of visibility.
We've had to give them specific access to our world and like a testing account and stuff so that they can get on and do stuff. It's obviously very helpful for them, but like you can't do that for everyone, and therefore you can't get the data from everyone, and therefore, yeah, like you say, it causes those issues. Right, Charles Vane is now force stopped. I'm starting it up, chat.
The build everywhere system would have to change for Giga servers? No, it wouldn't. It'd be the same as battle groups for World of Warcraft. The Deep Desert is literally just a battleground. That's all it is. It's a persistent world battleground. Same shit. Yeah. That's the best way to look at it. I had to do a quest earlier where I had to take specific Mentat skills and use them in order to progress the quest. I don't like that.
You'll have to do that for every single one of the quest chains, just so you know.
Really?
Yes. Apart from Planetologist.
That's not fun.
No, I had to respec like 3 times doing it. And I lost, I think, 2 skill points from those respecs.
What do you mean you lost skill points?
Oh yeah, sometimes when you respec, you can just lose a skill point or 2.
What?
Yeah, that's... It's a known thing.
What?
Yeah.
No, that's like devastating.
Yeah. I think they're working on it. As far as I know, it's been reported a number of times into the devs Discord and all kinds of stuff. They've got a bunch of people who have reported it, so it doesn't appear like so so occasionally, like today I logged in, I had 3 skill points. When I logged off the other night, I had 2. I haven't gone up a level. So like I think you get them back, but I haven't been able to track enough data about happening to me to be able to give a consistent bug report. I've got a note of when I've noticed it, but like it's not reliable.
It's a big nope for me, bud.
Agree.
That's like the worst thing you could have said to me. The idea of randomly just losing progression is crazy. By the way, we got to vote for the Lance Red tools.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, the tool, it's too valuable to not take. It's why today, because I'm not comfortable flying around Deep Desert, because obviously I lost a scout, my Mark 6 the other day, I'm just doing... I'm working on something I'm calling Project Repository, which is a nice warehouse that we're going to keep next to the Landsrad Quartermaster obviously for no reason. It wouldn't be so that we could do massively quick hand-ins for Landsrad things. Definitely not. But I'm also working on, you know, getting a bunch of Solari for the Torbender. How does a $50 game have these kind of bugs? What, games have bugs, that's how games work. It's up to the devs to fix them and make them better, and Funcom have been really good at doing that. So like, it's...
I'm mostly just surprised at that one, because that's a wild bug.
I'm wondering if it's like a display issue. Like, you know when you start at like level 1, you have 1 skill point. I'm wondering if that's the one that goes missing when you respec. Because you're meant to have one that's applied to, like, Compel, for example, if you start as Bene Gesserit, and if you respec, sometimes you don't have Compel anymore, for example. You know, so there's... I wonder if it's that one individual. Possibly.
I bet I'm missing a skill.
Yeah. So I don't have enough hard data yet, personally, to know how it works. I'm only working off of what is effectively, you know... Oh, my brain's gone blank.
I think what I'm most excited for with this game, honestly, is to see how it evolves over the next 3 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, when we had the conversations, even before launch, they were really clear that the future of the game, that this release was a sandbox. Like, that they were going to build on this, and it's that building, I think, that, you know, we have to have the long-term view on. And yeah, that will likely mean that you end up in this cadence of you play the game for a month, enjoy all the content, and then don't play it for 2 months, and then the next one will drop. That's the nature of these games, and that's to me, that's not the worst thing. You'll have a core of dedicated players who play it all the time, I think, as with any survival game. But you'll have people who come back every kind of 2 or 3 months, engage in new content, enjoy it, and then head off.
Well, you got to play at least every 20 days.
Well, yes, unless you...
Unless you lose your base.
Well, yes. You can store things at the guild bank in, or space at the bank, and you can basically take all your valuable stuff behind and just kind of make a new base each time. It's theoretically doable. You can store all the materials.
That's not a bug, that's a server malfunction. Those are the same words. Yeah. Yeah.
I think chat's a server malfunction.
Accurate.
You know it, chat. Don't lie.
No, a failure. Bugs can be patched, so can failures. What are you trying to say?
Now we're just arguing about the meanings of words. This is horrifying.
Yeah, that's very, very pedantic at this point. That doesn't make any sense.
Have you considered a career in law? Yes, Tomok. I basically got a flurry of messages in chat being like, Charles Vane kicked connection, blah, blah, blah. So we restarted Charles Vane just now. Anyone in your chat, Charles Vane should now be back up and visible to everyone. So we should be good.
Nice.
Yep. I will apologize to chat who are in the US time zone. I do have to sleep, and therefore sometimes, if a problem happens at like 4 AM my time, you're not getting the restart until I wake up.
That's fine. Chronos 2 will have less sleep time. Yeah, anytime you're dealing with a, as you called it, server malfunction, that is derived from an issue that can be corrected. There's no uncorrectable issues. Servers don't have bugs. They malfunction because of front-end apps. That's a bug. Do you know what the bug is? What caused the malfunction? Again, pedantic, for no good reason.
That's a bug.
It sounds like a Reddit thread. No one's giving you upvotes. Stop it. Jesus.
Yeah, when you're being contrarian for contrarian's sake, like,
Exactly.
that's when you sound like Reddit. Green checking every time you start the game. What do you mean, Wyland? That sounds like a really interesting specific one.
It's an API problem, not a problem with server? What API problem?
Mango, the only way you're getting into employment law
What
is
are you even
as
talking
the suspect.
What are you even actuallying about?
Actually, it's not a bug. A bug is an insect. This is actually an error in the game.
No, wait. The MMO client? What MMO client? What are you talking about? You're giving partial information and trying to rewrite what the word bug means, dude. What are you talking about? No one understands you. Shit is weird, dude.
It's very clearly a client authentication error.
Are you talking about the video game going down on that server? You talking about that server going down? Like, what are you talking about?
Redditors, they're neither. Redditors actually are their own group that don't deserve to get lumped in with cats, dogs, bugs, or water. When you're in Redditor brain mode, that's when you become a Redditor. As long as you stay out of Redditor brain mode, you're okay. Just remember that you're a real person individually and that you don't have to upvote things because they're the highest voted comment.
You're talking in incomplete thoughts and things that make absolutely no sense to anybody else. At all. And you're trying to rewrite what the word bug means, which is also not correct.
Whereas in my chat, we're playing a game called Redditor Vegetable or Mineral.
Ow. Oh my shit. Oop.
Adrian Brown, the side note there.
What I'm saying? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put you in
I would
timeout for
say
10 minutes
that
until you can form a coherent
the new
thought.
album is
Then
a
you can come
very
back and you can write an entire
different-
sentence, meaning what you're trying to say. rather
Very
than
different
tiny
feel of
little
Linkin
snippets
Park.
that don't make any sense to anyone else.
Still got all the core bones there, but you have to look at it as old Linkin Park and new Linkin Park in my mind. Old Linkin Park, the classic, the Chester, like the way, the emotion in all of it. Whereas the new Linkin Park songs are very, very good. There are some very, very good, there's some very good music in there. But I would be really clear that it doesn't feel like old Linkin Park. It doesn't have the same level of emotion in it for me, other than it still has that angst, that anger, that tension in it, but it doesn't have the... I mean, look, if we compare this to... If I do this and I put on...
Did that guy not die from that? Oh my god.
If I put this song on next, like the
Completed
emotion
Kill
in
Masquerade.
this song
Alright,
from
this is
old
finished.
Linkin Park is
Jesus.
fundamentally different. Like, you listen to the emotion that is in this song, and I'll mute Thor so that you guys can listen to it like quietly. But like the emotion in this and the emotion in new Linkin Park is fundamentally different. The slave. On new magic stuff. That's a shame, because some of the magic art that was made by artists is really good. Yeah. So we are quicker, quicker. Who cares if one more light goes out? Well, like you can't tell me that these emotions, sorry, I just hit my mic, are conveyed in new Linkin Park songs the way, yeah, the way that new stuff is. Like, this is Hybrid Theory for me. Meteor is more well known. This is Linkin Park's last album while Chester was still alive, still with us. See, it doesn't mean it's in there. They say, who cares if one more light goes out in the sky? Yeah, you can't tell me that. Well, you can tell me. I'm not sure I would believe yet that new Linkin Park can pull off something with this level of emotional magnitude without Chester, and that's why I will always still, till I'm proved wrong, which could happen. I mean, you know, very likely. I will still separate old Linkin Park and new Linkin Park, because I think that there is a fundamental different feel in the way they do their music. And that's just me. Everyone is free to make their own decision. The different, like, people are allowed to have different feelings about different things. Like, I personally believe that, you know, the art of an artist is irrelevant to what the artist believes and what they think and do. I think you can enjoy the work of a number of artists and not agree with what they believe or what they do. It's very, very functionally different. I think that that's my personal view on it. And I know that people feel differently. And that's completely okay. But I would say that, you know, if you don't like new Linkin Park because you don't like something about the singer, that's also your choice. It's the way you are free to enjoy music. No, Shub, I think the real big example of this for me when I was a teenager, I say teenager, like early 20s. Oh god, it was Yeah. So a really good example is Lost Prophets, if anyone ever heard of them. The other people in the band had heard reports when they were reported that they didn't want to believe them, so they put them to one side, and then it all kind of came out from nowhere for them. And so, but you can still separate the music they created, in my opinion, from what that guy did, and that was wild. I don't listen to them anymore because I've grown out of their music, but when I was younger, I separated what happened with them with music, because I don't care. I don't care about TV stars outside of what they do most of the time. I don't care about a bunch of stuff like the music and the art they create. I mean, look at how many classical artists have atrocious personal views, and yet they're still viewed as multi-million pound, you know, paintings, pieces of art, all kinds of stuff. You mean me? The cool guy with roots? That's obviously me. What they're talking about. Must be. Yep. This is what I mean. Like, if you are the kind of person who can separate art from the artist, then fantastic. But not everyone can. So, you know. Your final base location, W Eagle, I would probably say up here is really good. You have entrances to the north at the 12 o'clock position on the overmap, and the 1 o'clock position. Sorry, the 11 o'clock position on the overmap. Up here is high-level enemies. You've got good access to aluminium, to basalt. These are very, very good. Exactly, Elclaw. It's very, very different. I have no problem with anyone who can't separate them. I have no problem with people who can. So anyway, to finish what we're talking about Lost Prophets, that's why when the Lost Prophets singers and the people who were left, like the people who were still in the band, made a new band, they called it No Devotion, I listened to that music, because that music was actually very, very good. And it's separate from the person who had obviously done something honestly unspeakable, like disgustingly unspeakable. But it's very different. Those people were completely innocent of that. Yep. And sometimes, Kelso, it's the complete opposite. Sometimes the trauma that people have been through means that people can separate very easily. And it's different for everyone. That's what I'm saying. So just because your friend can separate and you can't doesn't mean you're any worse, doesn't mean you're any better. That's just how people are. We are all hardwired fundamentally differently. That's what we have to try and remember. Evanescence, We're the Fallen, yeah. Rollerbert, that's a really good way of looking at it. Just because you can't doesn't mean other people can't. As long as people recognize that, that's all we ask here, you know? I know that some people will not be able to separate it, and I don't ask them to. You know, if someone really complained about a song in chat because of something that the singer had done or something in it, we will have a conversation about it. And if they are suitably bothered, people, you know, we have a meaningful engagement on it, and we have a chat back and forth, and people don't like something, we will change it. That's how this works. I will listen to everybody's feedback, and I don't think that anyone's feedback is without merit at all. There was a guy who we actioned for saying unspeakable things inside the game, and some of the mods who have read the ticket from the Dune Discord will agree that I was more than patient with this user, listening to his viewpoints, making sure that, you know, he was being given a fair trial and a fair way of kind of speaking out about what he disagreed with. He kept being a dick. But I will always listen to someone out, because ultimately, you know, people don't have these feelings and these viewpoints for no reason. But just because I don't agree doesn't mean that their position is wrong or invalid. It means I need to listen to it to understand it better. But when you cross a line for saying things like, I hope you wake up every morning, you know, and you know, step on Lego, or, you know, you're not suited to moderate a community of this size, at that point you're just being petty and silly. So that's when you start making it personal, which is different. That person was extra mad, by the way. It was very funny. Well, even if I did identify an individual, I would have apologized to them if I'd been given the opportunity and you'd given me a warning before wiping my stuff. Oh, Mango, have you seen the legendary crash out? Wait, you're not a mod, so someone would have told you about it. Probably me. I think I was venting about it in voice comms. I just hate how entitled people get about, I've spent 150 hours on your servers, you should have given me a heads up before you wiped my progress. You shouldn't have identified an individual and bullied them. It's that simple. Yeah. Any gentlemen how to repair a scout on the engine without telling you, hold on to it. Shorting, have you by any chance got the Harkonnen or Atreides skin on your Thopter? The dude just didn't agree with with our server rules or with Funcom's terms of service being written the way it was, and decided that his interpretation of those things was the important thing, not our interpretation of it. There you go. Who said this? I was unreasonably considerate in hearing him out.
What cost, Carlos?
At what cost? Yeah, indeed.
Jesus. Okay,
So, here's an example.
another 5% durability loss.
If I want to
reduction.
repair on this,
Fine enough.
it's actually quite easy to get to all of them. This is the default SWAT
But now that I
default
know that I'm
skin.
missing
I can
skill
get to
points,
the engine, repaired.
It's
Get to the generator, repaired.
great.
I think that the best bit is that you don't know if you're missing skill points or not, and you probably won't until you get to level 200. Like, you're level 200. So, like, oh.
I'm not a fan of this.
No.
I'm not a fan of this.
Yeah. There's not enough data to be able to test on yet, which is my problem with it.
I really don't like the trooper trainer, by the way.
No, she's awful.
She's TMI and drugs.
Yes.
It's like all she is. I don't need to know. Talk to her again before you leave? Oh. Do I have to?
So it's a lot harder to do the changes once you're in the Harkonnen variant, for example. Although...
It's one single skill point? Yeah, but it sets up my build to not work. So... over here. Yeah. There we go. I was actually thinking about swapping to Trooper eventually. I saw what Tix is doing and it's freaking awesome looking.
Is Tix
It's
doing
actually pretty
a
sick.
heavy trooper build? Well, I think last
Yeah.
time I saw... Yeah, okay, yeah.
Heavy Trooper build is pretty neat. And it's like bombs and
Look.
machine gun and flamethrower and all that.
I have no problem with people making comments about PvP about being like, oh, Harkonnen's parallel park in the shower, you know, or, you know, Atreides nuts. It's all fine, but when you start going after an individual player, in this case, one of the people who's been helping out on stream, being like, oh, you know, you're going to go and lick Thor's rear end anymore, blah, 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 you know, or, you know, Thor says jump, you say how high.
Yeah, patch dev.
You're
can say
identifying
that,
an
but what you need to
individual,
understand
like an
is when you're
individual,
communicating with
and mistreating them. I have a zero tolerance policy for you identifying individuals, hunting them down in game specifically with the intent of interacting with them, and then treating them like shit. That is bullying. All that is bullying. And making your guild feel like it's okay is completely inappropriate as far as I'm concerned. Absolutely zero tolerance for it. Zero tolerance for bullying and getting your guild to join in. Disgraceful behavior. As a British person, we know what banter is. Like, trust me, we know where the line is. We do it with our friends all the time. And as a moderator, I know where that line is, where it becomes a problem. This person was not laughing along. It wasn't banter. It was abuse. It was targeted abuse, and it was reported to us by 6 individual tickets and 2 private DMs that I had when I was trying to have some time away from my computer. So yeah, you're going to get banned for that. Exactly, and it comes under harassment in Funcom's terms of service. I've got the clause. I've got chapter and verse now from Funcom's conduct rules, so this never happens again. Because if it happens again, I'm just going to immediately post that and be like, yeah, okay, you're getting banned, and there won't be an account wipe. It will just be a ban. If you're going to bully other players, that's it. I'm not having it. You might be able to get away with that in other communities, but as far as I'm concerned, that's not the way that we do our community here. And no community that I am running, I told Thor what I was going to do. I was like, look, I know that you might not like this. You might not necessarily agree. You might want a bit more of a soft touch approach. But I'm running these servers, and my view on this is simple. That I'm going to wipe both of their progresses as a first warning. Oh, so yeah, when you go from the deep desert back to the main one to Harco Village, when you move around lots of maps, there is a problem. It seems when the map suddenly becomes really, really laggy. Well, exactly, yeah. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. And I'll be honest with you, I've been really impressed by the rest of this player's guild, who he was like, oh, me and my guild, blah, 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 you know, we're gonna leave. I can't believe you treat people like this. Nah. The remaining members of the guild have been super, like, you know what, we weren't, you know, the one person who was involved was like, I'm sorry, I said one thing. You know, it was reported, I've done something wrong. I'm sorry, they self-reported. And if you self-report, fine. I have a lot of respect for someone who will self-report rather than make me do the investigation work. So I know it's harsh. Like to lose 150 hours of your progress in a game is harsh. Yeah, for sure. But like, I don't believe that you deserve a non-harsh treatment if you're going to go out individually bullying someone. Like, get fucked. If both those collectibles are showing that it's one of two, I would run both again and see if you can re-find the intel. Because I've run bases that have said intel 1 for 1, and I found like 5 intel, 10 intel by doing it in the Vermilius Gap and in the south areas in Hargo Basin South. So I don't know if it's like some kind of the server's lost track that you've already reclaimed that intel and it's respawned it for you. But again, I
feel
can't.
like I've done that in the deep desert though.
Yeah, I've
Like,
definitely done that with research labs, 100%.
That seems really weird.
But again, it's not consistent enough that I can pin anything down to make a firm bug report on it. Those must be the worst kind of bugs to deal with as a developer, I think, where like you can't pin it down.
Intermittent issues. Yeah.
Yeah. So if I'm having issues reporting it, they must be having issues finding it or even getting reports on it. But half time, I don't know if it's just me being a crackhead. Like, you've imagined that extra skill point, Kronos. Okay. I'd believe that.
The fact that either side can get the other's colors watches is a massive W. I agree. I like it a lot.
Here is another thing that I'm not the most happy with. If you have completed all the quests and you kind of just look at the bottom of your inventory, I've got Imperial Testing Station records, Memetic Film, Testing Station records, ICSI Indicode. Like, I don't know whether I should get rid of them, because I don't actually know if they're being kept for a reason by the game or.
Look at mine.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, they don't take up any space. They add their own slots for it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, so they're basically just being ignored at the bottom of my inventory at this point. So why not have like a quest items tab on your backpack? You can just click the word backpack at the top and choose quest items.
Well, the way it used to work is they used to take up an inventory slot.
Yes,
so.
that's true. It's better than it was.
Yeah. You destroy the ones you can. I don't see any reason to. Like, they don't actually take up inventory slots. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I'm also concerned that they are being kept by the game for a reason in there. Like, they might be useful in the future for something.
Yep, could be.
I was talking to my chat about the people that we had to action for being basically for bullying and harassment inside the game. One of them has been absolutely great, apologized to not only us as server managers, but also the person who was involved. The other one went the complete opposite direction, went off the deep end about how it was unreasonable that they weren't given a talking to a warning before the account wipe. And I'm like, that's not how account wipes work, but we don't warn you so that you can pass your stuff away to someone else so that it can be held for you. What? And then he proceeded just to crash out even harder by disagreeing with our server rules, Funcom's terms of service, and everything in between.
Unsurprising.
Yeah. I really love that.
If it's an extra item, you can delete them. I don't want to. They're quest items, and they don't take up an inventory slot. There's no reason to get rid of it.
The dichotomy of the band.
Yep. Someone called avoided. Yeah, so we've been deleting people's characters off the server when they're breaking terms of service. People are cheating the game or using slurs, things like that in the game. Some people don't know how to do PvP without like resorting to racial slurs. They get banned. But there's no banning on these servers, so we delete their character progress instead. Yeah.
Because the deep desert requires us, Nos. We need to find out. We need the spice.
Idiot behavior. Basics.
What do you mean, can I refer? Well, I don't know whether... I remember where I put the console. I didn't move it. Nope.
So you were saying that there's a chance of getting a lasgun blueprint?
Yeah, the data that's out there says that there's a 1.4% chance of being able to get a lasgun blueprint from the Deep Desert A-band.
Do we know if there's a higher chance in the deeper desert?
We don't know that for certain, no.
That's pretty bad. Is it only out of intel facilities, or is that out of down ships? Like,
I believe it's out of research stations, but it could be out of the down ships as well.
Las's gonna be sweet. I have one. I got it from a quest. It's right here.
Actually, I know someone who I can ask.
Yeah, I'd be interested because you can't repair the lasgun because we don't have the blueprint. So you just have it, you know?
I definitely didn't just ask someone, where did you find the lasgun BPC?
Nice Eve, dude.
They're dropping the Rex in the Deep Desert part as well. So, yeah, I'd be surprised they weren't in the Rex.
That makes sense. So maybe not the intel stations then. Maybe the intel stations, though. Never know. How long are the server restarts? They don't last very long. They're very fast.
Ugh. I hate the not possible to place vehicle thing with the normal copter. Like, just give me a wire model so I can see where the problem is for my placement.
Yeah. What is that? Knight Rider Sandbike MK5. Worthless. What sword am I using? I am using the Corette Viper. It's quite a good one. I like it a lot.
Honestly, personally, I'm still using my illegally smuggled rapier from the first week that Landsrad was won by Atreides.
Oh, you stole it from the Atreides. That whole thing.
I purchased it from an Atreides at cost, yes.
Uh-huh. So what I've been doing is I've been collecting all of our Solari, like as much as I possibly can, so that when next week comes around, I can transfer Solari over in or like I can transfer all the Solari into whatever tools we win, because we win this week.
Yep.
Didn't know I was into MMOs. That's like basically all I play, man. Yeah.
Just a little bit into MMOs, right?
Yeah. Which quest gives you a lasgun? You have to turn in a Mark 6 cut array.
I don't know why that. To be honest with you, I think that quest should give the lasgun and the blueprint unlock as well.
Yeah, it's really weird. I think it should just give a blueprint.
Yeah. Well, maybe the blueprint and like the melange for it, maybe.
How much does it even cost melange-wise?
I mean, the fact that you've spent 50 melange on the cut array normally is the big one.
Yep.
Because
Did you guys work out where your melange went, by the way?
No, I couldn't be fucked to do the work, to be honest with you. We're just changing the way that we manage melange now.
All right.
I'm just done
Well,
with
that
it.
sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no log system like who took what from where. So at this point, it's just a bit like, okay, well, rather if I go around interrogating everyone, I might be able to find it, but I'm just gonna piss people off, and it's gonna make me feel like shit. So I was like, you know what? We'll just call it a write-off and manage our melange better in future.
Sounds fair. Yeah, I'd want to know, because
Yep.
me getting blamed for it was kind of lame.
I think it's just that
Stupid
people
as shit.
saw that you'd made a bunch of stuff and wondered if that's where it had gone, versus
No.
saying it was guaranteed. Oh, it was
No, it's- Yeah. Dumb.
people just want to account for it. It's all right.
There we go.
One of those things.
Oh, god damn it, this door. Yeah, always blame the streamer, exactly. I refuse to reveal myself. You gonna walk through this? Ah, shit. Okay, are we these guys who just walk through these doors suddenly?
Yeah,
Okay.
they have the identification band by default, apparently.
They didn't used to.
Oh, I've always had it happen. NPCs just ignoring the
annoying.
shield.
Yeah.
Awful.
What? What do you mean? Are you kidding me? Okay. That went through his body in the first one. That went through his body in the first one. Like 100% that went through him.
Did he have a shield up?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm using the damn thing. The little mosquito.
The Assault
It
Seeker?
goes through shields. It doesn't
My
care,
understanding
yeah.
is that it moves at enough speed that it is stopped by a shield.
No, it went through his body. And did nothing.
Ramanosaurus, hey, can you walk me through kind of what happened?
He just blew himself up. Nice.
If it was you were crossing like a deep desert server boundary. Okay, yeah, if you could open a ticket in the June Discord, exclamation point June Discord, and copy the log out of, it's in %app data, local June sandbox logs,
Now what we get?
if I recall correctly. I need to make a command for that,
Shenanigans,
actually.
that's nice. Another flamethrower blueprint. Feels good. Does Helldivers 2 feel any different now since launch? Oh yeah, Helldivers 2 is in a really good spot, gameplay-wise.
Yes, chat, Nos did indeed watch Mrs. Doubtfire as the contract was written.
The reason to have a shield up at all time? This area is PvP enabled.
So she's now been truly blessed off the back of your subscription, your YouTube subbing. So thank you, chat, you did good. You did enjoy it, yeah. Great. There you go, Nos is in chat. What a legend. For those of you who don't know, Nos is our main contact at Humane World. She's absolutely awesome. She's a goblin just like you guys, and
This
know,
dude is leaping all over
he's a
the
VIP
place.
here.
All right. Let's give that a second. There we go. That one's down. Where's the other one?
You do the cursed diamond.
Tagged him on that.
Mango, you've never had that one. I like to refer to that as the World War II ship identification bag when you get one of those, because it's basically about like using the silhouette to identify what it is that you're looking at. Great.
Got him. That one's dead. Yeah, it goes right through shields, man.
I've had a really mixed experience, and that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because the Assault Seeker works by you dive through them at enough pace to burrow through their skin, right? It's got the spike on the front. Surely a shield stops something
Maybe,
that's moving that fast.
You know what it is? They only show up on my screen in yellow when they're firing. It might be that they drop their shield.
Yes, I think
That
that's
might
what's
be it.
happening.
Okay.
Yeah. So I tried fighting a heavy once that was walking around with their shield on and was unaware of me, and it just completely like the assault seeker just didn't go through anything. Like didn't do anything.
That makes sense.
So yeah, I put that down at the time to that's just the way that I think the shields work. But if it's meant to work through shields, then I have no idea.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say like it's weird because they don't always show up, and I thought it was like a scanner type thing where like it doesn't always display. But you might be right. It might just be it doesn't show them as long as their shield is up.
Yeah, like it only shows green when it's a valid target or something. I don't know. I wish that was kind of better explained.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially because you have to do it as part of the quest. You have to deploy the assault seekers, and you have to do it like at one point it'll teach you to do it in a specific area where you've got to like infiltrate a room with it or something, and it's just it feels weird.
And then you have to use the poison mine right afterwards.
Yes.
Which is even worse.
If you've been in that place to kill that individual that's inside that tower, you've killed everyone that's outside of that area already. So like you can't do any of those abilities on anything. You just have to you just drop the poison mine, let it go off. You're like, ooh.
Yeah, exactly. It's super weird.
Ooh, this poison mine that didn't do anything. Woo.
It's super strange. Hunter Seekers only detect movement. Is that what it is? That's interesting. Well, I got a Shitans. It's not a bad find.
Very nice, yeah.
Bunch of spice-infused or aluminum right now.
I'm sad about how bad flamethrowers are against vehicles.
It's a vehicle, though. It's not... It doesn't light on fire.
Yeah, most things don't work well if you're dousing them and there isn't someone inside of it when you're dousing it with flame.
Okay, fair. As the new gun, Thufir feels amazing.
And
Thufir's Best
also,
is awesome.
yesterday I saw that you were firing the las gun at that person out there. It was you had a very different interaction. When I was firing the las gun at someone, I was hitting them in the side originally. I took out 2 wings, and I was aiming only at the cockpit. I'm wondering if the hull, the underside, which has the armor on it, maybe was doing some kind of extra mitigation that I wasn't getting against the cockpit or the wings.
The difference, I think, this guy was in a Mark 6.
The guy I took was using Mark 6. I don't think he was using a Mark 6 tail or body, but I didn't fire at those. He was Mark 6 speed.
Mark 6. Yeah, this guy was full Mark 6.
Yeah.
He was also at maximum range.
That's I think that does. Wait, is there a damage fall off at range for the las gun?
There is. There's a damage fall off at range for every weapon.
But what?
Yep. Guy. Yeah.
But it's a laser.
It's a laser. I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thought I was having a strong for a moment.
How the hell do you get in this damn thing?
My favorite thing about lightsabers as well. It's like, what do you mean light has range?
It's interesting. What the shit? Okay, dude.
Wow.
Please stop reloading. Jesus Christ. What the living hell was that shit? I got one shot.
Did you get tapped in the head by a sniper?
It wasn't even a sniper. It was a basic ranger.
Wait,
It died to my turret.
did it fire? Was it a drill? It could have been a drill shot. A drill shot hitting you
Wasn't
and
a drill
then
shot.
you firing.
Wasn't a
onto
drill
it.
shot.
Wasn't a drill
Just
shot.
shot me.
Oh.
I just died. Yeah.
Oh. Well, guess we'll just die then.
I got myself up off the ground, but like, what the hell?
Awful.
I really wish opening doors didn't give me salvaged metal.
Yeah, I know. It becomes really irritating. Or put it on the floor. Because you just cut
Just put it on
through
the
it.
floor. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't want it. I do not want it in my inventory. If my inventory's full, just throw it on the floor. It actually deletes mining node stuff too when you do that. If you overmine, like if you mine a mining node and you have like room for one more ore, it'll delete all the rest of the ore that it would have given you instead of putting it on the ground.
Yeah. I mostly use that in the deep desert to basically deny nodes from people.
I don't think that's good though. Like, you shouldn't be able to just like destroy atoms, right?
Sector weather alert.
Where did it
A large
go?
sandstorm is
Deleted.
approaching.
Kronos is toxic. It's confirmed.
Agreed. Yes, I can't be safely consumed by humans.
Insane.
Yeah.
Why didn't I notice other players though? Because he's toxic. That's why.
Because if you go to the areas of the deep desert that have, say, titanium and stravidium nodes on them, people have built a bunch of houses on those islands. It would be rude for me to leave all of those nodes on their front gardens when they're trying to grow such lovely flowers, right?
It's like overfilling a flask, you lose some. No, it's not like that at all. If you drop a rock on the ground, the rock isn't going to evaporate. It doesn't work that way.
I don't know what kind of rocks chat's used to, but I'm a bit concerned.
Barely. If you mine something, the material is still there.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm.
Why are you like this? Is Kronos the PvP one? Nah.
Nah, I'm the rat of the group. I will lie in wait and ambush people and engage in nasty asymmetric warfare when you're not expecting it. Honorable PvP is not in my vocabulary.
And I'm an explorer. I go out and find resources and catalog the dunes.
Yeah, outside of being
and
a
pilot the sandcrawler.
I'm doing a lot of dune dash. That's what I've been doing, just carrying resources around people, helping them out, picking up people who get stuck in their buggies and need a carrier in the deep in the Haga Basin. Not mentioning any names. Winky, Felix, Chillax.
I think you just mentioned a lot of names.
I didn't name any names. I'm not sure what you're talking about. That was AI.
That was AI.
Yeah.
Can't believe Kronos uses AI, guys.
I might be Thor's nightmare fuel, but he's also mine, so it kind of works out. We're both basically each other's nightmares. That's how that works.
Isn't Kronos AI himself? Yes.
You can't prove it.
I bet I could.
Probably. I reckon I could fail the Turing test.
Dude, you need so much XP when you get over level 175.
Yeah, right. I feel like that's because we haven't got all of the contracts and stuff in that we're meant to have yet. As far as I understand it, they're meant to be adding in contracts that you can do for the minor houses, the Landsrad as well. Either to unlock them without paying melange, or maybe just to kind of get to know that faction better, all kinds of things. I think those contracts will help, because you obviously get XP for completing contracts, same as you get for completing journeys.
Yeah.
Although
That makes sense.
there are several journeys that I just can't complete.
Game, are you gonna target the actual enemy? What the hell is going on?
Oh wow, that was...
That was super weird, dude.
The
Like,
rapier
it
does
was just
sometimes do
attacking
that.
Everywhere the
Yeah.
enemy was not. Even though it's supposed to bind to the like closest one.
Yeah, either binds to their sensitive regions, or it just you completely miss. There's very little in between.
Yeah. It's super weird. Is it this?
Your binds to Everest, not a problem. A sleep paralysis chronostuck. No, I haven't had
Oh,
sleep
you know what it
paralysis for a
was?
long time though.
If you go back, you'll see that my reticle was directly over my character instead of over my right shoulder. It didn't go to the left side. It didn't go to the right side. It was in the middle.
Okay.
Until I switched to a ranged weapon and switched back out. It was definitely a bug. You can't fight over dead bodies. It's annoying. Yeah, in melee, it's super annoying. I don't know why. I think it's because it's trying to attach to the melee weapon as if you were using a bloodsucker. Lol. Scared that guy. Oh, it's so funny. You can respec every 48 hours. Yeah. Except this.
Yeah.
They
you
left
can
a token in place for timing when you're doing it in the deep desert, which means there is no timer for respecking. Neat. Yeah, you can literally just respec any time because of that.
Sorry, chat, I'm trying to find a video for somebody.
Excuse me, game? Swap to my goddamn weapon. There we go. That one's dead.
MP4s.
That's interesting. When you're holding a two-handed cut array and you bandage yourself, you don't actually do the bandage animation, but it makes the sound and heals you.
I've lost the clip of Thor finding when I put shulker boxes in his base, and he called me Kronos with the audible "ya bite" emote. Very funny. I'll have to take that out sometime.
Enough of that.
Ramen, as far as I know, it's intermittent. I am just personally not willing to risk it. Let me go to the ticket that you've opened. Find in.
Oop.
Where is that? Search.
I think he hit it with a melee. Yeah, he meleeed it. Nice. Syndicate Impaler. Black and white drone mode is using the Hunter Seeker, yeah. It's quite cool. I don't know if I'm sold on it quite yet, although it is very neat.
It's Larry. Thank you very much for the 2 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock. Whoops. I need a red rubber duck VTuber model just to mess with. Thought very tempting. What are these ceiling tiles? These are the, I believe they're called Caladan Palace tiles in the Atreides set. Yes, Caladan Palace ceilings. Oh. Make sure you stretch check.
I love entering one of these deep desert bases, Kronos, and just seeing a whole bunch of like respawn beacons right at the front door.
Yes. Yeah. It's a weird one.
Like they're everywhere. Look at these.
Yes.
All of the damn places.
I feel like they should
Like they're all
despawn after
over
a certain amount of time or be hidden from other players or because I don't even think we can destroy them in these locations. So like,
No, we can't.
I know that they can get in the way of doing certain abilities. Like if you can actually kind of like make a small wall out of them, they can actually impede your footing, but like the same way that bodies do.
Do they really?
I've seen people
There's-
in clips struggling to like get through little walls of them.
There's so many things in this game that have has collision, but there's no reason for them to have collision. Like a shitload of objects have collision.
Yeah.
Like my turret shouldn't have collision.
Yes.
Like, why do I get stuck on my own turret? Why?
Because you love the turret so much. Want to stick with it.
Should have collision on creation? No, it shouldn't. There shouldn't be any collision at all. There's no reason for that. Like, you get stuck inside of your own turret and you can't move. Even dodging doesn't work.
Have you practiced getting an enemy stuck inside your turret yet?
Yes.
it's good
That
fun.
also works.
Yeah, I do it with
just
melee
skip.
enemies sometimes.
Gotta wait on these ads.
Your turret's under a roll, it's 6 to my wrist and you can't shoot. Yeah, exactly. Becomes an issue, doesn't it? Would I consider that the Lands Road is the PvE endgame content? No, the thing is, while the deep desert is a PvP area, it doesn't require PvP involvement. If you are in if you're in the deep desert, there's a lot of things you can do to manage that. No, it doesn't, Max T. I'll make it even easier for you. There's more things you need. If you're going to do that, then you need to do other things. So, sorry, what I was saying was, yeah, if you're in the deep desert, right, and you have to go out there to get tier 6. It's part of the game's progression, right? Okay, well, in that case, yeah, that's a different thing. That the percentage won't work then for anyone. So there's other things to do. Give me a second, I'm flying.
Dude, I think I'm gonna die on this hill. I don't think that you should be able to build in the deep desert in the PvE zone. I really don't. I don't think that's good for the game at all. You disagree? You get 50% reduced resources to build there, and there's absolutely no risk.
I think that you should not have the reduced resource cost to build in that part of the deep desert, and I think that you should have increased fuel and generator shortages, and there should be other negatives for it. I do think that you need to have something there to allow players to kind of have an operations point, particularly for solo groups, that they'll need something to basically act as an intermediary point, but there should be a balance to it. I think currently it's just there's no counterplay to it. There's nothing you can do about it.
The problem right now is that they're having their cake and eating it too.
Yes.
They have 50% reduced resource costs, and they're under no threat of PvP intervention.
Yes, exactly.
It's not good for the game.
There needs to be some counterplay, I think, to it, whether that's increased costing or anything like that. But currently, yeah, it's too good. Everyone is doing it.
Yep. There's no point to build in the deep desert, which means there's no food for PvPers.
Yep.
Yep. This is your server, make that a rule. That's not really how the game works.
Also, that's...
Yeah.
I don't like telling players how to play the game. Like, that's not...
I'd rather the game be balanced around...
Yeah, exactly.
More valid gameplay, which this is not good for the video game, as it is.
Yeah, I think it's a balance issue with the building, the ability to build there, that rather than we should force players not to build there kind of thing. The reason I fundamentally disagree with getting rid of the deep desert PvE zone, though, which is some people have suggested, is because you'll just have people sitting. I know you haven't, but people in chat have been, and like, the people will just sit there in the deep desert in those choke points and just rip everyone apart as they get in, because it's just going to be like gate camps where an Eve.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to get rid of that. I just don't think that you should be able to build with the 50% reduction in the PvE zone. Like, the whole point of the 50% reduction is that you're supposed to be incentivizing risky gameplay.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no risky gameplay if they can't be, like, attacked.
Yes. I think the reason that you do need to have a base is because of the restrictions on the game, and that you can't travel across the gap between the deep desert and Haga Basin with a carrier carrying a sandcrawler. You have to dismantle the sandcrawler first. So I think you need to be able to have some way of having like basically a build spot where you can do something with it. But like you say, there needs to be a trade-off. There needs to be a counterpoint to it.
This is awful to pilot.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like slidey, and also it takes your shield off of your character when you do it.
Yes, I don't like it.
I don't think I'm gonna use it anymore.
No. Other than that, I think there's a quest for deploy assault seekers and stuff like that. Sometimes I've used some of those abilities, so I just don't find them that fun and compelling.
No. It just feels really bad because, like, it's hard to pilot. It's slippery feeling. You have to land it perfectly. Visibility is kind of shit. Yes. And then on top of it, your character is 100% vulnerable while it's going on.
Yes. And like I said, when you compare it to other abilities that are just infinite, like the Mentat turret, for example, so much better than the one-off assault seeker that you send, you can kill a couple of people with it. Like the turret you just put down and you forget about it.
No, not a couple of people. You can kill one person. If you land it.
If you land it, yeah.
And it is expensive.
And you can't do it midway through combat because it's not like a drop and forget thing. It just doesn't feel good to me.
It's good for heavies, I guess.
Even then, like, with a heavy, you just get close and close. Like with the Shigawire Claw, you just stun them for a second, get up close, and then you slow blade them. Like, done.
Like, that worked. That was cool. But I can just snipe it.
Yeah.
And my shield is gone as long as I'm in that form.
Which doesn't make any sense.
No. Why would it deactivate my shield?
Yes, Demnar, that's something that we've commented on already. Like, it's ridiculous to get 47 points for a gun part and 6 for Spice Melange. Just like, what?
Very strong.
I think that should be like 60 or 600 for Spice Melange, given how expensive Melange is.
Because it does 18 damage per tick, and then like you can fire it on a group of enemies, which is huge in a lot of areas. The Hunter Seeker, like, realistically, you're never going to use it. Like, you're just not. It's a minute-long cooldown that makes you die in one hit if someone finds you. Not worth it. PvP gank, they can see it. It's a floating blue object. It's very obvious.
Exactly, Denmark. There are balancing issues very much baked in there.
I have trouble landing it on NPCs because it's so slippery. Landing that on a person, there's no way. It's really damn fast, though? No, it's not. It's incredibly slow. Yeah, it's not. It's not fast at all. When it's attacking, it does like a dash, but you can only do that like twice. And people can shoot it. I had an NPC melee it to death earlier. Yeah, I just wouldn't use it. They should be smaller? Dude, I'm gonna be real with you. I'd rather not pilot it, personally. I'd rather launch it. Yeah, it's a meme skill.
There we go. Command's been updated, so it makes it even easier for everyone. If you use exclamation point logs, you should be able to get to the command. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a lot of chat and discussion in my chat, though I'm sure you are as well, about the comments being like the land rad's meant to be the PvP endgame stuff. Not sure if you've had this conversation. It doesn't feel like at the moment when you've got things like 6 Spice Melange as the turn in, or, you know, you get 404 points for a Mark 6 rad suit, but at 420 for a Mark 5. There's some real strangeness in there.
It's even weirder because apparently we're getting a 20% bonus on our points right now because we lost last week, but that's not displayed anywhere
So it just...
at all.
So do we know if it's actually being applied? Because as far as I know...
I know that I was supposed to get 6 points per turn in on something the other day, and I was getting 8.05 instead. So...
I was meant to be getting... I think something like... I was meant to be getting like 47 for when I had in some gun parts, and I was getting like 50 round. It was really odd. That's,
Yeah.
that's definitely not 20%.
It's definitely not 20%, and it seems to be inconsistently applied for each item.
Yeah, I don't
For
like
each
that.
Lands Red objective.
Not a fan.
Nah, something's weird. I do think the Lands Red is cool because it allows, you know, the devs to get certain items out of the economy, which is like super important for the longevity of a game like this.
I'll be honest, I would like if we as server owners could, like, if I could move into, like, if anyone's played DayZ, like, there's like a god mode in there where you play as like Zeus. I would love to just switch to just creating content with other people, like creating events out in the deep desert, doing that instead. Much more fun for me. The kind of thing I did in DayZ for a long time, arranging events and doing cool stuff. Like, so I'd like to be able to set what the lands rad is as the server and be like, hey, you know, this week we're gonna have a lands rad, and we're gonna make it so that it's, you know, you have to hand in Stravidian mass, which means you're forcing people out into deep desert to take part, and we can then scale
You know what I
that
want?
to how busy our servers are. What would you like?
I want to be able to create contracts on the contract board. I'd
Yes.
be like, hey, bring me Plastinium and you get this reward.
Yep. I would like to be able to use XP as a resource for that, though, if we're going to do that. So you can give, you give up 100 of your XP, for example, and give it to another player.
I don't agree with
Cap
that
it at
one.
that. I think that would be, because contracts give you XP by default. I don't want it to create it from nowhere. I think that
It
that
would
should be
create
something
XP
first.
if we give you a person reward.
Well, I mean,
Monetary-wise.
you currently get XP for completing contracts. I think it's a flat rate for them.
Yeah, those are
You-
NPC ones though.
You'd have to call
I
them
meant
something
more
else.
as like a market board.
Yeah,
know what
like,
I mean?
well,
like you could generate
I mean,
quests and
the
those
market
quests
is
can
in a
give-
sad state. The Chome Exchange, no one is using it.
Nobody uses it. That's because it's in an armpit. And
It's in an
also not very
armpit.
good.
You can't utilize your vehicle inventory when you're interacting with it, and you have to access it by flying to Harker, which means you either have to fly there and North Doctor and back, and then take it all out manually from inventory. And you can't. You have to fly back to say Harger Basin to interact with your inventory to put more things in, so you can go back. It just doesn't feel good. We need to be able to
really bad.
access the Chome Exchange or something through a base or through the trade posts, I think.
I want to have like a structure that I build inside of my base.
Yes,
to do it.
like a console you have to make, yeah.
Yep.
And maybe, you know, it has to be like outside, so that you know, so it has to have like satellite access because it can't go through shields or something, like for balance reasons. But I think you could do that Chome Exchange a lot better.
No Man's Sky has a perfect example of this. You build it
Horrifying.
on a wall.
Yep.
It is now like an interaction NPC thing for accessing the galactic, you know.
Yep.
Whatever it is, exchange.
Yep. Things like auto-equipping social clothes when you go into a hub, like that. Those kind of things would be nice for RP players as well. Having a separate.
Things like being able to transmog into your social clothes even when you're wearing a still suit.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, things that would support a roleplay community as well would be nice. I would definitely be down for like creating like a June roleplay server for some streamers and stuff for people, and that'd be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Once there are more tools in place and the game's more polished, I reckon it's something that we could do.
It just makes me wonder like what their plan is, you know?
Yeah.
I have no idea right now. The only thing I can see is like this is the stuff that needs to get done, but what do you do?
Yes, chat. Either Only Sans or Wormy fans. One of the two. I haven't quite worked it out yet.
I hate all of this.
That's not one I've heard of. Could it be that the client is just losing track of that character's or that NPC's model or something?
Maybe, but like that's such a weird thing to have that happen. Like the client suddenly stop displaying one unit and then make it so that it's still technically there. I don't know. That's a weird one, man.
Especially because when the body dies, it changes its interactable state. So you'd think that it would then reappear if it was just losing track of the asset. That is really odd.
That's a really weird one, man. Sounds like a sync issue to me. Yeah.
I would report that
makes
on
more sense.
Funcom's Discord server. They've got space for all of that, as far as I understand it.
Yup. So, 'cause it sounds like a syncing issue between the server and client. The client loses track of it. The server is still sending the data, but it's not sending you should be displaying this. The client thinks it shouldn't be displaying it anymore for whatever reason.
Especially if the enemy can still hurt you at that point, because that's actually a remarkably problematic bug if it scales, because you could theoretically just be getting killed by invisible enemies in a loop, trying to recover your body and have no recourse for defending them, like defending yourself. I also agree with chat members saying that the Landsrad doesn't feel good that you can't hand in once it's been completed, because it means that like large guilds are just dominating the Landsrad and no one's able to get the turn-ins and stuff. So if that's meant to be the end game stuff.
62,000 points worth of stuff the other day, and it locked out everybody in our entire faction from being able to turn in for that one to get the rewards. I don't think that's a positive thing either.
I know they've said they're going to switch to a cumulative approach for it, but that doesn't feel good either, because you're still locking people out. So if you, for example, put in 5,000 to House Widros this week, you'd have 5,000 personal contribution next week towards getting their stealth suit swatch, for example. But still that doesn't feel good, because you still have to be able to get in there in the first place to be able to hand stuff in.
No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't like that.
Yeah.
I really don't like that.
So I
Just make
believe
it so that we can turn in infinitely. Like it's an easy solution.
Especially
don't put a cap on it.
Yeah, if the Landrad's meant to be the end game PvE content that they've said in that MA, that's what I would expect them to be doing. I think that's what they've said they're going to do.
That's so weird. No, I just uncap it. Like this is such an easy solution. Don't add extra layers of convolution for the player. Just make it so that I can turn in even when our faction is complete.
Yep.
It's not like a minor house is ever going to be like, sure, don't give me more free stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's not how that works.
Exactly.
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that guy gets to... Yeah. Alright.
They get to sit in the quiet corner for a while and explain the unban requests.
Yeah, you can. You can explain to me what he did wrong in the unban request. Gaming is dead. People are going to be forced to go outside, unfortunately. Man, imagine being in this chat with 7,500 other people watching a video game and making that statement unironically. What is it like, right?
Maybe that person should go and touch some grass and just remind themselves what the outside world feels like.
Accurate. We're all sitting outside? God, I wish. What is that guy using? He's down. What's it like to be a hair shampoo model? Dude, I wish I knew.
I think that kicking off your modeling career is going quite well.
How dare you?
I've received a lot of very positive feedback about your modeling.
You're a goblin.
Everyone says that you look great in it, apart from the grimace, which is very funny.
The grimace?
Yeah.
The grimace.
The grimace, yeah.
Is that like the expression?
Yes, yeah, the kind of the grin that you've got, it looks kind of like you're somewhere between like you're scared to be there but also holding in gas. Like that kind of combination.
Oh, okay, that kind of face.
Yeah,
that's the one I
yeah.
make when I see you. So
Yeah, yeah, true, yeah.
it's
Yeah.
fair. Yeah, it's fair.
Yeah, but also need to fart, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
The expression, dude. I basically just go through and do the entire A band, by the way. And by
Yeah.
the time you go from the left side of the A band to the right side of the A band, you can go back to
The A-band.
Haga Basin
Yeah.
and then start the A band from the left side of it.
Yeah. That's my plan for today, because at least I know that, like, worst case scenario, if I crash going from across the A-band, it'll just hit the shield wall cliffs rather than hitting the despawn limit. Because what I think is and the reason that, you know, I was able to traverse the deep desert without losing my ornithopter before was whenever I would traverse the deep desert and it would be a low height, the ornithopter would land before it reaches that despawn kind of wall once it gets outside of the load range. That's every time I've lost an ornithopter, that seems to be what's happening. It's when I've been higher up and it's drifted beyond the range of my character and basically like despawned itself. But I don't know why that's happening.
Yeah, me either. That's super weird.
Makes me a bit nervous. Like yesterday when you guys were doing that base raid, I was like, oh, I want to come out and join in, but then I was like, wait, I cannot lose another ornithopter. I can't do that to myself.
Was that a Mark 6 one you lost?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Jesus.
Yep.
How are you even affording to build those?
I have a stockpile to replace any item I'm using. It's E-rules again. I'm not flying anything I can't afford to lose. So I can't afford to lose my scout ornithopter now, so I'm not able to fly it out in the deep desert where I might lose it. That simple.
That's fair.
I hate it. I miss the deep desert
Come on,
already.
game. Climb this tiny chest-high wall.
Yeah, if it keeps being a problem, then I'll have to switch to another game, because there's only so much content you can do the deep desert and run the A-band before you're like, you know what, I want to do the deep desert, but I can't trust the bug.
It's Helldivers now.
Yeah. Or Division 2. That's what I was thinking. Division 2 DLC.
Division 2?
Yeah.
You know, I haven't played the DLC yet.
No, neither have I. I'm waiting until we can play it. We'll do it at some point when there's time and it feels right.
I kind of just want to win the line thread. What's the bug? Sometimes when you cross a deep desert boundary, it crashes your client, deletes your vehicle, and then teleports you into quicksand. It's great. They fixed it the other day, and then it got unfixed again. Bug is still alive? Yeah. Would you like a fun one, by the way, Kronos?
Yes, sure.
I should cumulatively, so additively, have 55% reduced sunstroke rate.
Yes.
Doesn't seem to do anything.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's the skill that doesn't do anything, or it's the clothes that don't do anything, or both don't do anything. That's my issue.
Yep. I don't know which one it is either.
There's a bunch of co-op games that we can play, I know, both chats.
Bunch of what games?
Co-op.
Oh, it sounded like you said card game, so I was like, what the hell? There's only one card game, and that's
That is the one true card game. Even poker came from Balatro, did you know that?
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
Balatro came first.
Yeah.
It's the original game.
Yeah.
Let's go gambling.
Yeah. But like, do you know that Balatro actually invented cards?
That's true, actually.
Yeah.
Gwent? No, that's just an offshoot of Balatro.
Yeah. Just reskin Balatro.
Yeah. Shameless ripoff, really.
Yeah. And yeah, you know, chat's right. I've started seeing lots of the cards from Balatro. I've started seeing them in real life, which I think is, you know, a bit questionable when it comes to IP theft. But hey. You walk into a casino and they're just using them openly. Like, shameless behavior, you know?
This is a new and interesting layout.
Luther, are you making a sick pyramid? Because I'm so down for that.
Okay, game, don't lag. Jesus.
Yes, that is entirely true, chat. Ben Bro traveled to the future, played Balatro, and then went back to make Heartbound. That's how that worked. Heartbound? No, Hearthstone. That's how that worked.
Lol.
Starts with the same letters. My brain gets confused.
Right, that's all finished. Nope. This one.
B is coping very well with the heat.
Basically just getting faster
He's
and
currently
faster in these
sleeping on the
rounds,
end of my
on
bed,
these.
and I put the air conditioning unit on in there, so the room's actually only like 18 or 19 Celsius for him, or like 65 Fahrenheit for the Americans.
Although this is going to be the nasty room. Let's see if this works.
Oh, Aquedictus, that's was a nice surprise, isn't it? Getting sent home from work early for reasons that aren't your fault. I love it when that happens.
Yeet.
It's a bit different when if you're sent home from
Are the
work
food
because I don't know
mechanics in
you
this
like
game?
you
You
accidentally
can eat
stabbed a
spiced food,
co-worker
but
with a
really just eat
wok,
water.
or like I don't know you were hiding broccoli in your boss's car. That's a bad reason to get sent home from work early. But a power outage,
And
no one can
I
blame
am
that on.
outta
Well,
here.
they might be able to blame that on you if they find out that you cut the power lines, but that's very different. That is true, yeah, it's only the win if you're salaried. I don't know what you mean. Those are very normal, everyday reasons that someone would get sent home from work.
Back to home. Are there force powers in this game? No. This came out, like, Dune was before Star Wars. By 12 years. So quite a long time. Yeah, Star Wars has spice powers. Dune doesn't have force powers. True. What, Dune is that old? Yeah, Dune was released, I think, in 65. Yeah. Tatooine is literally Arrakis, yes. Bene Gesserit witchcraft is kind of like the Force. I could see that. Star Wars was inspired by Dune, yes. Foundation was before Dune, I believe.
No
Yeah, Star
comment,
Wars has
Gundalf, no
references to
comment.
Dune in it, yes. What do you think a Sarlacc pit is? Right?
Is that command still working so that you guys can see the... Yeah, we go, sweet. Good. Yeah, I can see it in my OBS. So I did get something productive done yesterday, as you can see, chat, so you can now see the song. It currently stays up for 15 seconds. 1-5. It tells you what I am listening to, and only I am listening to, of course. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Just so that you guys know what I'm listening to, you see? The VOD watchers, it just tells you what I'm listening to, why I'm dancing and singing along. That's what that's telling you. I don't know what else you're talking about. What magic is this? So this is, what I've done is I've used StreamBot. StreamBot looks for the command that I've told it to look for, which is exclamation point song. It then enables a source visible in OBS, has a 15-second delay, and then does a... and then it basically hides that same source. So that little widget is running permanently, and it's basically just showing it to you for 15 seconds every time that command is run. There's a cooldown on the command, all kinds of stuff, but that's basically just to keep it working and running. Well, VODwatch can look up what I was listening to at the time when they hear my excellent singing. It also lets you see which part, if you enjoy a particular part of a song. The reason I get the progress bar there was so that people can see the part of the song, and if they want to learn it, get more information, they can do. Hello, it's Fishy. How's it going? Welcome on in. Mango... actually, I don't want to ask any questions. That okay, so I've enabled so I can see the name of people who follow, and I'm not gonna shout. I can't shout everyone out because there's a lot of people to do it. But this one is excellent. Bong Hits for Africa. That is a great name. Good job. I don't know how you managed to get that one, but gold. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, bud. That's a great name, honestly. I love it. Thor's chat smells. And now I get to watch you guys go mad. Win. See? Good job, Jake. Proud of you. I need to set a stream deck command that will paste that command into chat, Jake. How are you all doing? You having fun watching Thor today? I didn't say I didn't. I just said that you guys did. Different. Some vehicle repairs while we wait. The music that plays in Thor's stream, 99% of the time is Heartbound. So it's, yeah, it is, yeah. So you can use the command. Made by Stein Van Wakeren, who is the music wizard who works on Heartbound. Stein is a really awesome dude. They're making a new game themselves. I think you can use exclamation point OST to get the info you need for that one. But yeah, I would 100% recommend, if you like the Heartbound music, Stein Van Wakeren. It's S-T-I-J-N. If you're wondering how that's spelt. But Stein makes wonderful music. They are working on a new game, which hopefully we'll be able to share with chat at some point. And yeah, absolutely love Stein. Got a lot of time for them. We're lucky enough to go and normally we meet up with Stein and others when we're in TwitchCon Rotterdam. Well, TwitchCon in the Netherlands each year, which is really nice to do. We played D&D with them this year. You are very welcome. Thank you, Jake. A couple of people asked me how the circuit systems work inside this game. So if you're inside a crafting kind of bench or you're inside storage, there's a circuit 1 on the left and circuit 1 on the top in the top right corner of your screen. Circuit 1 is input, circuit 2, well, kind of the circuit 1 on the left is input, circuit 1 on the right is output. And you can basically set up circuits around your base of where things will go. Base expansion stakes you can make in fabricators. These require, I think it's 15 steel and 15,000 Solari. Hey chat, if you want to know what the drops look like, you can use exclamation point Thor tradies in the in Thor's chat, or you can just ask me in mine and I'll show you a beautiful image. No, Thopter wings do not have collision hitboxes. That's it's a beautiful command. Thor posed for a long time for that. We took quite a long time to get that to work. No, wings do not have collision hitboxes. It would feel awful, I think, if they were out and about, and they did. So I think they've taken it off for basically the game feel reasons. Yeah, items like wind traps will fill the circuit when the trap is full, as will, like, if you put blood into a blood recycler, that will automatically fill up the wider circuit as well. Touch people, to be honest, if you hang around here for long enough, you'll find that I end up singing along to most things, so like, sooner rather than later probably. Be deeply funny. He looks exceptionally happy, doesn't he? That pained grimace is definitely not half of the fun. Oh no, Thor's back! Yeah. Kitty is asleep on my bed with the air conditioning. It's a very warm day. I didn't pick up the one thing I was wanting to pick up. It's kind of annoying. The thing about having a cat mic would be that, like, you would hear everything in the room, including every time I moved around, etc. Because I need to be capturing all the sound. I don't think I can filter a microphone to only pick up the cat's meow. Because he changes tone quite a lot. Oh, I've been coping with the heat wave the same way I normally do. Just kind of sit here and wait for it to be over. Tiny headset, exact. Maybe that's what he needs. Dude, B won't even wear a collar, let alone a GoPro. He'd cut me. Like, have a G, bitch, and end me. Let's go away. This world light. Oh, but yeah. I would call a heat wave anything where it becomes too hot during the day to take your dog out walking out on the pavement. That's what I would call a heat wave. You wouldn't if you put your hand to the ground and it feels like the floor is burning, which is a good way of testing if your dog can walk on it, by the way, chat, if you didn't already know. Then I would call that a heat wave. Oh, actually, let's see how much water we have left in the base. We've got a lot of water left, so what we'll do is we'll actually put that flower sand back. Oh, yeah. Like, Bailey will... If you try putting a collar on Bailey, it will be gone within half an hour. He will just take it off.
Do you know how this ability works, dude?
Which one?
'Cause you
Trauma
were playing with-
recovery.
Yeah, people are saying this only happens when you get downed. Because that's catastrophic damage. Because we don't have a healing limit normally. You don't heal.
Your healing limit is, you know how when you've gone down to like 10% health, it will slowly regen you to like 25%.
Yeah.
Mine's regenning me to like 60% health.
So if you get low HP, this works.
Yes.
Does recovery do that too?
Recovery. I only have... Yes, I believe it is. Yeah, I believe it's the same healing regen limit. Yeah, because I have 130% regen limit from trauma recovery. So 30% additional. And then an additional 15% seems to be coming from recovery, which is why mine's like 65%, or it's like 60% rather than 25%.
Recovery is overheal? I don't think that's true. I think vitality allows you to have overheal. You have max HP.
But people often come in and say, why have I got more health than the base amount that's regen, but not full health? And the answer is because that is where my regen stops.
Makes sense.
I've
I have
only
two
got
extra points.
I've got recovery at level 1, so it's not huge. It's only extra 10% from that.
Yeah, it's multiplicative apparently. When I mouse over these, you can see this. People have done testing on these.
Vitality is an extra health bar. Yes, that's overheal. You'll basically end up a bit like stamina goes 2.5 bars if you've got like sword master all up. That kind of thing.
What I can effectively do if I do my build this way and I get all 200 points is I can get 1 self-healing, 1 vitality, 1 recovery, and 1 trauma recovery.
That's a pretty
And
good
then
way of doing
3
it.
sun tolerance. Yeah, I think it's just an overall you're just healthier.
Yeah.
I got rid of so many abilities under Planetologist, by the way.
Yeah, you had loads of them, didn't
so
you?
many.
I have, to be honest, I'm thinking about getting rid of Mountaineer for the climbing stamina drain. The entire middle chain, I don't actually think I need.
Oh, it's not necessary. But here's the thing: why take Cartographer? Like, it's just not good.
I mean, I don't use anything
I-
inside the middle tree, which I think I'm going to, when next to a respec, I'm going to get rid of Spencer Pad and Mountaineer level 3 that I use.
I might end up getting rid of Stillsuit Seals. Like,
That's
the
what
more
I've
that I
done.
look at this.
Yeah.
Because Stillsuit Seals is really good, but it's also like, does it matter?
To me, it doesn't matter because I carry a decaliter in my Ornithopter on me at all times. I've got 10 liters of water with me all the time.
Yeah.
So I still have my still suit and I can top myself up without it, but like I don't need that extra 15%. It's not really worth it compared to say 4 points. It's just massive.
The thing is I do so much Explo, and what I like to do is I like to hang out and sit around with that still suit bonus.
Yep.
Where like players can't see me, but I can stay there indefinitely. Like
Yeah.
I can sit there in the deep desert for like 10 hours. And you're in equivalency, like you're in equilibrium with your water. Actually, you don't even have to drink from a canteen.
But if you just carry a
seems
decaliter, John, you can just do the same thing. Keep yourself in a cycle.
Yeah, but that's 15 volume though. I get 15 volume back because of this.
Yeah.
Like that passive for me is effectively worth 15 pickup volume, which is interesting.
Yeah, I think if I was doing that, what I would do instead was I would take a blood extractor and, a small blood bag, for example, and then just go and get like a couple of liters of blood every time and just drink that blood while I'm out there waiting.
You have way less armor? My job isn't to have armor. I'm a scout. $55 bonus points from Vitality seems pretty legit.
Oh, it's great. I don't think I have it at level 3, even. Yeah, I have a level 2.
I could do it level 3. Yeah, I could do it level 3. The first level adds 25. The second one only adds 15. And the third one only adds 15. That seems weird.
Yeah. I think it should go
Feels like
45.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe 45, 65 rather than 40, 55. Seems weird.
It's really weird because the first 1 point gives you 25.
Yes.
2 more points only gives you 15. It's diminishing returns on all of this.
Yeah.
It's almost like the game wants you to give like 1 point in a bunch of stuff.
Yes, the game is actively dissuading you from basically specializing.
Specking.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
I
weird.
think it's wrong.
I agree. This is fine. Yeah, like even these, like first point is 15% durability reduction. Second point, which costs 2 skill points, only adds 5%.
Exactly.
It's 1/3 the effectiveness for twice the cost.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it's odd. It's strangely balanced is how I define that.
Yeah. Is respecking free? It's supposed to happen every 2 days, but the thing is if you go to the deep desert and come back, it just resets again, which is weird. It's just a bug. The real question is, do I want trauma recovery 3? Or do I want vitality 3? I guess they work into each other, because trauma recovery is giving you a percentage of your maximum HP, and vitality is giving you flat more HP. Right?
Yeah.
That seems right. drop points out of the net for this. I'll put points out of the net for this. Yeah, going to the deep desert and coming back allows you to respec again. It's a bug.
I believe going to Arakeen and Harko Village does you the same.
Yeah, it's like it's not saving your
Cool
character
down.
state in any possible way. Very weird. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Poison Capsule. I just find it to be really good because we don't have very many AoE abilities, you know?
That's the one you charge up and fire, isn't it?
Yeah, and it does 18 damage per tick. And it takes a lot. Like, it rips enemies apart. Alternatively, I could do Assault Seeker, but that's a lot of work to get into that. Huh. Have you seen the attractor field yet?
Yes.
If you throw that on a vehicle, apparently you can just fire around it and it pulls all the bullets into it.
Yeah, it's...
Missiles and everything. If you can land it.
Yeah, if you can land it in a spot that makes sense to target.
You know what I think is really weird? In order to get underslung agility, you have to take Disruptor or go all the way around.
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense. It's so weird. This does actually increase last gun damage by 15%. And flamethrower damage.
Yeah, I've been looking at it, seeing if I want to spec into it. It's just like... I don't even know if it works. The problem.
For heavy? Oh no, it works.
I've just kind of
Fixes
stopped
some
thinking
fire.
about a lot of the like abilities until I know that they're fixed and working.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of Still Suit Seals. Just want to try it without this.
I
Because
find
there's
that my
hydration capture and there's hydration capture multiplicative.
Yes.
What it doesn't say is that it actually does both. So
Yeah.
it does additive hydration capture 5% per level. And it does multiplicative hydration capture of 5% per level as well. Which is why it's so good. Which is why I was getting more than 100% hydration capture. I'm actually generating water when I do this, which is stupid.
That's silly.
Yeah, I turn it into them as a bug. Because if you wear Fatigue Still Suit, you
You
actually
turn in-
make more water than you spend.
You're looking for these. The Quartermaster is
not
where you hand in your Landsrad
Correct. That's
turn-ins.
definitely bugs.
You also, if you're a trader, you'll have a Quartermaster up here by Helios Gate, I believe. So that's how you start the Landsrad. You go and speak to the Quartermaster at these locations.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Water comes out of thin air, right?
I agree with the overall sentiment though that people are putting, which is like the final ability you're putting into the chain, which is, you know, the 4 skill points or 3 skill points. That should be the one that gives you the biggest bonus.
I mean, it kind of does make sense. No, it doesn't. You can't generate more water than you had.
That's,
Mini wind traps under your armpits. Okay. Yeah.
if you think you can generate water from thin air, Alchemy would like to have a word with you. You've probably got some secrets that they'd very much like.
Yeah, no, one of the bugs that I turned in is heat management here is worthless. You cannot use prescience when you're in a vehicle.
Yeah, you have to leave the vehicle, go prescient.
Prescience and then get back in,
Yeah.
which is not going to happen.
You mean in aerial combat, I'm not going to get out of my vehicle and you know, press Z and then go back in? That sound I can't believe.
Yeah, no, right? Yeah.
I can't believe you have such an unreasonable view of game mechanics, though, that you don't think I'm going to do that.
Insane, right? Insane. Also, the Spice Surveyor doesn't seem to actually do anything.
Yeah.
Not effectively, anyway. It marks spice on your map, but only if you've already seen it.
Yes.
Just like, okay, man. That's not useful at all.
Yeah. You can just remember where the spice was, make a note of it, use any of the like off Funcom apps that track where like big spice fields are, all kinds of stuff. Mad.
Yeah. I think I might keep Still Suit Seals. I'm just thinking of all the stuff that I do with it. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this because like it doesn't make sense.
I would genuinely see how it feels without it. You've got the time to do a respec.
Yeah.
Half the joy of that system is just trying out what works and what doesn't, and if you don't like it, just going back to it if you do think. Because I tried switching out Shigawire Claw and switching to using like a more PvP build, and I found that every single time I was like traveling around, I kept on pressing the same button as I was using for Shigawire Claw to traverse, and I was like, okay, I'm broken, I need to have it back.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't Battlefield, unfortunately. We're not going to jump out of a vehicle, you know, do some kind of neat trick where we plant C4 on someone and then jump back in.
That would be pretty sick, though.
I mean, you can do it if you're, you know, if you're, Ornithop didn't just go immediately into hover, like go into glide mode as soon as you left it and just flew off without you.
Even more headshot damage. Cementat. That's all done. Let's back up. That's all done.
Slave to the Shigawire, indeed.
I think nothing from sword.
Dedicated Ghost Ride the Whip button. Mango. I swear to God.
Conservation of energy is really good, by the way.
Yeah, that's... yeah, that was the first capstone ability I went for. The minus 9% power like usage.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's crazy good. Yeah. Really, really good. Especially when you're using like a las gun or some shit. No stamina passives? I don't need them. Nope.
They are ridiculously good, though.
Yeah, not for my build. Not useful for me.
No, you're not doing much melee. Well, if you're in melee, something's gone wrong, probably.
Generally true. Rating party of 13. Hope you're having a good day. Put this over.
Kill Switch, thank you for subscribing 1 month to tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you.
9% more damage that way. I have 2 more points. Nothing I could use right now.
Parklight, I mean, did you actually manage to find it?
The Sandcrawler yield is the only one. Sandcrawler yield and like all the mechanic stuff, like that's just mandatory. Like I have to have that.
I'll be honest, I don't have a vehicle round 1. Why would
Really?
I? Yeah, I don't drive. I don't use fuel efficient driver. I don't drive anything that's ground based.
Oh no, I have to because the Sandcrawler.
Yeah,
think
and
eats
the
fuel,
buggy.
dude.
But I don't use buggies either
Buggy.
because I'm happy being
How do you
inefficient. If I go to the cliffs where you can't get a buggy, and there's loads of resource nodes, and I just cut them apart with the cutter ray.
You don't use the buggy?
No, I just fly
To
up there.
mine?
Yeah, I prefer flying. It's more fun. But it feels better to be in the Ornithopter. Might be inefficient, but it just feels better to be in the Ornithopter. Enjoy it more. More fun gameplay.
How can you possibly get enough class to build anything like that? That's
Well,
so
Well, I'm not allowed to
wild.
build.
What? Who's doing the mining for you then?
I'm doing the mining, and I just feed the builders.
What? I don't understand. The amount of time it would take to do that would be insane.
So, time how long it takes you to actually do a full buggy run. There's not actually a huge amount of difference in what I can recover in the same timeline. Because I can travel
there
much
definitely is,
faster.
'cause in about 15 minutes, I could do over 1,000 aluminum.
I could get 1,000 ore in 5 minutes.
No, not ore. Aluminum. Like output.
What, including
So I'm
refining
like,
it?
what are you talking about? Yeah, no, in 15 minutes, starting the refinery for 1,000 aluminum ingots. That's usually how long that takes in a buggy.
Yeah. But I can, if I did the same thing in 50 minutes, I can still get a bunch more. But aluminium, yes, but I'm talking about kind of other things. There are other, like, for example, the time it takes to fly to get a huge amount of plastone is, like, nothing. Where my base is located at the moment, anyway.
So here's, you don't have a fob, that's why. If you had a fob out at a location, it'd be way better in buggy.
Oh, yeah.
Way better.
Yeah. But I don't.
That's why I'm so confused. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no
I just
way
fly out
that's
there.
efficient enough.
Yeah. All of my mining I've had to do, like, by myself. So I don't feel comfortable driving a buggy out or making a fob or anything. I'm just not doing it. If we had like a fob where we were going to take a carrier out to go and, you know, we would like I'd drop a buggy, someone to go and mine and take it back. I'd rather do that. Like, imagine taking a Mark 6 cutter buggy out to go and mine plast, for example. The stuff for strontium and titanium. Like, it'd be gold. Great.
That would be pretty good, yeah.
But at the moment, I'm not comfortable taking out carrier again.
The buggy actually does more than double, guys. So one of the things you may not realize is if you go into skills, cut array mining and vehicle mining both count for the buggy. Yep. They're both additive with the buggy.
Yeah, Adrian, I've done the math. It's not as bad as people are immediately jumping to believe. When you count how long it actually takes you to do a run to get to and from the aluminium locations, doesn't make a huge difference when you go between areas. And the fact that people find it so concerning is actually deeply, deeply hilarious. It's like early game.
The bigger buggy boot is pretty clutch early on. There's actually a Mark V one that I do. Check this out. Yeah, bigger buggy boot, Mark V. Gives a size of 2,750. Massive, massive volume.
Your resource efficiency, how long does it take? Honestly, time yourself to do an actual buggy run and see how long it takes. Minute, that's a much better way of doing it too. That's a very fast way of doing it.
Back to having my character the way that I actually want it to be. New tongue twister, bigger buggy boot. Yeah, pretty good. You're able to get skills from multiple classes.
Yeah, so Mango, that is when it's worth it. So that's why when I'm in, I'll do the shale. But to be honest with you, again, like the fuel usage isn't worth 4 skill points. I will be right back. Sorry about that, I'm back. Sorry about that, chat. I saw B going across my lawn and he was limping, and I just wanted to go out and check what was going on, and it turned out he had a little itty
Look at
bitty
this guy.
thorn in his
Now
paw.
back to yours. Now back to this guy.
Exactly, yeah. Perfect. That's what you
I'm on
want, right? There's a quest in RuneScape called One Small Favor that this takes me back to, where you were just doing a chain of small favors for people, and you'd go around the entirety of the map in this big chain, and it kind of feels a bit like you're just going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, so I saw I went AFK very quickly and didn't say anything. I saw Bailey limping across my front garden. I was like, oh no, what's happened? And he had an itty bitty thorn in his paw, so I had to go and just deal with that.
Is he fine now?
Yeah, he's completely fine. He's immediately gone straight to his food bowl and told me it was empty because he could see part of the bottom of the bowl.
That's cats, yeah.
Yeah.
That's basic cat behavior.
Yes, because I fixed his boo-boo, he therefore trusts me enough that he can tell me that his food bowl is empty.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Whoop.
Hello.
It's interesting. Where are the mines?
The mines, the children yearn for them.
Yeah, they're gone.
Yes, 5.5 kilograms skin and bone, perfectly weight cat, yeah. He's just a big bubba.
What?
What? The same noise that my cat makes.
Just popping heads. Yeah, because of the power cost reduction, my shield is disgusting, by the way.
Yeah, it's great. The better thing to think about is the lasgun just uses power. So that's just a flat 9% more lasgun.
True. The lasgun also increases damage based on heavy.
Yes.
So if you're a trooper, it does 15% more damage.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's on my planned skill points, just so I can use the missile launchers and other things more effectively. Because I reckon if you get 3 people who are upgraded, you get 3 people who've got like fully upgraded like heavy trees, and they're using a las gun, I reckon you can just drill straight through a wall.
Oh yeah, no, you totally can already.
Like, 'cause I can by myself, I
I'm
can do it in
watching-
like 3
watching
bursts.
Tix with a machine gun.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
I'm watching Tix with a machine gun right now, and she just rips the walls.
Yep.
Rips through enemies, rips through everything. It's crazy. I can't find the key card. Was the key card back there, Tix? Am I dumb? Yeah, I didn't see it. Yeah, it might be on the other side. Yeah, heavies are really crazy though. Like Trooper turns out to be really good because you get heavy armor.
Paul Mithril Alchemist, the thing I would
You just
recommend is
blast
going into
damage.
here, going to gameplay,
Not
and turning
slow
off
anymore
building
because
rotation mode to
you get the
independent
perk
rotation, so it
underslung or
doesn't
whatever it
turn
is.
with you. That makes it so much easier to place things like in a aligned way. So much better. It's so much easier to use that system. I would 100% they go for it.
Found the key.
Nice.
Nice.
Point.
Yeah, inside of the intel bases, I'm basically just looking for Mark V vehicle repair tools,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
about
one of the main things I pick up. The other thing I've started picking up is Mark V power packs, because you dismantle them and you get the irradiated slag, which is just nice and easy to have around.
it. Oh. Yeah, I just go to Shield for that. But
I do,
That makes
but
sense.
at the moment, because we've recently used a whole bunch of it to turn in for the Lands Rad, I'm just using it basically to resupply our stockpiles.
That makes sense. Is that only from the power packs that drops?
The irradiated slag, it's the only thing I've noticed that if you disassemble it, it gives you the irradiated slag, yeah. And it's only Mark 5s, doesn't give you that from Mark 4.
Keep that in mind.
Hey, glad to hear it.
90% of late game enemies are shielded though.
Artishock.
Nope, Rangers are not. Rangers never have a shield. And I carry a drill shot for the shielded enemies anyway.
Would you guys prefer that I turn Thor's voice off? Because I can do that. I've got a button
You
that
got
will turn
melee,
off
those are
the
shielded.
Discord
Rangers,
sound
those are
input
not
to my
shielded, and
OBS.
heavies,
So I can still hear him, but you guys can't.
Yep, same one
If
I
you want-
got.
if you're doing that, or I can just leave him on.
The compact compactor Mark V is incredible.
Or I could turn him down a little bit. Turn the music
radius
up a little
on it
bit.
is Stupid large.
Okay, I'll keep it up.
If you play as a girl and you're high on spice, does that make you a spice girl? Yes.
Yep.
Accurate.
Yeah, this is the multiple audio channel brain stream, 100%. Catch you later, Kelso. Have a good one. Hope you've enjoyed so far. Head and a body. Kelso, I can understand that. You know, some of those jokes won't land for you. Don't worry. Come back later when you're feeling up to it, bud. There's no worries. Enjoy elsewhere for a little while. We're just chilling here today. Here you go. This is a great Linkin Park song. Old Lincoln. So right, we're now going to divert and potentially do some PvP for a while. Not PvP. You should see when I'm using it. There is more, I mean, there is some of the hummingbird blur is still quite visible, whereas across on Steam, even through OBS, like because of the rate that OBS can capture stuff at, it just looks worse. And then on Twitch, it looks atrocious compared. So yeah, I'm hoping they fix that too. But I think it's more a Twitch bitrate issue rather than anything else. Oh, bother. I've lost something I needed. Oh yeah, to me it looks quite different in-game. I have not thought about what I'll have for lunch / dinner, no. It's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Okay. For me, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'm not particularly fussed by it. Shadow of the... Right, we're gonna go back and grab the medikits that I'm meant to be carrying, and for some reason I'm not. These are not long enough. The question is, where do we put the first aid kits? Not them. Should be a stack of 20 of them somewhere. There it is, top. Silly. You smell something cooking here that someone's made for lunch, making me go, oh, what can you smell? Explain to us what you can smell. Mango's base every single time. I'm gonna get banned on Twitch for it, Mango. Can't believe you. But I don't even want to know how you know that, bud. Thank you, Divine Fox. I appreciate you. Welcome on in today. Hope you're doing well. No, it's Thor's birthday stream. You should go to Thor's stream and say happy birthday. It's not, my birthday's in March. Well, happy birthday. I'm glad that I can be streaming and you can be chilling here on your birthday. He's an onion type smell. Maybe they're making cheeseburgers. Ooh, the yellow card, nice. One second while I eat a snack. Whoop. I need to make it so that button toggles the other one as well. Whoop. That we're older now. Just turn around. So what is everybody out there doing with their Saturday other than chilling, watching chat? What are we doing with the weekends? And Adrian Brown, where is the start of your, like, where's your base located for you to get there in that speed? Just so I know, I'll do this. I'll do a similar test and we can have a look. Writing your book, that's cool. Do you want to tell us about it, Senhalf? That's awesome. Older now. Dune, lots of you playing Dune. Good to hear, good to see. I'm glad you're all enjoying the game still. Going to a show, very cool. What are you going to go see, Manatee Vampire? If your web app, nice, lukewarm. That sounds good. I like the sound of that. FTL before D&D later. That's a good day. Ooh, Queen of Starlight, which is the second book to the Heart of Starlight. Let's go and look up the Heart of Starlight. It's not been published yet, but will be. Okay. I will await it then. Go swim in the cold, that sounds good. One thing that you will learn here is that swimming is, you know, very much positively thought of. Big fan of swimming here. But that's because I'm water. Most people in chat, I think, are either cats and dogs. We've probably got a few bugs out there. But personally, I'm water. Cause my sanity, it ain't worth it. Don't go wasting all of your time. Cause I'm ugly on the inside. An ungodly amount of Warhammer minis to play, but Arrakis keeps you busy. It sounds about right. Been writing books for 15 years, enough. That's awesome. Awesome. Honestly, that's cracking. I love that people get into writing. I've helped, like, I've had several friends who have like wanted to write books, or like, you know, not know how to start, and I'm like, just start putting words on paper and I'll do some editing work for you. I don't care. I love editing friends' books and like helping them out with like how to word things and be like, this is a really good part of the story, but like it might hit better if you do it in this order, like that kind of thing. I love doing. But yeah, if you ever want to talk about your book, you're more than free to chat about it here. I'm very excited for you, to be honest. I look forward to seeing when it is released. Celebrate community wins here. That's what we do. You wore out 2 MC Pro keyboard. That is impressive. Just trolling in Thor's chat quickly. Somebody said Thor is a monster in all caps, and I was like, based. I don't know if Thor's aware that I'm water, but it's not really any of his business. I didn't see if Adrian said where they did their farm from. The strike are great. I like a couple of strike songs. Artie, what do you want your name to be? Because it's kind of like Artishock, but it's Artistic Sock. Artishock? Artichoke. We're going with Artichoke, nice. Artishock, oh nice, okay. I like to try and get people's names right, so if I ever do say your name's wrong, just tell me. And I'll meme on you, and then maybe do it right first time, second time, third time. Oh, you posted where it's up. Alternatively, I can just click on your name and go into your messaging history. It's always fun to do. At the hammer, you drove to the eastern shield wall. To be fair, what, across... You drove up onto the shield wall, mined, and then got back in 17 minutes with enough to make 1,000 ingots. Oh, 1,500 ore, okay. We have ads. What? Okay. I mean, Eastown, that's what somebody who was an Atreides spy would say, right? So you could see how progressed we were. How do I know you're not an Atreides spy? So there are weird things in this. For example, deliver gun parts, 47 points per gun part. Bearing in mind you get gun parts from Vermilius Gap onwards, and then you've got Vice Melange, 6 points. What? Huh? Makes no sense. There's one here which is Radiation Suits Mark 5. Here you go. 424 points. And then Mark 6 is 402 points. Definitively wrong, unfortunately, Majax. Paranoia isn't paranoia when you know that people have previously been stream sniping our Landrad because they've come into chat and admitted it. Like, so the reason there's no website that works the way that you're asking is basically because the Landrad is unique to each server, not to, or sorry, to each world group rather than everything else. Mango, the problem is that in order to know that, you need to be so deeply into the lore that the game hasn't given you that players who aren't really close to it won't understand that. Like, they don't tell you that. There's no obvious reason for it. It just looks wrong to players. You can't make the players go and find information out for, okay, why is this thing not a bug? No. And it's not paranoia when it's, yeah, it's not paranoia when it's been proven that people are doing this. So, like, I've played Eve. If you want to know what paranoia is, go and speak to Eve players. Alright, you big bitch. Okay, apparently LOD issues. Yeah, I got grapes. There was something I'm aiming to find, but I haven't got those yet. Okay, so I'm at the hammer, right? I actually got an empty inventory. That's probably the helpful part to check. I do. Okay, so I'll go up from the hammer, and we're going up on the eastern shield wall, so we're going to set a destination to go up here. This is where you would have to drive. And I'm going to start a timer. But bearing in mind, there's no risk at all to me, because I'm not having to cross the wormy dunes or the quicksand, so there's absolutely no risk here apart from a sandstorm, which is moving away. Oh god, that would be helpful, got grapes, if you're willing to give it. I'd be very appreciative. Do you want anything for it, bud? Whoop. Okay, good. Well, I'll come out to Deep Desert in a little bit, do some trading. Okay, Mango, so where's that information given to the player so that when they are looking at this screen, they know that that's not a weird bug? And also, it's not House Divots at all. It's Akaz and Widrus. So, why is Divots making it make sense for it to be a... Oh, you mean the Spice Melange? Okay. Yeah. Okay, so within 1 minute 20, I'm already here harvesting aluminium. Without any risk, may I add. That's 100. So what I'm limited here by is my inventory because I've overpacked. Let me... Bearing in mind at the moment, this build hasn't even got the cut array fully upgraded, so you can do this even faster very early on once you do. So I just hit 2 minutes 20, and I'm already at 300 aluminium ore. So you see how the speed of the buggy actually gets offset by just good knowledge and efficiency of movement and such. Here you go, another bunch of nodes here. So when people are saying like, oh, you know, the buggy is God, the buggy is king, actually, it's not always. Because the other thing you have to remember is, once someone's gone through the buggy, the respawn is there. You can't just keep doing this, whereas I can just fly to a different area very, very rapidly and redeploy. And yes, it's one of the reasons why I have all these movement abilities. So while it might not be true for you if you're not using, you know, Shigawai Claw and the Bindu Sprint, at the moment, this is true for me. So when people are saying to me, oh, you know, it's really inefficient not to use the buggy, I fundamentally disagree. Here's the maths why. Yes, with a scout, very like different story. You can't necessarily carry it with the 500. Well, actually, I still think even with 500 inventory, you can still carry quite a bit of aluminium. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Down here. That's exactly it. You would just enjoy flying around. That's exactly what I do. Okay, my power pack is broken. This is why I carry spares. So that's 900 and... Oh. What happened there? You lagged out while I pressed E. So we're just shy of 1,000 and we're at the 4 minutes 23 mark. And then the final thing to remember is I don't have a base of operations, right? As a player, I've existed in Luther's base. I live out of Thor's. Well, I was living out of Thor's base until he removed access for everybody yesterday, which is very fucking annoying, but I haven't actually dealt with that yet. So, like, I had to fly to different locations from different locations. I can't have just one base where I'm deploying just to get buggies, just to get aluminium from, necessarily. No, Thor, when he was working on the base, he set it to guild, but he's changed some things to us. He's made new boxes, and you have to set each box individually to be associate or like guild. So when you've made your base guild access only, it won't let you just all the boxes go to guild access already. It will let you do. It'll put them all down as associate. So he's put the access down as guild, but not set everything to associate. I told him, but I think he forgot yesterday because he was dealing with people accusing him of taking stuff or dealing with something in the deep desert or something. I can't remember what he said, but there you go. So we're just shy of 1,500. If I hadn't messed up my inventory at the start, that would have been 1,500. So we'll just call it that one. I mean, you know, go on the way back. I'll just grab another one. Fine. Don't want to shortchange people. Okay, so we are well over 1,500. So we're there you go, 1574. And then if I show you why is that not working? Okay, we'll deal with that one in a minute. Really, Windows? You don't want to give that as an option? Okay, bear with me. OBS, what are you doing? Brave. Laura. You really don't exist when... Windows, why are you such a bitch? You just... Fine. So that was 1,500. I'm just going to do it like this because it's going to look awful. But there you go. It was done in 8 minutes. 8 minutes to get the same amount of ore that in a buggy you got in, what, 17? This is what I mean by the buggy is not always a winner, depending on where you are at and what you're doing. Because I'm not based at any one location, or I don't have an FOB that's next to where I'm doing stuff. That's what I mean by the buggy isn't some kind of godsend from everyone, but it is a very useful tool if you have the bases in an efficient place. Not that there's anything wrong with saying that you use the buggy, but I just want to point out that, like, the logical flaw there is that it isn't the best for everything. It's not a one-size-fits-all win. Just like the Scout Ornithopter, just like the Assault Ornithopter. That's what we like. I like about it, you have to make a choice. Yeah? Mark 3 buggy with Mark 4, but that's what we're talking about, you know? If you're at a Mark 5 buggy, that might look very different. It's not just a buggy better than fly in there, buggy better than hand mining, which is what everyone argues it as. And so I just want to be clear that, like, when people are talking about, oh, well, I find the buggy better, I find flying an ornithopter better, it's not, oh, my inefficiency. This shows very clearly that my use case for doing it is actually better than using a buggy most of the time. Because I don't only go for aluminium, I also need to go and get stuff from shale, I need to get copper for people who I'm helping start out. I'm helping steel, I'm helping getting iron. So, a lot of people don't understand there's a level of nuance in there. The buggy can't give uppies, the carrier ornithopter is the only uppies machine. Good question, though. That's all in my, Oops, it's full now. Nice. It always depends on the use case. Exactly. Exactly, chat. And that's the issue. I mean, this is where I start getting into, not philosophy as such, but like, when we are putting rules in place on a server, I will always accept that rules need to be there, right? You need to have rules, you need to have regulations in order to have fair playing fields for people not to be mistreated or misused. But when you create a rule, you have to accept that there is a level of situation in which that rule will always be rendered unfair to someone in some circumstance. There is no rule which will always be fair 100% all of the time. And just. Just is more important than rule. So it's more about justice than it is about following a rule. Unfortunately, that's the problem. But it's not always everyone's place to go out and get justice. That's why you have moderators. That's why you have, you know, it's why you're meant to have a fair and unbiased legal system. But hey, every country's working on that, so. I believe in, I mean, you're talking about laws of judicial interpretation here in the UK. Laws of sandwich making, you start with bread. Whichever way you make a sandwich, you're starting with bread. Unless you mean sandwich as the food group, in which case you mean the structured layered. What is this? Milk go in before the water in tea. You make the tea and then you add milk. That's how making tea works. You make the tea and then you add the additional extras that some people do or don't like. Right? You make a cup of tea and then you will add milk, sugar, agave, human souls, whatever you might want in it, right? That's the traditional, like, way of making tea. Okay, if it depends on what kind of tea you're making, yes. If you're talking just general tea, then you're talking basically like builder's tea, almost. Rather than, I don't know, Earl Grey, which is very different. Oh, putting the tea leaves in hot milk, why? Does anyone know whereabouts in the deep desert Thor is? Delta 4. Door lock. It's on my list. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so what I do, chat, is I keep a list of people who have been reported for stream snipe, because normally if you're willing to stream snipe, they're willing to do other shitty behavior, and it keeps them on a list of watch people. So I can basically keep an eye out for anyone in tickets who's being raised to be, who's having a ticket raised about them. So I've got 3 people so far who I think are actually stream sniping that are on this list. Some people, you know, they've just rocked up. It's been like a bit of a one-off, but I wouldn't say it's been targeted. Some people have actively hunted us down when we've been on stream. Hello, my day off was, I mean, I did work on it, but it was my day off stream. I'm currently kind of assessing which days I want to work on, which days I don't, and that kind of thing. I think that weekend days I might just take off, because it seems to be quieter days on the stream, in general. Yeah, right now Thor's probably got himself muted in Discord, so I can't hear him. Run away from circles. I shouldn't do this. No, hang on. Luther, I'm going to be honest, I thought this one was my Thopter. I didn't realize until just now that this one has not got any skin on it. Whoops. Much better for you. What are you going to do about it, chat? Did I steal this ornithopter? Did I borrow it? What is the requirement for theft? Theft is a very specific claim within law. Has a couple of requirements. Theft requires 3 individual elements inside the UK law. You need to dishonestly appropriate property, but actually I think it might be more than that, belonging to another. I was a lawyer, I didn't do maths. It is actually 5. No. You dishonestly appropriate property belonging to another with intent to permanently deprive. That's the 5 steps of theft under UK law. In this chat, we use the UK law because it's the one that I know. We actually have specific requirements about pet abduction as well, so no, Winky does not have the right idea. Winky would very much be in breach of UK theft laws. I apologize. To be honest with you, I looked at the shape of the ornithopter and saw that it had a thruster on it. I was like, yeah, that's my ornithopter. I didn't actually look at what color I'd painted it. So, apologies. Makes more sense why it was empty. What's a strange UK law that you find amusing? Most amusing laws end up getting patched, as in they kind of rescind them because they shouldn't be amusing. The law is designed to fulfill a purpose. So the reason that this is not theft is because I didn't go in with the intention to eternally deprive. I didn't dishonestly do it, and I didn't appropriate it. I made a genuine mistake and returned the property as soon as I discovered. That doesn't meet any of the requirements of theft. And we know that because the reason that I had to help a friend with a legal matter recently was because that's what she was accused of. This guy flees the country, leaving his TV behind in a house. She then has to leave the house because he's not paying towards the rent as he had agreed to. When she's moving out, she can't afford or isn't able to move this massive fucking TV. So she sells it to someone else who can. She didn't have any choice. It was like that, leave it behind. He offered the guy the money, you know, when he finally got back in contact because he wasn't replying to emails at the time. And offered the full amount of money, as would be fair. There was no dishonesty, there was no appropriation of it. It was simply a matter of this was the only option, the way that his interests could be respected. There was no intention to only deprive because she had the intent to, and offered to multiple times return the funds for it because that was the only thing that was left doable. When he continued to be a dick about it, she actually got the TV back from the people who had purchased it for the same amount of money. So she basically gave them the money back. They got the, they got the TV. And then he says that, so then that's when it gets interesting because she was in the middle of moving and she wasn't able to do anything. It was stored with a different friend. That friend looked after it as they would have their own TV. And then when it came to shipping it to the fellow in question, they shipped it in exact accordance with his wishes, despite warning, multiple parties that that TV was not safe to be just wrapped in a single layer of bubble wrap and put into a delivery van. That's not a safe way of transporting a flat screen TV, funnily enough. I'm sure that shocks you in chat. And then, surprise, surprise, despite leaving the person's property in fantastic condition, there's a video of it from when it was packaged up. Everything is working, the screen is clean, there's no scratch marks, there's nothing. And when it was handed over, there was no complaints from the courier, there's no damage to it. However, when it arrived at the destination, having been in a van, wrapped in a single layer of bubble wrap pretty much, or enough bubble wrap that it could fit into the box that was provided, which they boxed on the lawn. Fun enough, it was broken. I am shocked. So yeah. And then the funny part is to try and go through the courts and be like, it was done with intention. Okay, prove it. That's a criminal claim. When it reported to the police just were like, this is ridiculous. It was, yeah. So when it comes to theft, somewhat of an expert right now. Sadly. Because of one dickhead. This is actual Kronos, yes. I kept the raider as my pet. I don't know what you mean. I would never do such a thing and get caught doing it. June Discord server. Search name. Wait, okay. 1 second. You remind me. This is how you remind. Oh, these are cool. So look what these do. Oh, I have to go and learn it. I don't know. I'll learn it and I'll show you guys. I'm sheltered. No, I'm water sealed, bitch. There we go. If I learn this and then go into... So these... Power usage minus 10%. Oh, yes. Perfect. So that's what we like. Thank you, Got Grapes. You rock. You rock. Good job, Got Grapes. This is going to be great fun. We love this. How did you do the add in 1 minute message? What do I use? So I use StreamerBot. So let me take a brief intermission to show you how this works. Whoop. This is StreamerBot. So what you can do here is ads approaching. I've literally just set up a simple one. The trigger is Twitch ads. Upcoming ad. You can set it to up to 5-minute timer. And then literally it just runs a Twitch message from my account here, which you set up by Twitch chat. The message channel. Right to here. Perfect. This is StreamerBot, so it's what you can use behind OBS to help it do other functions. For example, this one, you run the command, and it shows you, literally, so you're literally running exclamation point song, and it's just setting a state live in OBS, delaying for 15 seconds, and then becoming hidden again. It's really, really simple. You know, all kinds of stuff. Like, you can set it so that at the start, when I start stream, only mode goes off, and when the stream stops, only mode comes back on. There's a huge amount of power in this. I'm only beginning to scratch the surface. So, like, I think you could do it so, like, if OBS disconnected, it would do, it can send a message into chat, all kinds of stuff. Like, there's a huge amount that it can do in here. I can set it to do things with my camera, like the prompter, you know, look at all of this. Like, if I change the font size on the prompter, then I can make it go, you know, I also want it to change the, you know, to, like, I don't know, set the script to a different thing, or fast forward it, or, you know, webcam. You can do so much with it. Yeah, Thor uses this and tie in with something called SpeakerBot, which uses Google Voice to do it. Yeah. Yeah, so that's a really cool, like, it's this cool stuff that I'm not even scratching the surface of. I'm gonna start telling people it's called Streamer Boy, because the T looks like an I at pace. Easttown, if they want to reach out to me on Discord, they are more than free to, but I'm happy to talk about it and provide some of the resources we have on our server. I think it's a good thing to share with other streamers if people want to do it. Or they can make a ticket in my Discord. If you use exclamation point Discord, you'll get a link to the Chrono Zone where you know, we can use a hardcore and heavy chest. Oh yeah, that's sparkly. Look at that. Those knee pads are kind of intense, aren't they? This is the most important part of the game. It's the fashion maxing, chat. They are indeed sand. That's where I keep my sand. When I'm in spice, I'll kneel down and just kind of like scoop it up, hide it in my shoes. Gold. Love it. Kind of an intense helmet. Not a big fan of the gloves. They're a bit fat. Those aren't bad. I'm not a fan of the stitching again. Go with the heart. Just go with the Sardaukar gloves. That cape is atrocious as well. Not gonna lie. The chest plate is fun to see in heavy armor, but like what is? Why is there a sheer cape? All my homies hate sheer capes. That'll do. Look, all my cape works properly again. Somewhat. Okay. That's deeply funny. I can't wait for that to happen.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's early today. That would be grim, Balthazar. I don't... Oh, it's people's choice, I guess, for games, but like... I love flying the ornithopters. It just feels so good.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
This yellow card. It is.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, but from where? Very nice high altitude.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Just tell me where it's from, damn it, game. I am currently outrunning the sandstorm. Friend. Let's see if our friend makes it back to the deep desert and makes it out of the deep desert in time.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Nope. So this is why scout ornithopters are broken good in the deep desert, chat. Show you this. If this island wasn't here, what you would just do is for example, just put myself down here. Oh no, I'm in the deep desert. It's very scary. It's a very scurry place. Perfectly safe. No danger. I like that Thor is currently pruning brain rot in his community, but little Muad'Dib, you checking out my little house?
Weather alert. A large
You should
sandstorm
probably
is
hide, buddy.
approaching.
It's not going to be very nice out here for you. Okay, he's taking cover too. I mean, look at it. It's just they've made this really cool. You see the wind picking up. You see the rippling across the sand. You can get killed inside the tent. Don't get me wrong, but like, currently safe. Oh, we're right on the edge of the storm here. Oh no, we're not. It's just taking a while to hit. Big old storm. Nope. Because I'm perfectly still inside a still tent. Lightning. Look at this 2000s graphics and effects. Ooh. So that's why the scout is so good in the deep desert. No matter what, you can always find some safety to put it into your Pokeball and then just leave. Consume the water. See, that's where the salt pilot managed to find some cover. So if that island hadn't been there, I would have been safe anywhere. But normally, I will anchor myself in one of the little like underneath one of these arches. You can probably get in between some of these slices here. You can find little areas where the assault ornithopters are covered. It's part of what you have to do as a job when flying an assault ornithopter. Yeah, Bad Monkey, it's becoming increasingly funny to me, the number of people who think, oh yeah, you know, 2000, like, sorry, they're watching this and they're thinking, oh, this like 1990s, 2000s graphics. Because, like, no, you clearly weren't around there. If you have stuff in storage, yeah, that's correct. You can't put anything into storage. So you need to be keeping an eye on what you're doing. Is it worth damaging your Thopter massively in a sandstorm versus just dropping what you've done on the ground and just basically picking it up at the end, and it might have despawned if it's a big storm? This is what survival games are about. They're about constant risk-benefit analysis as you go through and play the game. You need to make sure that you're playing in a way that is smart and also efficient and effective. That's the challenge here. That's what you got to be doing as a player. The Scout is much faster. So look, I mean, I'm diving here at 180. But I think this thing can get to 202, 204. Whoops, a little bit. I'm used to them being a bit longer. Assault Thopters are much bigger than the Scout ones, so you can see here, like, look at the size difference in those two. But like, yeah, this is a very different beast. You have to like to use it very differently. They have different use cases in general. Interesting. Good morning, Seldoon. I hope you're doing well. Sorry to hear you're working on a Saturday, but that's never reasonable. Hopefully you can have another day off this week instead, some kind. When do we need to start to summon the base next week's sandstorm? Tomorrow? Monday, potentially? At the end of the day, it happens on late on Monday for us, right? So, Monday night. I could do it on Monday. I like to do it on Sunday if I know Monday's going to be quiet, because there's no point flying so close to the wire on it, I don't think. Like, look what happened to Shroud's group and stuff. All it takes is one data outage and you're going mental for a whole day. Whereas if I do it on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, I know that it's done. What everyone's trying to do, they're rushing out. I do think the sandstorm... No, the sandstorms change, but they typically tend to be once an hour or so in the deep desert. The Coriolis storm, I don't think it increases the frequency of other storms.
Did you see that shit, Kronos?
I was watching on your stream, yes. That was not what I would call a meaningful PvP encounter.
No, it was dog shit.
No, it was, yeah.
I cannot handle how rubber banding and terrible this PvP is. It
Yep.
is so not fun to play, whether you are winning or losing.
Yep. And
it's so bad, dude.
Ground PvP sucks. Air PvP sucks. This is why I basically just kit my Thopter up for, like, if I get engaged when I'm out there, out and about, like, I just leave. I'm just like, okay, well, this isn't going to be a fun interaction, so I'm out.
That's the worst part about it, because we're stuck in a room. We can't escape.
Exactly.
These guys stream sniped and then lied about it to find us.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. The whole time I'm doing this, I'm rubber banding. It's
Yeah.
so ass, dude.
It's like the collision between model. Like when, have you noticed that if you get too close to another like friendly player as well, you kind of like freak out a little bit. You kind of end up being like a little bit sticky and stuff. Same thing with bodies on the floor. Like the collision also makes it harder. As soon as you're in melee like range with someone, it's awful.
Yeah, it's a terrible feeling. Like, watch this.
Like someone covers you in treacle. Yeah.
I've got this rocket launcher. They both get... That guy on the left got staggered, but watch this. I hit him full bore with that rocket launcher. Game doesn't care. I jump up. He kneed me out of the air. Did you see that?
Oh yeah, that's grim.
This is why I was so pissed, because I'm like, what the hell is going on? You can't get away from any of this shit. Let's go see that again.
When someone does the knee strike, it actually like preemptively like draws you back in towards their knee as well.
It teleported me back to the ground.
Yeah.
As I was already escaped. God, that's obnoxious. You shouldn't have rocket launcher with a shield active. If you knew how shields worked, you would know that explosions go through shields, but you don't know how that works. And
It's not even
shitting up my chat with bad information.
It's not even like, it's worse than that, because if a scout ornithopter fires a rocket at you and you've got your shield up, you will absolutely eat it. It hurts like a bitch.
Yeah.
So like, why is it true for why is it true for vehicle ones but not handheld ones, when the handheld ones are as expensive if not more expensive?
They hurt you through the shield.
But not significantly though, like not enough.
Yeah,
like,
they do.
I don't think it's enough.
They blast you. They blast you. They should just kill you.
Yeah. Like it's a rocket from a Regis missile launcher. Like.
Really like to find that spot again on this. Where the hell was that? The kneeing. Yeah, here we're on. Watch this. All right. Watch this.
Yeah, this is.
Watch where my character is, and watch when he activates his knee. I'm up. It teleports me back to the ground, and then rubber bands me midair. Good PvP, right? Come on. That's insane shit. I get away. I hit them both with a rocket launcher. He teleports to me again. They're not even doing damage to me there. I get away. Rubber banding twice there. Rubber banding as I fall down that hill. Or fall down that ledge. So bad, dude. It's so bad. On his screen, he hit you with it. That's how latency works. It's not latency, my dude. This is bad client prediction. We're in US East. This is... I've got 60 ping to the server. You shouldn't be able to dodge from stagger? You can dodge from stagger. Yeah. We knew it. Please keep playing. Here, I'm just going to ban you. Stop it. Stop acting like rage-baiting idiots. If you do that in my chat, I'm just going to ban you. We're talking about something that is wrong with the video game. If you can't handle that, go somewhere else. That's how you get out of stagger. You have to dodge. Yeah. Swear to God, dude. Yeah, go gadget knee is not acceptable, dude.
But feel free to make unban requests because you might become content. Fine. Idiots.
It's just insane, dude.
Yeah. It's
why.
why.
Not latency.
Yeah.
It's pulling you back into the attack, guys. That means that it is a client-server problem. It is a client prediction issue. I moved up into the air. The server went, "Oh no, you can't do that. He's kneeing you." Kneeing takes precedence over you being literally too far away from the knee.
And that's what it comes down to. It's either a server issue, or if this is by design, that it is taking away control of your character, which is also shit.
Yeah. Either way, it's shit. And either way, I'm just going to keep banning people with this, because if your only response is lol skill issue, and this guy's saying cope, yeah, we're just going to ban you. I don't even care. It's ridiculous behavior, dude. I'm so happy to cleanse the chat of you.
Yes.
People like you you should not be here. This is not the community for you. That's wild, dude. Yeah, absolutely wild. If this isn't fixed, how could it affect long-term game health? I wouldn't want to play it anymore. Like, it has to be fixed. They have to fix the rubber banding issue, or there's no point in PvPing at all. I wanted to have a PvP endgame, and I
am already at the stage where I don't see a PvP endgame, and I've just given up on it, so I will just escape combats.
Because
only-
you can't the
Yeah.
server desync problem is it makes this you can't hurt ornithopters. Like that's not you just can't unless you're hitting it with missiles and it's standing still.
Yep.
That's the only way you can hit them. If they're moving, they don't take damage because of the desync issue.
Yep.
And then in ground PvP, you're constantly rubber banding, which the only way you can actually fight somebody who's constantly like in a rubber banding situation is you have to take the Bene Gesserit ability where you teleport to a player because that doesn't rubber band. Ever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's no other way around it. Like the Bene Gesserit ability ignore is basically the only thing that you can really use because that just makes you invisible to them for a while and then you just leave.
Yeah, it's just not fun.
It's the same as the Scout Thopter's problem. The only thing you can do is have a Mark 6 Thopter with a Mark 6 thruster and just leave because there's no fun way to engage in that.
Yeah, not fun at all. Not fun at all. That's also a shitty mechanic. What is this? It's also a shitty mechanic that must really be rethinked. That's a good way for it to work. Let me see. Which mechanic?
One of the reasons, Seldoon, yeah. I mean,
you mean for like being able
there's
to
a
dodge out
few
stagger?
reasons for
Dude,
that.
To be honest with you, there's so many staggers, so many knocks, so many like things that slow your character down, and then also the server is rubber banding you the whole time. Like, might as well just stand in place at that point.
Oh, with 2 people, you can 100% have a like 100% uptime lockout on someone's character's control with the number of abilities they have access to.
Yeah, you know how you do it? You stand next to them because the server will rubber band them if they try to move.
Yeah, do that too. Then you basically stun
you don't
them.
even have to do anything.
You can stun them with knee strikes and with like everything in the trooper tree. You can stun them with stuff from the swordmaster, and you can basically just like juggle somebody losing control of the character for minutes if you really wanted to.
Is this happening to everyone or just on our server? It's happening to everybody. That's why people aren't engaging in PvP a lot of times. They've been talking about it all over the place, and it's frustrating as shit. According to the devs, Landsred is PvE. That's not PvE. No, that's not PvE at all.
The Landsred is endgame PvE content as they defined it in the AMA, but that doesn't mean that it's all PvE.
That's
I think
not
it's just
true.
that's what they mean is the endgame PvE is Landsred is what they intend it to be.
House Divots is entirely PvE because it's Spice Melange.
Yeah. 6 Spice, it's such a meme.
Yeah, six points for a Spice Melange is never gonna happen.
I feel like they missed 2 zeros off of that, to be honest with you.
And ban that guy. Yeah, no, the A band in the deep desert is PvE.
Yeah. Except the wrecks, the fallen ships, which are PvP like they are on Haga Basin.
Yeah. Why are your messages getting deleted? They're getting deleted by Nightbot because you said netcode, which is like an old meme from the beginning of the stream.
Or you posted a link, or someone's been moderated against. The main reasons.
That's really weird.
It won't time you out in my chat, Democracy. We have different memes.
6 months up is catching strays? That's not a stray. Dude started going off on somebody in chat.
The rule of don't be a jerk works both ways. So you can't let the mods do their jobs and don't be a jerk to other people in chat. It's not your fault. It's not your job to like moderate them.
Interestingly, this doesn't happen when riding on top of another player's vehicle. No, it still does. It's the same shit. The moment you try to dodge, it's like that. Anytime you're dodging the game, anytime you're trying to do any movement abilities, the rubber banding occurs. I've been rubber banded even playing solo before. Like, that totally happens. Just random. Yeah, it can happen in basic movement around the map because client prediction is not very good, but in PvP it's awful because you have 2 players that are interacting in the same enclosed space.
Netcode won't do anything
Is that
here.
exactly what could happen because of latency?
You can
it's
you can
client
try
prediction
being a
that's
dick to me if you
Normally
really
client
want, but
prediction
like
stop this
there's a
being an
rule,
issue.
don't be a
Otherwise, you get
jerk.
the
As soon as
exact
I
same
think
thing
you've
for
crossed that
Warcraft.
boundary, I'm just gonna be like, okay, bye. Like I'm not gonna stand for it either.
Missed it. What happened?
I believe
Just
everyone deserves a
PvP
chance,
is
but if you
abysmal in this
choose
game.
to
That's
use
what
your
it is.
chance to be a
The
dick
movement
bag,
is
you're gonna
so
get treated
bad.
like a dick
It
bag.
teleports you around constantly. It's so obnoxious. Oh look, livestream fail is here. There we go. You're banned.
Oh look, Redditors without
Are
independent
latency and
thought.
client prediction related though? They can be, but in this case, it's client-side prediction that's causing the issue because it's predicting the movement of the player, displaying it on your screen, and then the server is saying no, that's not okay, and it's constantly doing this. It's like a massive issue.
That's what should be going on,
Is the stun
Saldine.
lock a
But
bug in
I'll
melee
be honest with
PvP?
you, I don't think you should be able to store a scout
No,
copter
it's
with
not a
rockets
bug.
stored in it.
Just don't
You can't store a scout copter if it's got
bad design, to be honest.
if it's got any cargo
You
in
should
it.
always have diminishing returns on
Why can
loss
you
of
store with
control of your
rockets
character.
in? I think you should have to stock yourself with rockets every time you do it, and that by itself means
If you're
people can't just
rubber
immediately
band
drop a
hard enough,
thop to jump in it and start rocketing you. There's at least a
game
level
will
of
use skills
planning and
for you.
process when you've
What
got
do you
some
mean?
counterplay there.
If
The
you
thrust,
rubber band hard enough, game
the
will use
rocket should
skills
also
for you.
100% slow you down massively. You should have to go into some kind of fire mode and do it.
How would you fix the PvP?
Oh,
They have to fix.
No, but my
client
favorite
prediction.
is when people say, "Oh,
They
you're
have to.
suppressing my freedom of speech." Like
Client prediction cannot.
that
be
makes me laugh a
100%.
lot.
You cannot have a valid PvP.
You can give me
environment
bread
where
over
it
here. I'm
produces
not banned from bread in this
straight,
chat.
and the game doesn't allow you. That's ass. That's insane, honestly. Would you be able to change it to opt-in? Or would they only be able to disable it? What do you mean opt-in?
Opt-in PvP would be grim because people would just opt out whenever they're doing anything like resource run wise, and then just opt in whenever they have anything to lose.
What is client prediction? That's what the client, like, so basically what happens is this. I showed it off earlier so you guys can understand this. What ends up happening is you have the server, or you have the client over here, you have the server over here, right? And we'll put it inside the box. Makes more sense.
You need to smile off the PvP saga. What do you
So you
mean?
have client, you have server. When you move forward, you press W, you tell the server, hey, I'm pressing W, and your character moves forward on your screen. Before the server even verifies this, then the server goes, are you allowed to do this? And if the answer is no, it rubber bands you.
I mean, this
If
is
the
it. I
answer
don't
is
tend to let
yes,
those things bother me for long enough to
then you
even really
move
think
forward.
about them if I can
And
help
it
it.
stays there. The problem is,
Wait,
this check
Mango, what do you mean? I thought we'd kind of guaranteed
has
one.
been
We've got 11.
garbage,
Oh, we need to get like
especially
2
when you
more
have
houses,
multiple
don't we?
players moving the same space. Let's see if we can actually get it to go off right here. Tix, are you nearby?
Oh,
Yeah,
the
you are.
officer skin.
Just walk near me. Like, walk in the same kind of area. You see how my camera's randomly blinking like that? Even when I'm just moving around? You see how it's just doing that? And Tix is now T-posing? It's fantastic. That random jittering of the camera is rubber banding. Small amounts of it. Not big amounts, small amounts. And now imagine that when you're trying to do precision movement PvP, where it teleported me from up here back to the ground. See how it just did it again there? It does it all the time for all kinds of shit. Right there, you saw
Yeah.
my character teleport a whole bunch.
It does it
trying to
on
latch onto that
wings a
object.
lot.
This is constant in the game. That client prediction is the problem. It's a huge issue for the game. So when people are like, "Oh no, it's a skill issue,"
If you're
PvP is
spending your
just how
time
it
on
is.
harming the
You
things
should
you don't
love
like,
this
you're
stuff."
wasting your
No,
time.
dude, I
Anger is
want a
one
better
of the
game.
most wasteful
I
emotions
don't
out
want it to
there.
be like that. It's a big issue in Conan as well, and still is. That's terrible. Yeah, T-pose is crazy. It's the Tix pose. Yeah. How much work would it be to fix this? I have no idea, because I don't know how their movement prediction works right now. But I will tell you that client prediction for movement is not working correctly. Yeah. Oh, you said netcode. It got deleted again. Rage at Bat netcode, people say skill issues. There was 2 things that pissed me off in that fight. 1, inability to play the video game because of this stupid rubber banding shit. 2, those guys stream snipe to be able to find us. That shit sucks. Yeah. And then he was like, I don't know who you are. What servers are you playing on? Okay.
There's a really easy way to find out people don't know who you are, because if somebody is on any of the servers of the past where they have to be in the June Discord server, done.
Yup.
If you're on one of the 3 open ones, maybe. But even then, how did you know to join our specific server if to not? That's very, very suspect.
Hey, Matabits, imagine saying that on main. I hope Twitch bans you.
I can Yeah, I can show you how the drops works.
Imagine. At least make a sock puppet account if you're going to come in here and troll. Doing it on your account that you made in 2018 is not very smart.
Dude, who primaries on them? Like, who PvPs on the main? Gross.
Insane behavior. This is me, No More Dune. I just don't have anything I can do in the game right now. Like, we have the lands red, but we want it.
We haven't
There's not
won
really
yet.
much else to do. Dude, we need one more house.
I'm fairly sure that if they get the diagonal run across the middle, they still win.
They can't get the diagonal run across the middle.
As far as I understand it, from what Mango's been telling me.
Can't. They'd have to get Nova Bruns. They're not getting
Yeah,
Nova
they
Bruns.
need to get those today. That's the point. They need to get Vernius and
they won't.
Overbruns.
There's no way they can get those. We'd get divots. We're really close to getting divots, and we own the control point we have all day.
That's why we went to hold it still. I'm not. This is not.
Unless
They
turn
don't.
in
They don't really tell us
10,000
well.
Spice Melange.
I'm not sure they tell us well exactly how this lands red system.
No, I have no idea how it works for that.
Faction gains control of the lands red by securing a Sissel route, which is achieved by controlling a row of house requirements horizontally, vertically, or diagonally, or by having the most house requirements met by start of voting session.
5 in a row is not an auto win. It just ends it early. What do you mean it ends it early?
You gain control by securing a Cecil Red, which is a horizontal, vertical, or diagonal row. Or by having the most house requirements met by the... So, most weeks we're going by, like, the total houses claimed, I believe. But if they manage to get, like, a 5 in a row, they would win, and it would close early. But if we take Tibets, it'll close early as well, because then we'll have a horizontal 5 across.
So we
it-
just need divots.
It's like a really big 5x5 noughts and crosses board.
How much, with that in mind, how much Spice Melange do we have?
I mean, you're talking we need 5,000 melange to hand in.
No, we don't. It's 6 per, and it's actually increased by 20%. So I think
Okay, well-
0.05.
Okay, so in that case, yeah, I mean, 6, there's 30,000 left, 6 times 5, and it's 1,000 to get 6,000, so that would be, that's the quick math on that.
5.
But at 8, it's different.
So we got 28,000 more points to get. Calc.
At 8,000, it's going to be 3,000 melange.
8.05. Divide by 6. 4,700. We'd need less than that because of the fact that we own the control point. So.
Yeah,
the 10
minus
less
10 per
every
minute. Yeah. Well, minus 1 point. Yeah, basically minus 1 spice melange every minute. It's, yeah, that's what I mean. It's a ridiculous price on the spice melange.
Yeah, no, it makes no sense. Divided by 10 is going to be divided by 60. We need 47.4 more hours holding this?
Yes.
But
Apparently.
this ends in a day and 6 hours?
Yeah. I know, right? This is what I mean, like... Kinda silly.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I mean, Balthazar, you'll get banned for not following a streamer's rules, etc. Like, the rules I have here are really, like, light on the ground. I'm very unfussed by a lot of stuff.
Once it's already capped, we can't uncap it and then recap it. If you go there, you don't start generating points. You have to be there when it's originally capped. Yeah, but you have to be there when it's originally capped. It's already capped for our side. What do you get for getting when? Ridiculous. The only thing you get for winning Lands Red is we get access to vote on one of these, which is the exclusive tool import rights, which I actually really like this system. I just don't like PvP at the end game. It doesn't work. They're not competing for Lands Red this week. The decrees don't interest us, so we're chilling. You don't want the tool import rights?
Do you have something for the bar? Oh, it's
That sounds like
policy.
coke.
And an affiliate
That sounds like a
delivery
tradies
for
coke.
house.
Yeah. Would pure PvE servers be a thing at some point? No, it's not. That doesn't make the game better. Like, movement needs to be fixed. Yeah. That's what needs to happen.
Thanks, Clarion. I appreciate it.
Yeah. The refining and the tool contract are both amazing. This one is stupid, though. Yeah, the red boxes are the ones that we've claimed.
So
Here's the
Mango,
things.
I handed in 1. It's giving me 8 personal
They
contribution.
will
So
polish inward.
that
Well,
should be
people are
what your
saying
maths
this,
is based
this
on.
is the concern that I have.
Your
People
maths
are
based on
saying
that.
that
Just done it.
Conan Exiles is the same problem. That it's already had this issue with movement and it's never gotten fixed. So I have a deep concern about that. It does affect PvE. I've gotten stuck on shit all the time in PvE too. In PvP, it's just worse. You lost your Ornithopter after the mission searching for answers, where you meet Zintara in Harko Village. Did you use the NPC that flies you back to a location through fast travel?
I appreciate the follow, bud. If you hadn't been following all this time. Thor does have his stream set up in the you are banned, you know watch.
Why is the stream tagged Heartbound? There's none of that going on. Do !! Heartbound. It's a command, friend. If you left your Ornithopter outside during a cutscene, it could have been a storm. Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of.
There are known bugs about traveling back.
Yeah, they need to improve the movement. Like, that's... At this point, it's mandatory.
There are a number of known bugs around traveling to Harko Village and Arakeen, and then like traveling back using the taxi guy, and then like all other kind of interactions that can take place during that. Like if like you get the server disconnects and stuff, I think there's been some problems in the past, so they're looking into it. They're bugs to report to
That's a different
Funcom
bug.
using their Discord. Yeah, it's not the same as the Deep Desert bug, which is very different.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have their... There's one if you go to Harko Village or Arakeen, and then you use fast travel to go anywhere else, your Ornithopter is now.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Very great, yes.
Yep. What's your rating of the game? I love this game. I think the PvP is dog shit. It's really bad, dude. The movement just does not do this correctly.
Thank you, Chicago Strong. I appreciate you. I can only do it because of the goblins and all the support I've had. That's the main thing. I've had a bunch of great streamers who have given me like advice and support and stuff. It's been really nice. Like lots of encouragement. Like at TwitchCon, people like, you know, Perry, people like Nos, you know, Winky, like here on comms, Primogen, Annie Fuchsia, like all of them have supported me to get to like where I am now. Like it's just really, you know, I'm really glad that you guys enjoy the content more than anything.
If a game's
Mango.
PvE sucks, then surely the PvP sucks. The PvE is fine. PvE is super fine. PvP is not fine because client movement is bad. Like, the way that this works is not good. Have you changed your review at all? No, I've had 200 hours of good gameplay out of this game. I just don't like the endgame PvP because the movement is trash. And until they fix that, the only thing you can really do is kind of toxic base rating. Dogfights in Ornithopters that don't quite work because of client-server desyncs. And then ground-based PvP that is not enjoyable because of the fact that characters are just blinking around the screen constantly. Yeah, it's just not good. And there's no detriment to wearing heavy armor. That's the other thing. Heavy armor is supposed to make you take more damage from bladed weapons. And Tiggs got 3 slow blades on the guy with heavy armor, and he didn't die. Even though he's supposed to take 20% additional damage from from blades. If you're wearing any other armor in the game, you get one shot by that. He took 3. Okay.
Do you have something for the... Oh, it's...
And he took a football to the face and a missile to the face. Still didn't die.
Oh, Johnny, that's really kind of him. That's... I don't have to deal with that, so I'm just going to kind of...
Yeah, there's balance issues. There's movement issues. Shield doesn't... My man. Slow blade goes through the shield.
Chicago, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1, buddy. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the stream.
Are you like this?
It's amazing. We're getting ever closer to the PP program completion, which is awesome as well.
Why are you like this?
There's 25. But what we'll then find out is...
At least understand the mechanics before you randomly just go, shield? Shield? No.
Do you have something for the battle?
Yeah, do you even play the game?
An unaffiliated house.
Wild.
Delivery for a house.
Missiles explosion goes through the shields. All explosive damage goes through shields. That's 20% more after the full heavy resist? What do you mean 20% more after full heavy resist? It makes you take 20% more damage from blades.
84. Thank you, Mango. With 10 put in, 84.
Yeah, heavy armor should make you slow. You shouldn't move at maximum speed in heavy armor. That's ridiculous.
Smooth. Let's see what's scale.
Fire, poison, slow blade, explosion equals no shield. Yeah, those all go through shield. Also, poison is irrelevant and doesn't actually do anything to players because if you activate prescience, you're immune to poison for 5 minutes. For 5 full minutes, you are immune to poison. Which is insane. Yeah.
I did a thing. Look, it works.
Yes. 5 full minutes, you are immune to poison. Prescience makes you immune to poison.
So what I'm hearing is that you would eat a bunch of, like, you know, chicken sushi that's been prepared in a questionable environment and then, you know, and then just rapidly go prescient and hope that it cures food poisoning, yeah?
So Lex just said you do take 20% more damage from blades, but that effect is applied last in the damage reduction calc, so the effective HP is still really high. What? So they do the armor reduction first and then increase the reduced damage by 20%? Tell me that's not true. That's not how mitigation should go. There's no reason to wear anything but heavy armor then.
Other than the cost of dodging and stuff being much higher. Yeah, that...
Dude, that guy dodged constantly.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Dude, if I'm fully kitted up, if I had all my skill points, I'd have 2.5 stamina bars.
That's so dumb.
Because I've got stuff in Swordmaster.
That's so dumb.
The only build I see currently working, I've kind of just been tweaking mine around and playing out with things, but it's a combination of a couple like dips into Trooper, dips into Planetologist, but mostly all the health side of Bene Gesserit, on the teleports, and then all the stamina side of Swordmaster.
Yeah, no, it's just constant rubber banding for that on top of it. You just can't do any damage through.
Yeah. And the fact that Bindu Sprint means I can cover 800 meters across worm territory without getting eaten.
First new Dark Tide class dropping in 2 to 3 days. Nice. I didn't know Dark Tide was still releasing content updates. PvP zone on the map? Is an arena separate from the map? No, it's the whole map, except for the A band in the deep desert. Yeah, the A band in the deep desert is PvE. Oh, less life. That's awesome, dude.
Hotshot, thank you very much for the community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock.
Grab this. No, not all time. There we go. The hell? Twitch, what is the matter with you? There we go. Why are we looking at flags? We're looking at the lands red. This is the end game. I guess they're calling it PvE, even though it's not, like, at all. Grand majority of these, you either have to go to the deep desert or you have to take capture points in the deep desert to really effectively win them.
I think,
So
to be
makes
honest with me, that
sense.
shows that their focus is not the deep desert. Capture points are the best, the main way you should be pushing those. It says that the PvE ways of killing deserters or sandflies or handing things in is the main way you're meant to be pushing them. That's what that language would mean to me.
If that's the case, then why do we have a radiation suit Mark 6 as a turnip? You can't build that unless you go to the deep desert and get plastanium.
Yeah, but it's still a PvE activity, getting plastanium. It's unlikely that, you know...
It's
It
a
forces
PvE activity in a PvP zone. That's
Yeah.
PvP.
That's not the way they see it, I guess, if that's what they're calling PvE endgame content.
Oh, I think there's a gigantic. Yeah, there's a. What
Is that a ring mouth?
Ring mouth going off. Yeah, it's going off. I can see it in the distance.
Being Echo 1, Foxtrot 1.
Let's see. FTAC 1. I was like,
Yeah. On the southern side of FTAC 1 is a ring mouth location.
Yeah, that's the biggest explosion I've seen. And then there's a medium overbias over here.
Nice.
Have you found starter car? We found a really weird thing called the starter car's promise. They're both trying to use the same weapons. What are you talking about? BD, what are you saying? Are those nukes? No. That is spice. Okay. BD, no one knows what you're saying. You're doing half sentences. Choice is movement over armor over mitigation. There's no choice there. Heavy armor is just dramatically better.
Yeah, the only options are you use a still suit if you're going to be out in the sun doing explore or resource gathering, or use heavy armor if you're in combat. That's the two options. I don't see any reason to use light armor really at the moment.
Yeah, there's no reason for it. Probably going to be dropping the still suit, to be honest with you, if I keep playing. I just don't like this PvP environment. It's not fun. And it would be fun if the server would, like, let you move. The constant rubber banding makes it impossible to play the game. Like, Jesus Christ. Getting teleported back to the ground constantly is insane. How do you unlock the Atreides Twitch drop? Pin comment. What happened? We got PvP'd by some people who stream snipe to be able to go and find us. They dropped in, and then they were impossible to kill because the game was just teleporting us around constantly. It was just constant rubber banding. Constant rubber banding. Like, absolutely obnoxious. Rubber banding, canceling animations, locking us into animations, all kinds of shit the whole time. It was abysmal to play, dude. Yeah, super not fun to do. And then we had the natural progression of Twitch chat, which was a bunch of dipshits yelling skill issue because they're morons. Yeah. I think it might be time for Super Earth, dude. To be honest. Might be time for democracy. Don't forget about YouTube chat. We can be dipshits too. True. Which is why I banned another 4 people on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, God.
That is accurate. You are correct, YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube, you're special too, don't worry.
In fact, I think viewer per viewer, YouTube, you had more percentage of banned people than Twitch chat did. Twitch has only had 28 bans today, which is surprising. It's normally much higher. Number 1 YouTube. Well done.
Oh yeah, once you are banned on YouTube, you're in prison forever. There's no getting out of that. There's no way to even, unless you know which stream which stream someone was banned in, you can't even unban them. Like it's function possible as a moderator to do anything like that on YouTube. Nuts.
We can't let YouTube win? Are you gonna sacrifice yourself? Is that what's happening? What is this?
Oh, the void's calling someone, is it?
I hate it. Mr. Beast just released the new product. It allows you to generate AI thumbnails for your YouTube videos.
Obviously, using ethical models, right? Right? Right.
No. Also, he used Jacksepticeye's logo in the ad, and Jack is very.
Yeah. But...
That's trash, dude. Yeah. How do you feel about PvP in a more 1v1 setting? In this game, terrible. Movement is constantly rubber banding. Even in 1v1s, like, it is awful feeling. Also, another thing is, you don't regenerate stamina when you're reloading, and your character automatically reloads when you're trying to
That is a strong statement, Xanatos.
So in order
Wow.
to stop your character from reloading, you have to put your weapon away. Or it'll just randomly start to reload, and then that entire animation, you cannot get your stamina back. It's insane, dude. Keybinding cannot fix that. It is an automatic thing your character does. That is not a keybind. What game are you talking about? Dune. The one we're playing. Just waiting on ads.
Real talk, Gordon Ramsay is less intense than many of the chefs I worked with.
So let's break this down.
Just to give you that idea, I worked with a few chefs on things, and like, they can be intense people.
Let's break this down into the problems that we actually have. So we've got one, which is client server movement desync. If I could spell, there we go. Is causing player rubber banding. This gets dramatically worse in PvP engagements as more player-based takes place. There we go. Let's see. I'm gonna say feel frustrating, actually.
I just
plus is great.
I just attempted breathing water. Didn't go too well. I'll try again later.
Causes ornithopters to not take damage, missiles, high speed, which we've seen a shitload of.
Yeah, don't try and breathe your hydration. It doesn't work.
Heavy armor.
Ugh. That's why I went off camera, because I just started trying not to die.
Overpowered due to bad damage calculations.
Face toggle, there we go.
Order. So.
Oh, this is a good song. I am exactly. I breathe. I am water, so I breathe water.
After
I am, therefore I breathe. Yeah, makes sense.
Meaning, it does effectively nothing.
A bug doesn't breathe bugs though.
It's insane. It's already just that alone is just nuts.
A dog doesn't inhale dogs. A cat doesn't inhale cats. What is wrong with you, chat? Mad.
Very bad.
Someone needs to send you back to the way animals work.
The stamina bonuses, the dodge, I guess debuff is entirely mitigated. So there is no drawback with this armor. Yeah, there's literally no drawback with heavy armor. Yeah, blade damage should be applied on your base attack, 100%. So the way that it should work is, let's say you're doing 100 damage. Let's say you're doing 1,000 damage, right? The way that it's working right now is, let's say the other person has 80% mitigation. So you would multiply this by 0.2, meaning there's 200 damage left over. It is then increasing that 200 like this by 20%. Times 1.2 equals this. That's what it's doing right now, which is not good at all. That makes very, very little sense. So all PvP damage is reduced by 60% as base. We have a hidden damage multiplier against players. That's pretty common in games. But
that would make sense.
Is massive.
Yeah. Wow, like that's you don't want to be out for 23 hours if you can avoid it, generally. Oh. You can see a strange mushroom sitting on my lawn. He's having a clean.
Yeah. I'm gonna be writing on the sentence. Or sending it to devs.
So Thor is currently writing up bugs with his chat. Or writing up issues, kind of things, like kind of
let me see.
Concerns, bugs.
We'll do this. Yeah, the problem is the mitigation effects. There's other mitigation effects here, so it'll be 200. It doesn't just increase it by this, because that value would come out to the same. There's another mitigation effect that goes through.
Ankle grinder, yes, if you use exclamation point logs, that will show you where the log's location is on your system files.
Yeah.
If you've crashed and lost a FOPDA, we also need those logs.
Debating whether to buy? No.
So we'll need the most recent log from that time. It should be somewhere like 6 to 10 megabytes or so, depending on how long you've been playing for. We need that log from the time of that crash so that we can send that across the devs. We also need to know your character name and number.
The problem that we're having
and the server / seat you're on.
Damage doesn't appear to be I don't think that's a multiplicative, dude.
It's a cat mushroom, so you know it's house cat sized.
With the other blade damage that you have in your character. That's the problem that we're seeing. So when you have blade weakness on the opponent, I don't think that that is an additive thing. But yeah, this happens at the end of the mitigation chain.
Yeah, no worries, Anchor Ground, thank you for that.
If you have the damage going through and you're trying to mitigate, right? And you have, yeah, exactly. That would make it worse. Exactly. That's what I was talking about. Is like, it is additive. I guess I have to rewrite this. Yeah. Dramatically overpowered. What you would really want it to do is you don't want it to be 20%. Because mitigation adds dramatic amounts. Yeah, it adds effective health, right? Yeah. They all go into the same bucket. But the thing is it the same bucket? Because is it blade weakness and blade damage? Are those the same bucket?
Shoulders.
There's no way to know.
Weight of
Yeah.
your own heart is too much.
Damage reduction would be its own bucket. Could be. But there's different types of damage reduction. You would think. There's the problem. Because if we look at this doesn't have any damage reduction stuff on it. But the heavy armor, I don't have an example. Let me see if I can pull up an example here.
And I'm hanging on.
Yeah, here we go. See how this has blade mitigation plus 12%? Blade mitigation is not the same as if we go to skills and go to this. Blade damage.
Become my shadow of someone.
So you have this like weird problem of like, is this multiplicative into this? Is it additive into this? How does this counter? How does this add damage? And the problem is, we had a dude in heavy armor that got hit by 3 slow blades. And when he got hit by 3 slow blades, he didn't flinch. He didn't give a shit. So you have this really weird scenario where like you have absolute dominance over a player. You've hit them with 3 things that would normally one-shot a player, and they don't even take any damage. Could be a desync issue too. Could be. But it's impossible to tell. Yeah, making people immune for 5 minutes is crazy. There's a great video on this done already. What is the video? You gonna link it? Offer your help and fix it for them? Why do you think we're writing up this list?
Can you get guild invite if you're on William Kidd? No, unfortunately we're keeping our guild reasonably small. Join a local guild, but find people on there to collaborate with. It'll be far more effective for you, honestly. Verbita, does your cat like hunting birds by any chance?
Yeah. What happened? Oh, it got deleted because of the link. Here. Let me pull out of it.
Hopeless. To the edge, right
yeah, this is just doing the normal damage reduction. We already have this. Like, I already know how this works. Like,
this way. It's just a bad day, not a bad life. Doesn't mean they don't want to hunt birds, Verbita. Doesn't mean they don't sit at the window and watch birds when you're not paying attention.
We already have these calculations.
Does it enjoy when
also has 25% mitigation?
Does your cat enjoy if I make the wings wiggle like this, Verbita? Or if I go...
Where's that?
I'm basically here entertaining your cats now, that's the plan. I'm fine with this.
Jesus.
You get little... B's currently having a staring contest with a giant wood pigeon. Pretending he doesn't care and cleaning himself and then just watching it. She's like... Bless him. Your dog hunts birds, but he's the size of a small donkey. That's a big dog. Or a very small donkey, one of the two.
The only thing that matters at this point is heavy armor.
Tatianka, it is absolutely my pleasure. At the end of the day, you know, I'm very close to the community management side of a game, or a number of games, to be honest, and I will always want to look at what the players will benefit from and enjoy the most. Thor looks at it much more from a technical point of view, and I find the balance of it works quite well.
That guy was in full heavy and took
because,
3 slow
you know, I understand some of it, but getting him to put it into... Sometimes I will ask him questions that I know the answer to and I understand things, but I ask it in a way that will allow him to explain it better to you guys.
Like my 100.1.
So I'm glad that things kind of work together and you can get more understanding of that. That's because I think it's important that people understand the games they are playing. I think that understanding how they broadly work and how everything fits together,
that's not true either.
I think it helps you to make decisions about games, or to understand the games you're playing and work out where the issues you might be finding are, you know. Is it that this game has bad netcode? Is it?
It's about the fact that
you know,
if you use
you've got bad latency or connectivity? There's lots of things. Like,
somebody in a still suit,
you get lots of people complaining about ping when actually they're talking about packet loss, which is a different network issue. And that's what we like to kind of teach people about.
Hit him with a football that explodes. He didn't get down. So if you use it against any other player, they get one shot. Use it against a heavy armor player, they don't get one shot.
I am
Not even
indeed.
close. Yes, and a football. Like, you have a clip of this? Really want to see it? We just went through the whole battle. Also, it was constantly rubber banding, which was great. I don't think it's a hacker and vulnerability mod. I just think it's bad balance.
We're just stripping the base down slightly ahead of the Deep Desert Reset.
Doesn't work in PvP anymore, man. Like, we had a problem the other day where, like, you voice a guy and he just keeps running. You can just dodge.
They've got a flight sim version of the Ornithop, but that would be good fun.
Yeah, bad balance on top of.
You mean where it will just do the immediate?
Like.
Yeah, I think the drop it does in this is good, but I think that it definitely could feel better. But this works really nicely so far.
Heavy armor is weaker to blade damage, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, we're taking notes.
No one tries to stop it, 'cause he barely even knows it. But if she could see inside.
Trying to think what else.
Praying, but I'm sure something human.
Yeah, no. So based on the way that this works, based on the way that armor mitigation works,
always
even though you're
feedback over
taking extra
bitching
damage from
in
blades,
all
I think your
things.
overall
Feedback
effective
over
hit,
bitching,
like HP, is higher in full heavy, even versus blades.
Well, I appreciate
life
life box. That's nice to hear. I don't.
Armor equaling 70%.
People have a right to vent and to complain about these things, but ultimately we need to put things into ways that the game devs themselves understand.
Your stats are armor 1166, armor mitigation 70%.
Better.
Yeah, you have a 70% damage mitigation.
1 second, chat.
Taking 20% on, like, of the remainder is irrelevant. Heavy armor means less stamina though. Go Swordmaster. You get another 25% damage mitigation from being a Swordmaster.
Good smell.
Yeah,
this is a
nuts.
Greg's. A beautifully, evenly cut for my eating pleasure. Greg's.
I've seen a guy on YouTube do the armor math. You end up with a huge HP pool with heavy to the point that blade vulnerability is meaningless. That's exactly what I've been saying. It makes sense. How many slow blades does it take to kill someone in full heavy then? We did 3 against him and it didn't matter. Guy didn't even bandage. And like anyone else, you get 1 or 2 shot. Usually 1 shot.
Well, my chat wants me to tell you that I've put Greg's on my Catcam. There's literally live Greg's on my channel right now.
You're an actual bastard. Was that a ship? Was a ship explode? Yeah, I don't know, man. I have discovered that I don't think the end game has the stuff that I want. I wanted to have Explo be a thing, but sync charts are irrelevant. There's nothing that I could do with a sync chart, right? I can't go out there and be a scanner and do that. The PvP is desync city. Aerial PvP is
And here we have
desync
a
city.
delightful Greg's.
I'm trying to think of like if
Beautiful
there's
puff
anything else that's
pastry
left there.
surrounding a delicious sausage or a sausage
I
roll.
don't know. What do sync charts do? So like you have
Glorious.
to spec into these. You have to spec in a cartographer to make them, and all they do is give you
Ooh,
a map
Grayson
that
and
you
a
already
critic
scanned,
cube. That would
so
be
you
a
can
fun
hand it to
idea.
somebody else. And they cost 1,500 Solari to make.
It would seal it. It would probably stay good,
So,
wouldn't
like,
it? Look, I'll do sausage.
When am I
Oh,
ever
I might
going to
have
do that?
tented
They'll
little
just go there
ham
and
in.
scan it. It costs 1 scanning pod. You only get a sync chart for 1 tile. Yeah. So I'd need 81 sync charts per week. What? And it costs a skill point to learn to do that? That doesn't make any goddamn sense. The survey probe itself doesn't reveal resource nodes. There's like 1 island in each one of these zones, if even. Why would you need to know where the resource nodes are? Just go to the singular island that's there. Shouldn't cost Solari. You have to buy the sync charts. You can't craft them. Why the double pentashield? Harder to raid the base. In heavy armor, you take more melee damage. That would be the solution. Yeah. It already has that. It's just not very good. Or does it matter? You can raid bases? Yeah. Out in the deep desert. Jesus Christ.
Well, chat, I've been gone and you've eaten one of my Greg's. I can't believe it. I can't believe I looked away for a second and you've eaten a Greg's.
Ton of noise. Yeah,
Can't
there's 3
believe you,
hatches
chat.
on each ship, but only one of them has a blueprint in it. So I just get the blueprints and leave. Is the desync due to client-side calculations? It is a desync between the server and the client. You get it even when you have 30 ping. It's a server, like the way that they're doing client-side calculations for movement is just not good, dude. It doesn't work. And it's getting deeply goddamn frustrating. Every player can take multiple slow blade attacks without dying. Light still suit players will die in 1 hit in most situations to this. Pairing this with Swordmaster abilities makes a player nearly unkillable. The debuff that increases blade damage taken is overshadowed by the increased mitigation entirely. Yep, it's not worth it. Not worth it. Ah, here we go. Super annoying. Yep, the auto reload is awful, dude. Trying to think of what else. Auto reload is always on. You can't turn it off. Yeah.
Mm. Thanks for leaving me one Greg's chat. I appreciate it. So the next thing we do is we write a quick message where we write THNKS. And then FR, and then TH, and then G. How do I do this? Okay, chat. The message I just sent is I just literally sent the song title, this song's next song's title, but rather than MMRS, it's thanks for the GRYs. Thanks for the Gregories. In case God doesn't show, I don't want these words to make things right, but it's the wrongs that make the words come to life. You understand what I'm laying down, chat? You know? One night and one more time. Thanks for the Gregories, even though they were quite great, excellent, and delicious. Thanks for the Gregories. I'm glad you guys enjoy my epic remixes. My side is going back. Exactly, thanks for the Gregories. Mango, I hear pig out boy and I raise you full up boy. For the Gregories, thanks for the Gregories. The thing I like about you, Mango, is that you will always appreciate a good meme. I mean, I think everyone's enjoying the epic remixes, aren't they? Right, 15, 16, 17, 18. That's 3 batches. No, wait, that's not how many I left, is it? I'm just gonna leave 5. Father Gregory's. I have not ever had Waffle House, no. Yeah, one more time. Nice. I like that. Infinity on pie. That's good. Good choice. Deeply annoys me that there's only like 1 left over that I can... Like, that's more important to transport. Some napalm. I mean, for me, the big issue still remains the fact that you cannot really trust deep desert server boundaries forever. Chicago strong.
Yeah,
Do you know what hash browns
it all
are
comes back to the same thing.
in other
I am
countries?
fighting the game to make my character move.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it.
What it comes down to. Yeah.
I shouldn't have to fight the game to control my character.
No. And it dissuades you from what they specifically state is the end game content of going out to deep desert and doing things. If you don't trust the deep desert boundary, you don't trust moving in those areas, don't trust fighting those enemies because the game is fighting you, then you don't want to engage in that because it's not about your control of the character at that point. It's just about whether or not the server's going to behave when you try and do stuff.
You end up burning your stamina bar to dash away so you can actually move normally? Yeah, so fun thing about the reload that I put in this, where is it? Reloading actually stops stamina regen.
Which is a very weird choice.
Yeah, it's a super weird choice. So it stops stamina regeneration entirely, and it makes you slow movement. Stopping stamina regeneration and slowing movement makes this effectively a death each time in PvP. Yeah. And that's intended. That's the whole thing. So if your character if you have a weapon out, right? Like I'll do this. And we'll shoot the second one. And as I'm moving, it automatically reloads. I try to run. I stop, it automatically reloads. Every time I stop, it automatically reloads. For the next like second or two after you automatically reload like this, you can't run correctly. As you can see, it stops you from running properly. And on top of this, it also stops your stamina regeneration. So if we do this, you see how my stamina's not even going up? Because it locks you out of stamina regen the whole time. That's the problem. So when I was like, why don't I have any stamina? We found out why. Look how long it takes for you to get your stamina back because of that. Like, auto reload sucks, dude. Isn't it sprinting that stops regen? It's also reload. The devs confirmed it. Reload is supposed to stop your regen of your stamina. Which is like, I hate that. You have to stand still for it to start regenerating it. Actually, worse than that. You can crouch. So, watch this.
I'm glad you guys enjoy Baron Thor Conan. Very good.
See how
Yeah,
crouching it
Thor's still
doesn't do it?
getting used to modeling,
It took
yeah.
forever for that. Now watch this. If I just dash a whole bunch, and it pulls out, almost immediately comes back. That's the difference. Reloading will constantly do this. So if we do...
One spot.
No stamina.
Self go under.
Wait for the full reload to go off, and now you get stamina. You can't turn off auto reload. Yeah.
No, I accept the
This is why
limitations of moderator when I'm in
people were
Thor's
like, oh,
chat.
it's a skill issue. I was like, no, you're fighting the game constantly. Yeah, it's super annoying. All right. Could automatically reloading combat. I'm going to stop this away, which is major disadvantage. Reloading stops. Reloading stops stamina regeneration and slows movement.
Not appreciably, Derosha.
Makes this effectively death each time in PvP. Trying to think about what else. Just use melee. Exactly, and that's the problem. Oh wait, then they wear heavy armor and they have more EHP than God. So melee doesn't work anymore. Glad you're taking the time to break all this down. Of course I am. This is what we always do. Switch guns. It doesn't matter which gun it is. Any gun that reloads does this. What is wrong with you?
What the chatter clearly means is you need to have like 9 drill shots on your bar, and when each one gets stuck in reloading, you then switch to the next one and you're automatically fine.
Oh yeah, but then they just dodge out of it because they have Swordmaster and they can't take range damage.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, just keep switching weapons, dude.
I'll have you know that I am the only lead mod around here. Hubba mod. The weight of it's like hands around my neck. Lips to the
Blood Blade's a
chest.
missile, and what was the last one? What is that skill?
Heart is frozen over. Feel like I'm treading on thin ice. Where did it fit?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm the lead moderator, like lead the you know, the metal, because you can't eat tomatoes off of me without creating some kind of poison
Was
that
it
will
a
kill
Assault Seeker or
humans.
is it a Hunter Seeker?
Assault Seeker is the football. Hunter Seeker is the stealth mode one.
Yeah, there's no way you're using the stealth mode one in PvP because it drops your shield as long as you're piloting it.
Exactly. Yeah. Insanity. Ruchi, you shouldn't be doing that non-consensually anyway. Leave the mods alone, you don't know where they've been. That was so mean. I'll be real with you. The funny thing is, I don't actually know, A, really how much money I've made from streaming, and B, I don't really know if I want to look, because I think it'll kind of scare the shit out of me. I think I'll probably have a meltdown.
You really want to use the Hunter Seeker because lore? Dude, I wanted to use the Hunter Seeker because it was neat, but it's like clunky and bad. So I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna give him these. I can't think of anything else.
Deep desert border transfers. People are choosing to stay away from it because they don't know if that's been fixed. Probably the other one still. There's not been that much word out about that random one. Oh, and people.
There is no reason to ever make a sync chart.
I mean, I'll be honest, Elglor, like, knowing that we had the support of streamer stuff through June as well, like, I'm already horrified by it. Like, the analytics numbers I'm paying attention to, because I want to know which days are good for me to take a day off and which days aren't, and it looks actually like weekends are a good day for me to take a day off, which is kind of gold, but I didn't really expect. Wednesdays and Thursdays, I will 100% be streaming. I would be an idiot not to. Because all the people who would be watching Thor apparently like listening to my goblin voice on those days. So that'll be good fun. Oh, that's the trick, Dr. Crowley. It's automatically getting reported to HMRC because I have to employ the mods and stuff. So HMRC know how much know how much tax Matt has to pay because I have to pay his salary. And if I don't do that, HMRC is very, very cross.
Oh, I think it's testing.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. My voice is an excellent goblin voice. Yeah. Mechanic Sleep, I appreciate that. Demnar, I'd believe that you're a bot. I think chat would believe that you're a bot too. But you would believe that Demnar's a bot,
Losing
right?
a skill point when resetting skills is already known. We don't have to put that in the list.
It's the fact that Deep Desert is meant to be the end game, but people A, don't want to get involved in it because of the bugs, B, that they hear about the Scout Ornithopter issue, and C, like, PvP already has a bit of a bad name. They don't know that the game doesn't teach you how to combat people in the air. There's no fighting in Ornithopters that you're ever taught to do. So people are worried about what they don't know. So the Deep Desert is becoming a sticking point, and you're told by all the content you're meant to go to the Deep Desert next, and all this AMA is saying you're meant to go to the Deep Desert, we're going to give you contracts. People are like, I don't like the Deep Desert, it's full of fear, because I can see why they think it.
Yeah, I think it's just like a perception issue at that point, because the Deep Desert is cool, but PvP is in such a bad state that there's no point to go.
Yeah. Well, yeah, PvP is,
just
like, PvP has problems, and then you've got, like, traversing has issues, and you've got people who just don't want, who are just hearing about like the negative behaviors and stuff, and that's making people stay away from it, which means they're reaching your element here, then being like, oh well, I can't do the rest of the game without Deep Desert, and I don't want to do Deep Desert, so I'm gonna quit.
Okay, so Kenny Cooch over on YouTube, before you opened your mouth and got banned for it, it's not hand holding for this. The problem is the game is bugged as shit. It's not asking for hand-holding when we don't want an experience where, as you're flying through the deep desert, it crashes your client, deletes your ornithopter, and then teleports you into quicksand. It's not us asking for hand-holding. So, anyway, tell me about it in the unbanned request. Oh, wait, no, you can't because you're on YouTube. You're just banned forever. Insane. Collective IQ of the community just got higher. You know I get kicked by Battle.net every 10 minutes? I have no idea. Trying to think what else we can do.
The people that cry about handholding are the ones that really annoy me, because like, how else, if you are a PvPer, you want, it's the same as Eve, like you want people to come out and be content for you. So like,
Yeah,
you
that's
want
the
people
point.
to learn how to PvP and to be able to engage with you. And when people can't do that, you're going to end up with a negative PvP environment. So why complain about handholding when getting more people into PvP only means everybody wins? It's why we used to give away ships in Eve to people who you'd killed if they were a new bro. It's exactly that reason. To encourage them to keep playing and keep fighting.
Yeah, it quickly makes it a PvPvE scenario one-sided, as PvE enemies do not retarget that player. Each time this is used, it makes it worse. And the fight becomes one-sided. Yeah. We just say one-sided. And the actually let's do this. Believe that ability is a breeding step.
Oh
What's
yeah,
going
I
on?
will.
We're writing up a bunch of bugs.
Like,
'cause
I
it-
never
we're
fuck with
trying to get this
HMRC.
through.
Like, I will put things that are business expenses, and I won't take the piss in any other way. Like, that's just how you don't fuck with the IRS, don't fuck with HMRC. It's just not worth. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, weirding step. So this teleports you behind the target. The problem with it is when you teleport behind the target, it drops all aggro and all NPCs in the room. How does it help the game though? We're
If you
handing
don't
this to
like the income
developers.
tax you're paying,
That's how it helps the game.
find a way to leave the country you're in. That's how that works. Like it is implicit in
This is
joining a
compilation
country
feedback to be like,
that you will
I played your game
you
for
will
over
pay your
200
way
hours.
like
Here's a
for
bunch
those
of shit that I
things.
found.
So play within the system, do as much as you can to minimize it, sure, but like
As a weirding step in Jar, I can confirm
you
it's still
can't just
busted.
you
So the
can't
biggest problem
just
with this dude, the
avoid
biggest
all
issue
of it. Like,
is, let's say that you're in a laboratory, and another person's
Wrong.
laboratory. You invade on their PvE engagement. There's tons of waves.
Yep.
There's like 5 heavies in the room. They're fighting them. You're fighting them. The heavies turn on you. You weirding step to the player, which stuns them. All the heavies turn towards that player and fire on them for the next full minute. They never attack you again because weirding step dropped all of the aggro against you.
there's an ability called
This only has a-
Ignore in the Bene Gesserit tree that does that to one enemy, but Winning Step does it to every single PvE target.
Yep. Weirding step does it to everything in the room.
Yeah.
Ignore does it to one.
Yeah. Correct. You should avoid income tax if you have no income.
Yeah. PvE wave room should just lock behind you. I super agree with that. That is not enjoyable.
I kind of disagree, but I think that the attacker should have to do something to break in during the wave method. They would have to get a keycard somewhere or hack into something or do some kind of, rather than just being able to walk in and then no one can leave. I think that
Problem is
having
this, invaders just keep respawning and rejoining the fights.
yeah, well, that's it. As
So
soon as
inviting players,
when
like,
they
you just
break
can't
in,
do anything about it.
when they have broken in, the players inside should also be able to leave.
Yeah. The problem is you get locked in an arena with PvE
Yes.
play like PvE monsters, and then the PvP players break in. They ought to just walk in. If they die, they immediately respawn and then run back in with you. And like that's not good. Yeah. Can a nobody also report bugs like this for fun? Yes. I've been doing this forever. This is how I handle this shit. Absolutely. I've always done this. You don't need a giant following to report bugs. Yeah, you should report bugs. People genuinely don't understand constructive criticism. I have to deal with this in the workplace as well. Oh no, it's insane, dude. Yeah, people don't understand, like, there's this really weird thing in the internet where if you have even 1% dislike of something, either you're a piece of shit, or you hate everything about it, or you wish it would burn, or you hate the developers, or like just insane, extreme platitudes that come out of it. There are problems with this game. And you have to be honest about that. I have 200 hours played in it. I like this game, and I would like for these things to be fixed. If you can't have, like, any understanding of nuance, you're not gonna make it. The internet's gonna eat you alive. Because that's an awful way to live, man. Yeah, innovators can keep respawning and rejoining these fights. Putting defenders at an extreme disadvantage.
Good morning. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well today.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna put that. I think it's fine if it is.
Hope you're all doing well today. How are you all doing? Yeah, we're just jamming out here. That's what we're doing. We're just chilling.
Let's see. My favorite so far was when the dialogue called an ID number instead of an actual lines. Oh yeah, that's really common. Oh, there's another one. Yeah. Going to another location. There we go. Oh, that's another one.
Yes, Left Catcher, you can. Thank you, Balthazar. That was, to be honest, I was quite impressed that worked out. I wasn't actually expecting that to go as well as it did. Yeah, you can't put those things on there stably and well.
The Fremen Journey questline doesn't let you use the giant door puzzle if someone is already inside, so you can actually just go inside and then AFK. And no one can do the quest. You can soft lock an entire server. That's really bad, actually. That one is really bad. My buddy had that happen. Had to go somewhere else. Yeah, it's crazy. I had to wait like 30 minutes for mine. You wait an hour for the door to open up? Yeah.
That's why I specifically asked Nitrado to increase the number of like main map areas that were like that to a higher number than the default, which is 1 per world group. And like that should be the default. It should default to like 5 instances per world. It shouldn't be Same as this one, although I didn't know that this one was as much a problem as it was. Because it's per siege. The other ones are per world. Like, why?
Enjoy that, Kronos. Yeah, you're gigabanned now, dude.
20-minute. Oh.
I'm pretty sure there's people in this dungeon.
Yeah, enjoy that.
I.
Could have put a timer on the quest. Putting a timer on the quest would be... No, not Kronos. That stream sniper from earlier decided to go make a video about it and put it up on YouTube and try to link it in the chat. That's bad. Can you relook at the start of the report? Sure. He's like, I could get clout out of this. This is my 15 minutes of fame. I acted like a dipshit on another streamer's channel. Everybody look at me. Yeah, no, he's banned. Pathetic shit.
Wait.
Yeah, client server movement desync is the issue. What's up?
Apparently, that's the guy that got banned from industry, which means that they were a member of the of our guild before they've done something dumb.
Wait, he got banned from our Ashes of Creation
Ministry
guild
of
before?
Industry. It seems like I'm getting the story now.
This is even funny.
And then he doesn't know who you are. Is that what he's trying to claim?
So he's a member of the community that was part of our Ashes of Creation guild, which I'm the guild leader of. Stream snipe me on stream, shows up in PvPs, has no idea who I am, and then makes a video about it and puts it up on YouTube 20 minutes later for clout. Okay, bud.
He has no
really
idea who
cool
you are, of
narrative you got going on
course.
there. You no idea who I am. Very cool. Really goddamn impressed.
I keep the logs, chat. I always keep the logs.
Imagine being such a bitch. Couldn't be me.
I have no idea who you are, Mr. Pirate Software.
Okay, so I think this is a pretty good
Let's
list.
find out. Nays, that is Pirate Software.
The auto toggle of shields on randomly? Yeah, that's a big one, actually. We'll put that in.
Oh, it's this guy. I remember this ban.
What do
This
you
is the
think?
guy that tried to pass off his individual like money runs as guild operations, and therefore that they should be protected by the Ministry of Violence for free. At that point,
He was just doing it for his own.
yeah, he was doing it for his own
profit. Yeah.
gain.
Oh, he's sending it to me on Discord now.
Oh, okay, that's nice. That's probably why the guy sent me a friend request. It just popped up on my phone.
Yeah, no. You can just ban him. Just ban him from the community there. Anyway, blocked. See you, nerd. Yeah, you're not getting any cloud out of me. It's not going to work. Shields randomly turn on within 10 to 15 seconds of leading a vehicle or using power. This will immediately attract the worm.
Oh,
What's up?
you know when you do that thing when you load up an ornithopter, and then you do like a run back to the base, and then you come back to the deep desert, and you realize that you didn't unload the ornithopter, you only unloaded your own
Yeah,
inventory. Or is that just me? Oh, okay.
yeah, it's everybody. You just had
Okay.
that shield bug. You thought you'd press the H key on accident. No, it happens to me all the time. I've had it happen so many times. Yeah, bro will not let it go. He sent a friend request to Kronos. He messaged me on Discord. He made a YouTube video about it within 20 minutes. He spammed our stream chat. He spammed on YouTube. And this is the guy that got banned from our community previously. So, very cool.
Yeah,
Definitely
Rossi
not
Pop, some of these are going to
obsessive,
be
weird
issues that
online
have been
behavior.
that are incurred by the
And
volume,
totally
with
not
it being
stream
private
sniping,
servers, all kinds of stuff.
right?
That makes more sense. Thank you,
Totally.
Demna. I'm glad I'm not a total crackhead. Wait, did I leave my other ornithopter down there
Wild
then?
shit, dude. Okay, now it makes sense? Yeah, now you get it. Extremely normal behavior. Definitely normal. Let me think. So shields randomly turn on for 10 to 50 seconds. View. There is no visual indicator or actual threat. For warm threat. Actually, better.
Oh, I agree, Rossi Pops. I'm still enjoying it. I'm just having to change my gameplay slightly until I know things are fixed. Like the deep desert losing an ornithopter bug. I can't trust the deep desert server borders, which means I can't do any of the end game deep desert content that I want to do because I literally can't leave a 3x3 area without worry about losing a Mark 6 ornithopter, which is not a risk I want to be taking frequently. And I can't PvP if I'm not in my Mark 6 because the Mark 4 is going to get absolutely slaughtered by the Mark 6 rocket thopters that are currently spamming each server. The problem is I don't know how often it is happening, but the last time it happened, I had to replace a 500 Plastanium and Spice Melange project. I can't maintain that. I've not got the reserves now because I don't trust going out in the carrier and doing it in the carrier. Because imagine losing a carrier ornithopter. Like, we have a spare, but like...
Collecting dew is just try and see. There's no indicator for time of day. There is actually. Hit T. Top right corner of your screen.
No, Mango, we don't do that here. We don't name and shame people. They've had moderation action taken against them. The matter is closed. We don't spread names around to create drama. Like it creates drama and problems for people, and I don't want to do that. Thank you for asking, though. Not what I want to do here. If they choose to out themselves on it, that's a different matter. But like, I'm not going to do that proactively, if that makes sense. You lost a carrier and bugged into a mountain. Oh. The idea of losing a carrier makes me clench all over. I will be right back.
and then you go back to controlling it, and now you can just, and then you can just.
Oh, that's a good point. Okay, yes, let me add that to the be right back screen briefly.
So that's neat, you know, like, it's probably not good. It's probably not good. Perfectly balanced, I know, right? Does that relieve bug, though? Seems kind of cool. There's a problem with this. Because everything involved is physics, you get stuck on it. You remember that whole movement issue with the video game and getting stuck on things? Yeah, it makes it worse when it's a tiny little weird object. Like, even just weird shit like this, right? Like, I just drop this thing, and, like, I stand on it, and then I activate it. Sometimes you'll get stuck inside of that when that happens, but also... It's gonna work. You can just climb on this. For some reason. Yeah. Stuck under your own turret and not move? Oh, I'm aware, yes. You can get stuck under your own turret and not be able to move. It's very annoying.
Yeah, so that playlist is all of the music on stream. What you'll probably see is over time I'll slowly split it into various playlists and like songs that have been like added to during the stream on Smart Shuffle, etc. That kind of thing. Because I had to make a new Spotify account, so I wasn't doxing myself, etc. So like, as much as I like you guys, I don't really want that. That's all my network of friends and stuff as well. So I'll play the stream when I die. I would die. I could maybe do 24, like maybe, at the outside. Goes left and you stay right between the lines, fair and blame. Why we came, where did I go wrong? With every bit of respect, no, you're not family. You might be the community, but like, it's different. And I have to look after them, you know. I know you guys are memeing. How to save a life. After all, you are not test. Try to slip past his defense. I lost a sheep somewhere alone near Planet 6. With you all night, had I known how to stay aligned. There are a bunch of Eve remixes of certain songs, and this is one of the ones that I can only ever remember the words to the remix, like, because it'll take over halfway through. So How to Stay Aligned is definitely kind of living in my head rent-free. Oh, How to Do PI? That's even... No, at least the song I know is How to Stay Aligned. How to Do PI seems grim. That's RSI. That's how you do PI. This is what I hate. I hate ornithopters sometimes. PI is short for planetary interaction, was an element of the gameplay inside EVE Online where you would have to press so many different damn little things that you would inevitably give yourself repetitive strain injury. Did I go wrong? You have to say it was one of the gameplay loops in EVE Online. Oh, wrong way.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
That's a little bit laggy.
Shield on. Eyes on target.
Around, cause I know the sound, I know the sound of your heart. You can build down here, yeah. You can't build on any of like the fortified locations and stuff, but if you wanted to build in like one of the side areas, like in... I'm fairly sure that you can build in this. See, apart from the red areas, you can build inside here. But there are quite a few no-build areas, like the wreck beneath me and stuff. But you see, there's plenty of areas like over there that you could build, or down there. See if we can put a subfeed down over here. So I've got I'm at my limited kind of category limit on this, but like, you can build down here. You want to go live in the pit? I agree, the pit is excellent. The pit is the shit. Not really, not once you've got an ornithopter. You just lift up out. Hold space, which you'd be doing anyway. Whatever you guys want to do with your RP, I guess. I'm not going to stop you, am I? Hey, my day off was pretty good. I mean, I did a little bit of work. Got a few bits done, which is quite good. Went for the drive that I wanted. And chilled. It was good, yeah. Good morning, Sir Winkleton. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. See that you had a bit of a lay-in. Or whatever it is that Americans call it. I think lay-in, isn't it? You're exhausted, but it's Saturday. You're not meant to be exhausted this late unless you were up late last night. Sleep in. Okay, you guys are weird. Jebediah 3, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1, buddy. Appreciate you. Matt, I would be very suspect of that medical license. Make sure you inspect it very carefully. I mean, we call it having a lion in the UK. Donk. Oh my god, Mango. It is reasonably toasty in the UK. Yeah, we'll give you that. I know the sound of your hum. Think you know you're not. Oh, you're up to okay, game. Thank you. I'm not going behind a scout copter that's got rocket pods on it. How hot is it in the UK? It's been like 20. Oops. Up the forecast. It's been like 27, 28, and our humidity gets up to much higher than that. So it's been a bit miserable for people. It's quite feels all the air feels very close. Oh really? What are those pods underneath you? Oh, it's just the assault, not the assault, the Harkonnen Thopter. So it looks like you've got rocket pods there. Oh, it's the skin. This is no point in learning how to PID vehicles with the different skins and stuff because it becomes like functionally impossible. I saw, yes. Just be aware that you can't cross server boundaries like that without causing issues for yourself. Have you, Winky? That's very cool, to be fair. Just awful. Ease to deposit, but if you do it too quickly, it'll just switch you between tabs. Ah, that happens, yeah. Just watching Thor mess around with mines, working out how they work. What was I doing? Got distracted, as always. Bye, Mango. I hear that you're leaving us. Oh wait, no, it wasn't a wave. Okay, well. Like a glove?
Yeah, look at the rocket pods. They are fat.
Oh yeah, they're like, yeah, okay, yeah, makes sense. It's the fat
I'm off
under
the
cockpit
terror.
that makes it look from a distance like you've got something at the front to fire it. That lower window that I think that does it.
Oh, the thing under the cockpit is my scouting mob.
Bugger. What else have we got next? This is a good song. I mean, Mango, don't... I would try not to burn, to be honest with you. Where's Luther making power? Ryan, Gamma, thank you for 2 community gift subs, buddy. I appreciate you. You rock. Side of the base, ugh. Oh yeah, there it is down there. We're getting there on stripping down parts of the deep desert base and then building up for Operation Repository. It's just gonna take us a long time. the game tried to pulp you for your feedback.
Dude, it did. It just tried to murder me. The hatch closed.
On you.
I'm trying to climb up because I don't have my freaking hook shot. Jesus.
That's why I basically had to get, like, I've gotten so used to using the sugar wire claw that, like, I can't not at this point.
Yeah, the problem is I respect because I went to the deep desert.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, and I was playing around with abilities. Now I'm stuck here because I have to go out. Yeah.
Nightcloak games, that is exactly how you do it. You can only currently access stuff in your pockets, not offload your ship, is my understanding. It's awful.
Dorver's Thor Ultimate Showdown? Yeah. Turn camera shake off and you'll be like 10% more accurate? Is that what it is? Because I've noticed before that it shoots outside of the reticle randomly. And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Camera shake.
Yeah, apparently if you turn camera shake off, it makes you more accurate.
We'll try it.
And every time you reopen the game, it turns back on. I knew that part.
That's grim.
Why is it not saving it I? I have no idea. It should be. And Dragoon, go back to Reddit. Camera shake, motion blur, film grid. Let's turn it off in every game. Yeah, 100%.
You'll never forgive me for unironically using the word dench. What are you going to do about it? Your anger gives me vitamins. Vitamins. Dench. Yeah, Dame Judy. He was very dench. His dench. He will always be the dench. You don't want to be a dench. You want to be dench. Yes. Oh, yes. Some people want to be dench. Lane. Mango. Oh, vitamin C is Spanish for vitamin yes. Okay. Oh my god, Mango. This is why you're not allowed nice things. You always thought it was a spin on the Stay Puft Marshmallow guy. It's definitely a duck from Heartbound. That's very funny. It's an old community meme that stuck around. I'm gonna take some of this and just leave whatever's left because I don't actually know who was making that. I can be the one. Okie dokie Mango, I will relocate it and it can go towards the project that I'm running. I can be the one. You mean Baron Thorconan? That's fine. I'll let you off this one time. Whoa. Whoop. Mr. Software.
What's up?
Please could I be set as an associate on your base so I can keep dropping off materials, etc. in the chest downstairs?
Yeah, you can do that.
Thank you.
I had to set it to associate because whoever was stealing from you guys was likely the one stealing from us too, and they were spamming the
Who's
shit
this?
out of, or just taking random shit. So.
Okay. Delightful.
Yep. They were taking all of our plasteel armor plates or whatever the hell it's called, and some other super high-end materials.
Okay. Okie dokie. Kind of them, isn't it?
So I just removed guild access.
It's fair. I'm just stripping down the deep desert reprocessing base to just bare bone stuff that's there so people can keep doing their stuff.
Yeah, it was these plasteel composite armor platings were being stolen. and nobody was replacing them. So I'd come back here and I'd hit F to store, and it wouldn't store those items.
It wouldn't store them.
And I was like,
Yeah.
where the hell did those go? They were just missing. Yeah.
Gross. Oh well.
Would different circuits help? It's not about circuits. It's about storage. Like you can't. You can only do circuits when you're actually crafting an item.
Yeah, I would like an audit log, Winky. Yeah, I agree.
An audit log would make this dramatically better. No audit log is crazy in a video game. In a video game with like storage and items and like multiple players, no audit log to like find out what's going on there is crazy, dude. Conan Exiles has a log? Really? What generators do you use in the deep desert? The normal standard generator, because you have to. If you make windmills, people just shoot them. So, yeah.
You know that windmills work inside a pentashield, right?
Do they?
Yeah. It's how I keep the carrier
That doesn't-
base. That's how I keep it fueled.
That doesn't seem like it should work.
No, but it does.
Anyway, Helldivers. That's ridiculous. Is Dune a survival game? Yes. Where survival is the thing that matters most. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be honest with you. My gameplay style for Dune is a couple of different things. We've got, I like exploration.
Yep.
Right? That's like a big one for me. Explo doesn't feel good because every week they add 3 to 4 different schematics into the down ships. Meaning that after I get like 2 or 3 ships, I know exactly what's in them, and there's no reason for me to continue looting those. For the scanning, your scanner burns out very, very rapidly, and because of this, and takes a lot of fuel. Because of this, you're constantly repairing, having to rebuild a scanner, and the value that you get out of scanning those is really for the Landsred, and if the Landsred turn-in doesn't exist, there's no point in scanning those treasures, so that's also worthless. The last thing you can do is do sync charts. Sync charts are not valuable, because the fact that when you scan with a pod, you get all of the same information, and to make a sync chart, you have to put a skill point into it, and spend 1,500 Solari, and then you trade it to another person, but by then they've already just scanned the same system anyway. So exploration is effectively dead. There's no benefit to this. Like, that's already ruined that side of it. For the other side of it, I really like doing PvP. I enjoy PvP engagements. That's kind of a really fun thing for me. It doesn't work because of client movement prediction is constantly overbanding you in PvP.
No, Mango.
Defensive abilities don't work.
That's
Things like
fantastic.
poison. Players are fully immune to poison when they're prescient, which means that they're immune for a full 5 minutes when they activate prescience, which is absurd. The meta right now is just wear heavy armor, and that's it. That's the meta. Or use a scout with rocket pods. And because of the movement desync issue, scouts can't even be damaged when they're Mark 6 because they move too quickly and the server doesn't know what to do about it. So you've just got like all the endgame activities that I want to do are in a shitty state. So I got through all the game that I really enjoyed, and now the endgame loop is happening, and there's no endgame loop for me. And that's it, right? The last thing is when you cross over server boundaries, sometimes it will delete your ornithopter, crash your client, and then teleport you into quicksand, which they've been trying to fix, but they didn't manage to fix it. So Chronos can't even go out into the deep desert now. So we can't do large-scale operations because we could lose a carrier ornithopter.
Yeah, I just don't trust
Which
it.
is like,
Yeah.
yeah. So it's just like, dude, I just can't. There's nothing for me to do because the game's in a weird spot. Yeah. That being said, it took me 200 hours to get here, but now that I'm here, I'm like, okay. Like, you know? And it's not like the game doesn't have things for me to do, it's I can't do them because they're broken. Yeah, 200 hours is enough. Yeah.
Chronos,
Little bit of now what?
I hope
Anyway, I'm gonna be
You
right back.
stubbed your
I'm gonna
pinky
get a
toe
snack
for that
and
pun.
move around a bit.
I didn't hear that, but that was obviously you were saying thank you for your kind contributions to humor, Kronos. Yep.
No,
That's what I was hearing, chat. That's what I
pun.
was hearing. That's what I'm choosing to hear. In fact, I'm out. You know. Hey, Thor's chat. Does it bother you that the "Be Right Back" isn't centered with the paint screen?
By the way, I found Kyne's Cutter.
How is it?
I haven't made it yet.
Ooh. My second
I'm
question
tempted
to
just
Thor's
give it
chat
to
is:
you,
was it
minus the spice
was it
too,
bothering
but
you
if you
before I
don't
mentioned it or
really
not?
need that.
I would never do that to my chat, but to Thor's chat, 100%. That's a lie. I would do it to my chat too. Thor's got a message on his screen which isn't center aligned, and I pointed it out to people. It's deeply funny. Oh, that's why. I love how mad people get for that stuff. It's great fun. How dare you, Kronos? I'm gonna kill your firstborn son and wear them like a hat. I'm going to fold it into a newspaper shape and make them into a boat. These are just normal everyday threats. The first 3 children, fair.
I see chat razzing you as they get back.
So, chat,
what did you do?
so I pointed out that the "Be Right Back" screen wasn't center aligned with the paint canvas, and they got very upset.
Oh, it's not?
No, well, if you put your "Be Right Back" screen back up, because you've got the preview bar on the right hand side, it shifts your canvas across, so it's no longer center aligned. They
Yeah, I
got
fixed it.
even better. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, gold.
What? Why are you guys upset? Alright. Why you have to be mad?
They're only mad because they're angry. Are you sure?
You know what? Take it anyway, because you're gonna make more use out of it in the guilds compared to me, who just goes about single player.
This place is getting less and less water sealed every day.
Oh, I actually know why.
Oh, do tell.
If you stand right here, underneath where the edge of the barrier is, you can see there's a little gap. That's why it's not water sealed.
Setting stuff up. One sec.
Look up. There's a little
I hate
gap
that.
right in
But
between here.
before it was water sealed, and then it's gotten less water sealed over time. Like this one bit here.
I think there's like
Is this
a
going to
mix
work?
between
Yeah,
height
look.
You gonna load the page?
and that
There
gap.
we
This here is water sealed.
Twitch is like, I don't know if I can load myself.
But if you go further back towards the wall, which is further away from the gap,
For Bitcraft?
it's not.
I wasn't planning on playing Bitcraft today. even though they released it early, for some reason.
I think they've had some first day server issues, as is normal, so might be worth not flooding everyone on while they're trying to recover from that. Greetings, chat members.
Yeah, I think that's a build height problem. Just the roof's too big.
This is going to be stripped down tomorrow. This is all tomorrow stuff. Not sure whose that is.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because, like, we're in this really weird spot now with the game where it's like, what do we do with Dune, man? I was hoping the Lands Red was going to be something really effective, really good. Also, stream sniping is dog shit, dude. That sucks.
I think stream sniping is just a really cheap way of engaging stuff. Like, you can't get your intel the meaningful way, so you have to go and, like, I don't know, gank someone else in the game to do it. It's just kind of like...
Go gank him while... Yeah.
Yeah, way to show that you have no PvP skill when the only way you have to interdict someone or gain intel is by watching an open stream of theirs. It's literally them giving you the information that you need.
Exactly. It's just lame shit.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. Those of you who are coming in to follow, keep watching Dune. Those of you who are here because they've heard that Winky might be stealing animals.
How many hours do you have in Dune now? 200. Actually, let me see. I'm at 231 hours. And I probably won't play it for a little bit. My base is set up. I'm just gonna wait.
Sorry, and I actually saw that happen as well, so you know, I can speak to that one. Yeah, I mean, Thor put together like 20 bullet points earlier, bits of feedback he's provided to devs and stuff. We'll see what happens. I know what I'm going to do with Dune for the next good few hours, so you know, I've got leveling I need to do. I've got I want to be helped. I've got a bunch of other people who have kind of joined the game late or have joined kind of post hype. Kind of want to help keeping them like leveling up and keep going, keep delivering them with some resources to help them up tier, that kind of thing. I'll keep running the Deep Desert Labs and certain events that I can trust. Yes, I think that's true, Winky. That's one of the bits of feedback we've given Thor to 2K4. Once you give it to control points, you literally walk up to it or fly up to it and just kind of hover inside the zone of control around it. What have we got? Solari. You know what? We're gonna go do our deep desert runs. Let's just keep going. I think they just get to the stage now where people are starting to hit that end game, and they need to kind of think more about what they're doing with it, because the lands run isn't compelling long term, because all you're getting is swatches and stuff. Like, why are people going to want to keep playing the lands run? It doesn't give you meaningful rewards compared to what you're turning in. It doesn't feel like it's a good system that's going to encourage people. Emmanuel wins down. Is it just to kill your first deep desert? He says, well, Emmanuel, the deep desert doesn't use the Emmanuel win server. It's separate. So next task are in an hour and a half. To say exclamation point song requests, and I'll review them all on a day off, and I'll add some to the playlist, etc. He does it moving back. It took a lot to get back. The lands ride wins stack, but they are reset each week. Only one decree is live at any one time. Yep, exactly, and the winning side gets the rewards. I mean, oh, I'm having a stronk.
I see someone. I require assistance.
Slaughter them!
Doing PvP interactions were... I'd be fine with that. That's not the kind of bug that I need the log sent to me, but so there's no point telling people to send the logs there. If Intrepid asks for them, they will, but they haven't asked for the logs for that one, so I wouldn't bother. No, you don't. Okay. Come on. You are dying next.
Shields up.
Eyes on enemy. I need support. Engaging enemy.
The best bit is this isn't natural light. It's just made to look like natural light. Yeah, Demnar, gotta go fast. This isn't even me fully kitted out. Like, if I had all of my skill points, I'd have even more stamina than this. Just insane. I've got this one, which will be another, I think it's another 5%. Yep. I want to get this one up as well. Because that, and then combine it with all of this stuff. Ooh, baby, would be good. I mean, that won't be good by itself. I could just get that now, but... I'll probably do a respec later on today. Wisp drops are automatically on. Okay, so you win that one, do you? No. Ooh, that's what I was waiting for. One of the things I've been looking for. That didn't even use up. That used one of my 2 stamina bars. Okay, so that didn't work. No. Does the shield have damage mitigation on it at all? What do you mean? The Holtzman shield? There it is. Nope. It just literally prevents objects passing through it. One, two. Slow mines. Good job with your first deep desert run. Be proud of yourself. Yep, and after a while you'll build up a bunch of strategies, and at some point you'll be killed in the deep desert, and then you'll learn from that experience, and you won't make any mistake. You won't make the same mistakes again. That's how you learn PvP in games. It's how the progression works. We adapt and we move on. Will the spice ferrets flow soon? Likely. Ferrets love spice. Yeah. that one was Fight Club 2, right?
It's Fight Club 3, actually. Gotta keep up on it.
So someone just submitted a TTS, which was the Darth Plagueis the Wise story, and I couldn't help myself. But it's a meme. Oh, see this song I cannot hear without thinking of the film Easy A. If you haven't seen it, again, great evening watch. It's just ridiculous. If you've seen it, you'll know why I find this song so funny. Oh. It doesn't put me in a pretty specific age group at all. Like, that's such... Ah, yes, I enjoyed the Breakfast Club. I must have been born when that was out. What? Funny. Oh, hydrate. There we go. Wow. I got a pocket. Just, oh, gold. I think my favorite part about that is, oh, what's his name? The guy who plays her dad. Is it Stanley Tucci? And the mum, they have a hilarious relationship in that. It's very funny. It is Stanley Tucci. Yeah, he's very, very funny in that. It's going good. How are you doing, Magic Wizard? Yeah, what you need to say? I don't think I've ever seen Stanley Tucci play a bad character. Like, even in bad films, he plays the characters really well. She'll come around again, she'll come around again. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, Magic Wizard. I appreciate you. I'm just going to put this here. Oh, come on.
Shield on.
Solari, the best way to farm Solari is just do basically a lap of the places of interest in the Haga Basin. So just kind of lap the areas that you want to go in there. You don't see a timer doesn't mean it's not there. You are most welcome, bud. What's the bet? This has already been raided. So use the fast travel. No, Gingeritis, that is a bug. That's a known issue. You will not be able to get your Thopter back. It is indeed lost, unfortunately, bud. The devs are aware of that one. It's something they're working on. Sorry, bird. No worries. And Dr. Crowley, Spice and Future Element, running the A band of the Deep Desert. The 6 labs there will get you a bunch of them, or running the high level areas like the one in the north of the Sheol. Kill rooms give a good. Any kill room stuff will give blast. Will give tier 6. The A band doesn't have kill rooms, and it has your elementer. Nice, good joke. Nice one, Pippa. Yeah, that's Pip UK. The fact that there's no mines here doesn't fill me with confidence. On the bright side, I got some salvage metal that nobody wants, needs, or asked for. I hate the fact that it automatically puts that in your inventory and won't let you cut the doors unless you can take it. So stupid. Up above in my head. It's fine, yeah, but you shouldn't... You can't cut the door unless you have an inventory slot. It will always fill an inventory slot, and no one wants it unless they're specifically picking it up. So why... I don't know why it does it. It's just an irritant every time. Hello, the cheese. Hope it's going well. One thing to complain, but when you're driving me insane... But when you need scrap metal, do you mine a door like that, or do you go to one of the billions of nodes they have out there for it and get the scrap metal you need, right? I like how those guys just let me run straight past them as well. You guys are some great deep desert guards.
I require assistance. In the Baron's name.
Too easy.
Here's my back.
Oh, I didn't have aggro. Go down and out. Oh look. What are the respawn beacons? Whoa. Should we have enemies here? We probably should. Oh, okay. Die. Love it when the enemies respawn on me. Die. Painfully. You mean the big square box that you couldn't really see anything through? Almost every night. This is the A band of the deep desert. Can somebody get a clip of that, please? No, I'm good. I just need a clip. Did any of you get a clip? I mean, there's no worm sign here. Like, you don't get worm sign on this. Like, there's no worm sign. There's never been worm sign here. We'll get to a safe height and then we'll grab those clips and find out what's up. Because that would imply that this is all sand all the way down to that level, like a big bowl, which is really odd. The whole point of this is that it's all rock, like...
I come bearing gifts.
Gifts, you say?
To replenish
Oh.
the stuff that was taken by someone.
Oh, thank you. I will go and put it towards the stuff that was taken. Shit. I'm running out of space. Obviously, you'll get a Waffle House ad when I finalize my deal with Big Waffle House, you know. See, deep desert reset. Just respecking bug in general just steals talent points. I said. Put my hand up. Said it. I love that this looks a bit like half an aircraft carrier. Is it Varus? That's very funny. I have a distinct feeling this has been looted. Ah, yes. I love it when this happens. Can you let it be? It's a little more to life. Just not. Okay. Just cancel my ability early, why don't you? Ugh, I have to walk down the stairs like a pleb. Oh, okay, so just twice in a row. This way.
Identify yourself.
No, I refuse.
I got you.
Honestly, it's a lot of little things to set up to get right, but actually it's not a huge amount to do, if that makes sense. Like yesterday, I did a couple of bits and made new Spotify account, played around a bit with StreamBot to set up commands for you guys to make it work. It was actually surprisingly easy, but I just needed more time off, really. I definitely claimed that one. No, I claimed the blue one, that's why. EZPZ? That sounds about right. Yep. Which can probably be quite confusing. I don't know. But I guess kind of sometimes it's a bit of both. Now we just switch to walk speed so we can replenish stamina. I don't like that like clicking noise that it makes. It's kind of vaguely insectoid. Was the Lewis line? Thanks, bud. Appreciate the message. You can put a Mark IV cut array on a Mark III buggy, yes. I think you can even put one on a scrap buggy, theoretically. You have the right pieces on it, as long as you have a utility hull. Not a problem, bud. Happy to help. No.
Under attack!
What the hell? I had health and then suddenly I had no health. That was odd. So the Gatling was killing me once I was down, but I'm not entirely sure what took me out before that, or took me to the down state. See, when he started to fire with the Gatling gun sound, I was already down. That's what whittled me down. Yeah, see, he didn't kill me that quickly last time, so what happened? Like, I let him shoot me there. Like, look. My shield back up. He didn't, like, I was instantly downed the first time. Maybe. Weird. Why? You took some of it, but you didn't take the rest of everything? I can hate this sometimes. The looting, whatever governs that, doesn't always do it correctly. That's for sure. Maybe it just felt a bit weird. Just a bit weird. Where's the water? How dare you invite me in here and not give me any water? I'm a man. Turn a page, I'm a book, half unread. Would be left out. I mean, this suspense belt. Come and take it off. No. I enjoy it. What are you gonna do about it? Did I break the record in becoming partner? No, I do believe that there are a number of people who have become partner quickly. I just happen to also be a reasonably quick partner. It's gonna be my year. Oh, little Bailey. The labs, yeah, they have enemies. Just killed them. Hello, Trouble. Hi. Hi. Hello. Yeah, meow meow. Meow. What's up? What you doing, baby? You getting upset? Yeah? What is it? What's wrong? Oh, okay. That's what's wrong. You want some fuss. You're such a good kitten, aren't you? A lovely baby, huh? You are. The chat likes your socks, B. Yeah. Why is one of your socks all muddy? He's been getting up to mischief. You're a mischief maker, aren't you? Who's a big baby? Have you been sticking your paws in the flower beds again? Now if I stop petting, do I get a look or are you going to have a clen? Okay, I should probably focus on flying rather than the cat. Big yawn, yeah. What's up, little man? Hi, you watching me? You're such a big, sweet baby. Like that, don't you? Yeah, he's a good boy. Right. Yeah, he's a good boy. Anonymous Skipper, thank you for the 2 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a good time. Thank you for being here today. Me to fall apart. Be okay. I fanned the flames. Who's a good cat? You are. It's behind the trigger. Oh, fading fast. Right. I am going to go and spend some time with Bailey because he's clearly wanting some cuddles. He's asking me for lap pets. He was waiting by the door in the way that he tells me that he wants me to go and sit down in the living room. Yes, the deep desert layout is the same each week across each server, yes. So what we're going to do is we are going to raid into someone who many of you likely know. Pirate Software, funnily enough. And I'm actually going to head off a little bit early so I can spend some time with Bailey. That's my plan. I hope you've all enjoyed the stream today. We only went for 9 hours. I know. Short stream. But thank you all for being here. I really appreciate you all. And I'm going to have some dinner, relax up, pet this cat, and we're going to go from there. So I will catch you guys later. Be well, take it easy, have fun for the rest of your weekend.